Good morning. Good morning. I hope everybody can hear me. Let me go to my YouTube channel here and see if I can hear myself. Now, pardon the background. Okay. There we go. Good morning. All right, so it works. Now, I'm working on getting a much better monitoring setup. My next live should be from the living room. That's what I'm trying to do. I've been doing everything to screen out the background noise from the air conditioner, but again, there's just not a whole lot that I can do about that. But I think using the microphone that I do, this old Shure 55S does a really good job of eliminating the background noise, and I think it'll make an excellent live stream. So, yeah, this is going to be fantastic. And again, speaking of fantastic, I'm glad that everybody is here. And how many people do we have? It looks like we have quite a few. I get some pretty lively chat going on, so that's great. Anyway, let me start off by recognizing who's first. Now, why is my thing not working? Okay, there we go. And we see that Lady June was the first. And it must have been last night because good evening. Why do I hear meowing? Milton, what are you doing? You want out? Hold on, let me take care of Milton. Milton, what? You want to go out? There you go. There you go, Milton. That's fun, Milton. Okay. All right. Gotta love that little kitty cat. He's super awesome. I let him in here in the beginning, and for the first time, he did not damage or mix up any of the wires. I think after I reconfigured everything and tied it all down with those Velcro straps, I think it made a tremendous difference. Anyway, let me go through the comments. What I'm going to try to do, because on my live stream, we do tend to keep up with the comments. I'm going to go ahead and go through as many comments as I can. I'm going to talk about the week, and then I'm going to sort of open it up to you, make comments about what you think was important during the week. Now, I think most of us are big fans of the Morning Coffee with Mitch, the original daily carnivore-centered live stream. There's nobody else on the internet that gives you the information with a dose of humor and a lot of common sense that we get from Mitch. And graciously, he decided to take the day off, as he tells everybody. Take the rest of the day off and eat meat. So we let him take Saturday off so he can eat meat and continue to get better. We know that a few months ago, after he had his stroke, he was sort of radio silence while he was being tortured in the hospital with duck food. They're doing everything they can to try to kill him. But we know that just like all of us that are determined, he came back, and he is now on every day except for today. And he leaves it to me because he knows that most of us, the Mitchfits, are sort of quackers in a way too. And that's good because you know how us carnivore big mouths are. We can talk and talk and talk, and we don't really stop. So anyway, all right, let me hit the comments. Let's try to be brief. Look, I'm number one, first in a crown. Now, this is an interesting moment because this is the first time that the silly crowns have appeared on my live stream. I've never had them before, so I don't know if this is a trend, but I guess they've infected every one of them. And here we have Kurt, otherwise known as Meathead. I'll try and be here, brother from another mother. Well, you might be working. If you can come here, I appreciate it. But remember, this live stream does go for quite a while, so you can feel free to come in and leave at any time. It's like having a great family get-together, and sometimes people will come here, they'll wait till the food is out, other times they'll come in the beginning, and some of them will stay towards the end. And that's just the way it is. And here we go, Kitchen Witch 1885 says, Saturdays with Rick, da-da-do, gonna get nothing done, da-da-do. Well, the good thing is that if you're the one listening and not the one that's actually talking, you can still listen while you do stuff. And since I pretty much say every comment, you don't even have to look at the comments. You can listen to what I say and say, hey, I know that person. And here we have the Fero Grandma, And if you are not familiar with her, she was Mitch's last interview. So if you want to see a little bit about her, check it out. Now, again, on Mitch's channel, he doesn't really call them interviews. I think it's more like just hanging out with friends because he doesn't put you on the spot. And he opens that up to everybody on Sunday morning. I've been there, and a few of us have been there. So if you're a little bit shy and maybe you want to come online and you want to be with somebody that you're going to enjoy talking to and listening to, because Mitch is like me, he can talk a lot. So if you don't want to say anything, you'll never be put on the spot. So if you want to get out there, show your face, maybe express a few things, check his channel out tomorrow morning at 8:30. You can set up with him, and you're going to enjoy it. I guarantee you. I don't know anyone. In fact, I've never met anybody that hates Mitch, so that's good. Now, it's different than me. I'm one of those people that people either really like or really don't like. And I know that there are certain people, even in the carnivore community, that look at me as I'm some kind of a nut job, because I am. I am the original carnivore quack. I'm not trying to be something that I'm not. All right, I haven't decided what I might eat if I'm hungry in the morning. Well, now that it's morning, I'm sure you've made the decision. Grab my fresh, clean butter and make melon baller, make butter scoops. There you go. Oh, butter's good. You know, I just recently got butter thanks to one of my subscribers. I've been without it for a couple of years. Butter is a nice thing to have. Let's see. I don't think they'll be as big as the retail ones. And Lady June is back. Good morning. And Jemmet, 048, one of our regulars. Rick, Milton, and Quack. See you in the AM reminds me of a song, Saturday in the Park. There you go. Or it could be the song that was my favorite as a kid, Sunday Will Never Be the Same. Greetings from Tampa Bay from United Carnivore. 47 minutes to go. Good morning, Rick and Milton. From Bacon Baby, another one of our regulars. And good morning from Dustin. This is one of our celebrity fans. Dustin of Keto Simple. And again, check out his live stream. It is at 7:30 on Sunday morning. So I try to catch him. Then I catch Mitch. And then usually I'll be doing some work on Sunday, so I'll have to pick one to listen to. And it's really a dilemma because there's so many live streams out there, it's almost impossible for me to keep up with them. A lot of times I'll have to do a replay, or sometimes I just skip through. Now, it's like when Mitch has his live stream at 8:30, at 9 o'clock on weekdays, there's a market-based channel that I like to listen to, but the problem is I can't listen to two channels at once. So what I'll do while I'm in Mitch's channel, I'll drop in. His is called Nobody Special Finance, and I will make some comments to, let the people that I know in there that I'm still there. I've been in that channel since before I was even in the carnivore channels. And then what I'll do, I'll just turn that one down, and then I'll listen to Mitch. And then after Mitch is done, I can go back and replay. And that's what I do. And I try to keep up. So a lot of times when I'm working, I'm doing stuff, I'll be listening to live streams. In fact, I do the same thing a lot of times when I'm given mindless tasks. When I have something that's repetitive, that's what I'll do. And as you know, I use my little FM receiver, which is somewhere around here. Hold on, it's here someplace. Oh well. Okay. Oh well. I might have left it out there in the van, but I do have one. It's many years ago they used to sell. Oh, there it is. I have it right here. When I'm listening to Mitch or anybody else, I'm going to be using this little radio with these you put them in your ears, and then I can put this in my pocket. It's an FM radio, and I'll use my laptop. Once I've found a way to get Wi-Fi, I will connect the FM transmitter and then transmit. And I have other people occasionally to listen to a live stream. If I'm working somewhere, you want to listen to a carnivore live stream, and I'll tell them, put it on 80, 88 or whatever the radio channel is. And some cell phones even have a radio receiver, although not as much as before. So they can go there and listen to it. And I've got some people now, believe it or not, even in some of the channels, like in the financial channel, someone had mentioned that she was going to try the carnivore diet. I have another person I work with. He's thinking about the carnivore diet. And really, it wasn't even from YouTube or anything. I guess it was on Instagram. Somebody had been spreading this around. So the word is getting out there, and I think more and more people will try the carnivore diet, although I do believe that most people will not stay with it. The carnivore diet is something that is sort of an acquired taste, and I think the majority of people never will be. I think I might be the only one here currently. You probably were at that time. Are you making butterballs? And Father of United Carnivore, good morning all from Melbourne, Florida. Good morning from Miami, Florida, the septic tank of Florida. And Dustin said he didn't sleep well last night. I might doze off here in a bit. Well, there's no better place to fall asleep to than the original carnivore quack. Good morning, everyone. Hope you had a nice 4th, and I hope you did too. Brian, Fly Fisherman Dish. Hopefully everybody still has all their fingers. They didn't blow them off in any kind of fireworks accident. I'm going to listen for bed for a bit. Well, there you go. And again, that's nice. Good morning, quackers. Oh, no. Here it is. It's Peter, Papa Carnivore, the fastest, the biggest mouth in the carnivore space. He talks so much, he'll drive the new carnivores right off the air. But he means well, and we are glad to have him here. You are always welcome on the Carnivore Quack live stream with Rick and Milton. You are part of our community. And Nikki IW says, good morning from Iowa. I had a good friend that lived in Iowa. I haven't been there in almost 30 years. But it was nice. It's so different than here. They have open space, a lot of cattle. Of course, they have a lot of corn. But I'd rather look at a cow pasture than a condominium. Condominiums are full of Karens and refugees. And a cow pasture, well, it's basically cow manure and open space, which is an improvement. And Terry Sue says, good morning, Rick and Quackers. And I say good morning in return. Butterballs makes me laugh every time. That sounds either like you're having a turkey, or let's just say that your private parts got a treatment that you didn't expect. And Michael Pregler also says, good morning, everyone. Another Iowan in the house. It'd be interesting to see how many people here actually live in a rural area and may be familiar with where their food comes from. I think that'd be great. It's a lot better than here. And Gary Noslow says, let's go. Now, I have no way of knowing what time somebody logged in because my OBS studio is not set up with timestamps. Plus, my computer, who knows? Now, if I was using streaming software like the StreamYard or EVMux or one of the others, I think they do give you a time. But I would assume you were probably the first one at 8 o'clock. But then again, in my channel, first and last doesn't matter. All that matters is that you come and say hi. You can feel free to come in and leave whenever you want. Or you could simply listen and just sort of go there. And we have Tar Nation back again. Good morning with the Michael Moore picture. Yes, if I look like that, I don't think I would be too happy. But hey, I bet in real life you look a whole lot better than that. Then there's the elevator music. I always put that on. That's part of my style. They say that you have carnivore rock stars. Well, and there's also carnivore country stars. But there's only one elevator music star, and that's me. I love my elevator music. I play it all the time. I have speakers all around the house and outdoors. And I think that's another reason why my house is never broken into, because you see this creepy rundown house with a bunch of trees and everything, and you hear elevator music playing, you think you're in some really weird place. You might walk in, and you may never walk out. Who knows? And we got some good mornings there, and Bacon Baby is here. Say good morning. Another one of our regulars. And again, we don't have the most subscribers. We have what? The best. And as I call them, the elite subscribers. And Dustin has, it looks like 6 ducks. A duck for every day. That's a delicious meal every single day. Except for one day. But, that other day might be seafood day. So that's good. This is a nice way to wake up. It is. It is. I wake between 6 and 6:30. And I get ready for this. And usually I have technical issues. I'm sure they'll come eventually. But anyway, wow. Look at all those comments. I gotta start moving faster and faster and faster. It's a good thing I'm a carnivore, because can you imagine if I was a vegan like Dr. Michael Greger? How not to die? I don't want to die. You can't eat meat because it's going to make you feel terrible. Bunch of nonsense. I hate listening to those people. I actually feel sorry for them. They think that the plant-based lifestyle is the way of fixing all the problems. And as I want to talk about a little today, I think the plant-based lifestyle is the source of a lot of our problems because farming is what made possible exploitation, slavery. It's really sad because when I look around my yard, I look at the different types of plants. For example, I have bananas and I have sugarcane, citrus, all these things out there. And you look at the history of these crops, you realize this was the reason why we had slavery. This is the reason why we have kings and queens. And then you have religions. You have all these other things that work against you to make people suffer needlessly. When people live in groups, hunter-gatherers, they may not live as long and they don't have as many kids, but they have a lot less problems. And while they might battle with each other, in most cases, it's easier just to move somewhere else. It isn't until populations get too high, then you start to have all these wars. But again, that'll be the subject of a future video. Let's keep up here with our morning live stream. And Kitchen Witch says, good morning, boys and girls, and we say good morning in return. And I hear you fine. That's good. All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Master Quacker. There you go. Hope we still have our appendages. Thanks to, yes, if you know how to handle explosives correctly, you should be fine. Good morning, everyone, from Sandy Blythe. Good morning to see you again, as always. And Lisa Good, good morning. And I love the fact we have so many regulars, and you say hi to each other. Uh-oh, what did I do? Oh, no. It looks like I clicked on the popularity contest. Yeah, I haven't had this before, but I guess I've hit the big time. All right, so let's go through this. And let's see, we have a lot of neighbors shooting them off. There wasn't as many fireworks as there were usually, but there were a few. Yeah, I heard there was some kind of a flood there. I don't know what happened, but hopefully they'll be able to be found and still alive. But then again, this is what happens in the world we live in. Firework hit my arm. Oh, that's not good. At least it didn't blow it off. And when I was a kid, I used to love making fireworks. We'd go to the fertilizer supply. Oh, I'd have a lot of fun. It's a wonder that I still have all my fingers and toes. I've never been injured from fireworks, although I have had a few near misses. All right, flash flooding, I believe, swept them all away. So one thing we don't have to worry about in Florida, it's too flat for flash flooding. Duck and cover, great advice. Remember that old movie? Da-dum, da-da-da-dum. There was a turtle and his name was Bert, and Bert the turtle was very alert. And then how did the rest of it go? He knew just what to do. You duck and cover. Yep, I remember that. And we have a hello from Haley K. Thought about taking a walk, then thought better of it. Yeah, you don't want to be out there and people shooting guns and stuff. So sad. Prayers for the families. I agree. If you want to hear more about Mitch, watch Wendy's interview from last week. That is correct. You can see her. That's a good thing. Quack. And the kitty, the orange kitty. Morning, Haley. Dustin, are you dozing? And we have the hellos. I have to read about the little girls. Yes. Hope all is well in your world. We got the hellos. Sent you something on your latest weekly video update. Okay. I love the back and forth. This is a central point where everyone can kind of, do their thing. Howdy, beautiful quackers. Glad I could not sleep. I guess all them explosives. Hey, beautiful Joey. Yeah, full of Karens. Exactly. Joey. And we have Jonathan, Carnivore Muscle. Again, check out his channel. I know Jonathan's been having a lot of difficulty with the chronic pain and all the issues that he deals with. I kind of wish some of the bigger YouTube channels would mention him more, but I guess he's like me. Either you like him or you don't. But let's keep Jonathan in mind and hope that somehow our modern science, which I have very little faith in, can help him with his issues. But thankfully, he is on the carnivore diet. I don't even know what he would do if he wasn't on the carnivore diet. And Smoothie 420 says, good morning, Rick and Quackers from Indiana. And again, I see you have what looks like a water lily flower. So I used to have those when I had my old duck pond, but the ducks ate them all up and they disappeared. Everything is peachy. It'd be better if it was ducky, though. And we say hi to Jonathan. I'm in a rural area. I shop at a butcher shop. Well, you're lucky. Lucky, lucky, lucky. Lucky ducky. All right. About to send Rick his first super channel on the channel. Yes. Okay. Thanks for your great work with your content. Please don't change. Don't worry. I'm not going to change until I have my heart attack. And in that case, I'll have no choice but to change. So we have a lot of hellos. You feel any older? I think he's had a lot of struggles, so he probably feels pretty old. Why is my stomach growling? I just ate. I'm so elite it hurts. So there you go. That's right. Let's see. We have bacon. Sorry, bacon baby. I haven't had my bacon yet. I got kind of wrapped up. I had some technical issues. I was trying to get the living room done, but I didn't. All right. We caught up with the chat. Pretty good. It's not that hard to do. And I think for most people, if they really put their mind to it, they can do it. Let me switch over here so you can see how bad I look. And what I'm going to start doing now is talking about the week. Now, this was an interesting week. As you know, yesterday was a day off for a lot of people. They were out there shooting off their fireworks and maybe having barbecues. Maybe some of you went to a friend's barbecue, which would be really nice. So what did I do? Well, there wasn't a lot of work last week. I did one electrical job and one plumbing job. And then, was it yesterday? No, it was the day before. On Thursday, after I was working, a friend of mine called me. Now, normally, I try to get back from work, get home around maybe 6 or whatever. And then I'll go on like the Homestead How Q&A. But instead of Homestead How Q&A, I was driving car. My friend calls me up and says, hey, can you help me trim my hedge? And I always tell him I'll do it because it's just, you know, when you have a hedge that's 1,100 feet long and you try to do it from a ladder, it's a lot of work. My friend has back issues and chronic pains. So I said, okay, fine. So the way that I do it, I use a little redneck technology. I use my Bobcat around here as a ladder. Of course, I have to get up and down the thing and move it. But what I do over at his place, I get in the machine and then move slowly along the hedge while he's got the hedge trimmer and is trimming it, and it always comes out really nice. So really, one of the most important things is to help the people you know. And so I weighed in my mind, should I go online and watch the Q&A live stream from somebody that never interacts with me and basically is just advertising a service? You have 3 different things. You know, you give away 3 marketing devices, shirt and salt shaker, and what is the other thing? A membership. So it's all about marketing. And sometimes it makes you wonder if people are selected a certain way so that they win, so that it kind of improves the marketing. I thought, okay, I can watch that on a replay if I decide to. Plus the fact that on that channel, I'm no longer able to comment. And then I thought, on the other hand, I could spend 2 hours or so at my friend's place. We can do the hedge, and then he can relax on the 4th. He doesn't have to do any work. He can go with his family. They can have a barbecue. Invite me if you want, but usually I don't go when they have their barbecue. We have our own barbecue. So I thought I'd help you with the fence, and I'm glad that I did because we got all the work done. It was extremely satisfying and relaxing. And yeah, it was hot and it's work, and I worked all day that day, but it was fine. So when I left there, I left satisfied. Instead of feeling frustrated just watching somebody market a service, I was able to get the job done. And my friend was happy and called me up yesterday and invited me to the barbecue, but I decided to stay here and try to work because, well, that's weird. What does that sound? Interesting. Okay. That was really weird. Anyway, what I'm going to do is just take a look at a couple of things. Now, what else did I do? Well, if you look at my YouTube channel, you'll see that I also did a few bicycle rides, and I had some good responses to the bike rides. I always get a lot of great comments from the bike rides, which is fantastic. Let me see what we had. Speaking of comments, who else has popped in? And let's see. Oh, See, these comments build up pretty quickly. It's like Mitch says, now you know what he deals with. Okay, I live in the country with no restrictions. See, that's it. And yes, it is a picnic shirt today. I'm trying to decide what I am going to wear next week if our friend from the other channel decides to come on my channel, which I think he will. I think he's a man of his word. He's not going to bail out. I may wear this, or I may wear my suit and try to be like a professional talk show person. And we have, oh, I don't think I've seen you before, Fernando Passos. Good morning from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Good morning from Miami, Florida. Glad you're here. I feel about 91 today. Yeah, Jonathan, we know. All right. You have to do the sugar diet. Yes, hit the like, folks. Rick volunteers up the majority of his Saturday for you guys. Support this hero. Well, thank you, Jonathan. You're the hero to me, though, I have to admit. It's easy for me. I don't have to suffer with chronic pain. I'm just mentally off. So that's okay. They definitely went past the 11 p.m. cutoff. Hey, no one's going to stop them with their fireworks. 8 out of 10. Yeah, exactly. Most people would not survive one single day in my body. That is correct. Yes, nice to have a large property, great for a family, which is good because she has lots of kids. And I think if you're going to have kids, you need to live in the country because living in the city, having a bunch of kids, no fun. No fun. I wouldn't want to raise kids in this dump anyway. I do too. I say this every time I talk about Jonathan. And Bruce is here now. Howdy, folks. It's funny because every time that you pop into Russ's live stream, it's like, oh, there he is. So, but hey, that's fine. Made me Wagyu burgers for lunch. Nice. Dinner steaks on the grill. See, everybody can get what they want at a barbecue. If I can inspire one future baby, Jonathan, we are good. I'm going live in 5 minutes, but we'll be back to support my friend here and see the rest of you. Yeah, it's a shame that you can't merge the two lives together, but maybe one day. Technology makes anything possible. How did the smoked brisket go for you? Okay. And hey, Bacon Baby, and hello to Rick from Bruce, and I'm saying hello back if I can keep up with the chat. Brisket didn't go as planned, but eventually, okay, it tasted really good. I like to cut the brisket in small pieces and cook them up like steaks, but very good. And we have some hellos and more hellos. And Wendy, the feral grandma, there we go. Hello. And we're not talking about Wendy's, the place that serves square, nasty burgers. We're talking about Wendy that was on Mitch's channel last week. I'm sure your friend really appreciated you assisting with that. Yes, he did. Called me in the morning, invited me for the barbecue. But yes, he does. Now, we work together often, so it's just the way that I am. He does complain about his own kids and most of the young people today that don't like to work. But I think a lot of it is that they were never trained to. A lot of times you get somebody else to do the work for you, and you get to the point where you think, well, I'm just going to do my job. I'm not going to do any of this stuff around the house. But that's the way it is. What did you have for the holiday? Okay. Yes. Yes, it is. I agree. And I've had that happen to me. I've had people even here send me delicious food. So I appreciate the help, and I try to give whatever help I can. And it'll be more as I become more successful again. I think his wife fed him pork chops. Yes, I got some pork chops when I was working over there, but the problem was I found out later that some vegetable oil was used to season the pan. And although the pork chops were very tasty and I enjoyed them, I had no problems. About 3 o'clock in the morning of that night, I woke up with, kind of a bad feeling in my throat, and it wasn't pleasant. But after I went back to sleep, I stayed up from about maybe 2:30 to like 4:30, fell back asleep for maybe an hour and a half. Then I went on to Dr. Kilt's channel. I didn't get a lot of sleep. I may have gotten 4 hours of sleep total. Went through the day, felt okay. But what I did, since I wasn't working yesterday, I decided to spend more time in the house. I did ride the bike to the Winn-Dixie, which I'm going to do again today to get some of the pork shoulder. That's 69 cents a pound. And I cooked that up. It was actually quite delicious. And then I took it easy. I didn't do half of what I wanted to, but I got through the day without getting sick. I went to bed last night at 11:30. I woke up at 6:30. I felt great, and that's good because I don't want to be sick from my Saturday live stream and be over here coughing and feeling bad. I feel good. Yeah, I have my usual sinus issues, but what can you do? Huh. Must have been the 4th of July thing. We had picanha, delicious. Again, one of my subscribers sent me picanha, and it was delicious. Absolutely delicious. Time to recharge. Or a nice steak. Yes. And here's Louis Latito. I saw you yesterday on Thomas's channel. I don't see Thomas today. He must be working or taking it easy. But I know Thomas had gotten frustrated because some people overwhelm his channel and talk him basically into oblivion. But he went back and he was on there for several hours. I think he was trying to beat my record. And I saw Louis on there. Louis had a towel around his neck. It looked like he was without a shirt by the swimming pool. So he's living it up. Good for you. Instead of suffering or being inside with a screen, you're outside. That's what you should be doing. And I know the two of you went to the meetup. I hope that you enjoyed the meetup over there with, Dr. Kiltz and the Homestead Ho and all the other people. So that's great. And then, speaking of meetups, there was a meetup last week with Mitch, and I think Dr. Nelson was there. Dr. Nelson had graciously offered to pay for my meal if I could get there, but 4.5 hours, it wouldn't be possible. So I had to say, well, no, but maybe another time. But thank you very much. And I've had a couple of other people in the past. For example, the Carnivore brothers, Ashley and Rhett, they offered to pay for if I went to the last meetup at Kiltz's in Tampa. So there are people out there that are willing to do that, but you have to remember that getting to be able to travel, especially when your roof leaks, you don't want to go away in the rainy season. And hopefully I'll be able to get my hands on materials. I can fix this stupid roof and be done with that problem. And plus, I got to deal with little Milton now. I don't know what I'll do when I go out of town. I don't know who would keep an eye on the little beast. I may have to develop some kind of automatic feeder and hope that after 2 or 3 days of not being here, he doesn't try to eat me for dinner. And I'll talk a little bit about the little Milton adventure I had as well. But anyway, let's see. We go to yes. And all my friends, yes, there's lots of us here, and we're glad that you're here. I think you might have been the first one that called in. It was either you or Thomas. I think it might have been you. It's hard to say. But, okay. There he is. Well, you know how it is. You know how Russ likes to make fun of people. That's part of his nature. That's why I'm on his channel every 2 weeks. Okay, well fed. I posted a story on Instagram. There you go. My tan is perfect. Well, you need to show it. Next time, take your shirt off and show it. I saw that look delicious. What's everyone doing today? I can't wait to do it. Okay, Jurassic World movie. I thought Jurassic Park was a 1990s thing. I'm one of the few people that doesn't like movies. I can't drag myself to sit in a seat for 2 hours or so doing nothing. I get bored out of my mind. It's like going to watch sports. I know people that like football and baseball and basketball. It's so boring. Hate it. Can't stand it. I'd rather go outside and chase the ducks. Started pouring on. Yeah, it did. It started pouring. But thankfully, when I got in the store, it stopped. And I was able to get back home before the real storm came. I enjoy the bike rides. You're a pretty good navigator. Well, I haven't hit anything yet. I've been riding bike for decades, and I've never had an accident. And see, that's one of the things I tell people. People talk a lot about positive thinking. Well, if you look at the typical cyclist, they assume that everyone's going to stop for them. If they have the right of way, they keep going. I try to tell them, I may have the right of way, but physics are not in my favor. Now, if I'm driving my van and I have the right of way, you bet I'm going to go. Because when they see that thing chugging down the road or my truck putting out a stream of smoke, they hear that big diesel engine, or my 69 Charger, that thing gets pretty loud. They will stop. But if you're on a bicycle, they don't even know you exist. So I stay on the sidewalk. When I get to an intersection, I slow down, I look both ways, and then I go. And even with that, you got people that still go through the light when the walk signal is on. They make a left turn, they don't see you coming, and you have to be sort of proactive. But anyway, that's kind of, what I deal with. I'm going to work on my flower beds. And gardening extends your life. So if you do gardening, that's it. Jurassic Park came on 10th birthday. My uncle took me and a few of my friends. I kind of remember it being 1993 after Hurricane Andrew. So that means you would have been born in 1983. So you would have been born the same year I started the carnivore diet. How interesting. Let's see. 93. Okay, so 83, 93, 2003, 2013, 2023. Oh, well, that's good. So, yeah, no wonder you look so good. You're still in that age range. I'm glad that you're on the carnivore lifestyle. Instead of being overweight and looking like a blob, you're looking pretty good. I bet your wife's happy, and, better watch out. Make sure the other women aren't hanging out too much. My plans are Rick laundry, and now I want to go find brisket. That sounds like a good plan. That's my plan too, Rick. I got to do laundry too, Maybe I should do laundry today. I like that. I say go to errands with 10 kids. I'm sure it's gone. I bet it is. Yes, today is Rick Day. That is correct. So you can get the Mitch information 6 days of the week, and then you get the Quack Pack 1 day of the week. That was kind to offer the pay. Yes. Morning, Lizzie. 47 watching. Very good. I like that. Hey, Frugal Prepper's Garage and Garden. Another one of our carnivore-centered channels. Although he also uses the fermented plant material. And this is another guy that's like me, that's always fixing stuff and doing stuff. If you haven't checked out his channel, maybe check it out. And it's funny how he has this graph. It looks like it came from that old cartoon that was about the economy. I remember seeing that years ago. Can't remember the name of it, though. I love movies at home. The great thing about movies at home is that you can stop the movie when you get bored. You can go outside, feed the ducks, go for a bike ride or whatever, and then you can come back and watch the rest of it. But when you're in a theater, you're pretty much a captive audience, and you have to deal with the chewing gum and the farting and all the other stuff you deal with in the movie theater. And plus, movie theaters today are just plain ugly. They're all sort of like 1990s to today aesthetic, cheap crap. They're small. All these movie theaters now are like multiplexes. I have no reason to go there. The only movie theater I used to like were the old ones, the ones that have been there since the 30s or 50s or older, and then the drive-ins. The drive-ins were the best because you never get bored at a drive-in. You can get up and walk around. You can bring your own food. That's another great thing about the drive-in. You can have the meat sitting on the engine and eat that. It's really delicious. So you don't have to eat the duck food. And the regular food was cheaper. And here's Lexus Jones. Hi, guys. Hello. Glad to have you here. She's been on several channels. I'm sure pretty soon she'll be on the popular channels, and she'll be the next carnivore celebrity. And check her out. I know that she's living in a group home right now, but I think she's doing quite well. And again, we support all of our carnivore fans because while the carnivore diet won't fix all your problems, at least it won't make them worse. Okay? Speaking of a roof, I have guys coming to cover with steel. My dogs aren't pleased with the noise. Well, there you go. That's popular here too because the steel helps your roof last longer and it's resistant to hurricanes. Yeah, Mr. Mom and E.T. It's been a while. Okay. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, here's Thomas. I was talking about you earlier. I saw your live yesterday. It went quite a while. So you can't keep a good man down. I think the carnivore diet naturally wants you to get out there and interact with people, and that's great. All right. Yeah, we're looking for you, but now you're here. Be good. There you go. Implements, yeah, defensive bike riding from Miami Chaos. That's right. Okay. We'll get caught up. It's only a matter of time. My grandpa always said, if it doesn't matter if you had the right of way, if you're dead. Exactly. human laws are one thing, but I always go by the laws of physics. And that's why when I drive, I like to drive the biggest, junkiest vehicle possible. I figure when you got 6,000 pounds or more of metal behind you, you're probably in a lot better shape. And normally I get hit when I'm sitting still, not when I'm moving. When you're moving, sometimes a bigger vehicle works against you. Sometimes a smaller vehicle is better. For example, if you're driving a smart car and you hit a coconut tree, you might do better than if I hit a coconut tree. Well, maybe not a coconut tree because I could probably break it off with my truck or van. But when you hit a fixed object, the more weight you have, the more likely you are to be injured. But on the other hand, if you get hit by another vehicle, let's say you're in a smart car, and I hit the smart car with my truck, your chance of walking away unhurt is practically zero. You're basically like a ping pong ball getting knocked around. But on a bicycle, the secret is to stay off the road. The more you stay off the road, the less likely you are to get hit. Now, you could get hit on the sidewalk, but I try to ride where there's a lot of trees, and I hope that if somebody goes off the road, they'll hit one of the trees first, and I'll be long gone. So that's a good thing. Best advice given by old wrinkly alien. Yep. E.T. phone home. Okay. And there we go. Papa Carnivore, like your new haircut. Yeah, I saw that. That was kind of interesting. What's for breakfast? Well, for me, it was bacon and eggs, but I haven't cooked the bacon yet. I really need to get the bacon cooked, but oh well. What can you do? Okay, I'm doing great. Yes. There's hardly anyone in a theater when we go. You practically have it to yourself. I guess things are different now. People are broke, so they can't waste money on a movie. Why would you waste money on a movie theater? That's what BitTorrent is for. I cooked some burgers. I think they might have been rancid. Well, that's not good. What I always do before you cook the meat, check out the raw meat, look at it. If it looks gray, see what it smells like. Ground meat has a particular smell. If it's anything off of that, you might want to take it to the duck pond. All right. Okay. We'll catch up eventually. There we go. Yep. Yes. Thank you, Rick. My pleasure. I'm glad you're here. Again, you come to my channel, I will mention you. I try to get other people to check out your channel. This is a community. And unlike some communities that are pay to play, this community is and always will be a free community where free thought is encouraged and you are not required to pay anything. Yes, I'm ready to watch the Ellie Carnivore channel. It's known for its revolving door of viewers. That is correct. Plus, I get a surprising amount of replays. I've had the viewer count double after it was finished. So that's pretty good. What is that noise? Okay. Oh, well. Oh, my goodness. Oh, well. Some kind of truck. All right. Here we have a kind of a question. The ground beef has been giving me acid reflux the last times. What is that about? I think a lot of it depends on how in the world the beef is stored and how it's cooked. And I think a lot of times, I've never gotten acid reflux from ground beef. The only time I've gotten anything like that was from vegetables. I would look into how you cook it. What I have noticed is that the more you cook ground beef, the more it bothers you. If I eat meat that's been overcooked, it will not digest like it should. I think you need to cut down on it, maybe reduce the amount that you cook it, or do what I do. I like to cook the ground beef in water. And if you're one of those people that use plant material, you could also add things like onions or garlic, whatever you want. But for me, I just put the ground beef in water and stir it up and cook it slowly until It's all cooked, but it's loose. Sort of like a sloppy Joe without the sauce. And then I eat it that way. But other people, they do better with the rare burger. They'll make the burger, and then they'll cook it on the outside, and then eat it rare. You're going to have to experiment, because I think in many ways we all tend to be individual. All right. But I'm sure, many of us in this channel will come up with ideas. And again, our resident big talker, I'm sure he has an idea. So check it out. I mean, it's up to you to try it, but we'll see. Makes me want to. I'm up yet. And Peter says, Rick's voice is super silky smooth. Puts me in a great mood. Well, thank you very much. And again, that's why you're always welcome on my channel, even though you're a quack like me. And you may not be the kind of person that some people like. Some people may get irritated by you, but that's okay. That's why we're here. People get irritated by me. My strange sense of humor has a tendency to drive a wedge between people. I'm not sure why, but now, are you eating the rendered fat? That's true. And I notice that some people do say that rendered fat could be a problem. Now, it's never been a problem for me. In fact, in my case, eating all the rendered fat helps me digest even better. But I think a lot of people that are not used to having that much fat, they can definitely have problems. So that's good advice. See, we have people here that can give you advice. Try it and see. If it doesn't work, try that out. Okay. Is it dry? Is it dry? I get that sometimes. So that might be the other problem. I have the same problem with slow cooked meat, histamines. And that's another thing. The crock pot is not for everybody. Now, what I've found, if you want to slow cook the meat, saturate it in beef tallow or cook it in water. Then it's fine. But if you slow cook meat in the open air, it tends to oxidize it, and I think it can cause problems. I get that problem too sometimes from the crock pot. Although iguana in the crock pot isn't so bad. I'm doing good spiritually. Unfortunately, I have such a sore throat. Okay. Yes. You might be catching that germ that you were mentioning before. So take it easy. Just listen. When you get over the sore throat, you'll be fine. I used to get a lot of sore throats as a kid, and I think it's related to blood sugar. I have a theory. Once you're able to get control of your blood sugar naturally, I think you will no longer get sore throats. For me, it's sinus. Sinus is what always gets me. But you know what? I would rather have sinus issues than a sore throat, because sore throats are the worst. You have trouble swallowing. It makes you cough. You feel terrible. It's just, there's nothing worse than a sore throat. Sinus issues, it's a nuisance. Our Rick sniffles all the time. That's a sinus problem. It's either genetic, or it could be the fact that I ate so much plant-based food when I grew up that maybe my facial structure is a little messed up. My teeth were definitely crooked. They still are on the bottom. The top straightened out. So it could be a lot of things. But it's like people get surgery. I know people that get knee surgery, back surgery, and all that. Unless you've had some type of traumatic event. Maybe you got in an accident, fell off a ladder, and they catch it early. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So if you had some type of drastic impact, the surgery can help. But I think for the genetic and chronic conditions, it doesn't really do much, which, what can you do? You're drinking a lot of water. That's a good point, too. Some people drink too much water, and then you won't be able to, digest it. You need to have enough stomach acid to be able to digest the meat. Coffee for quackers? There you go. If you like coffee, go for it. Oh, no, Tom, sorry, not doing well. So many factors for heartburn. Yes. Okay. We don't need words. Thomas. I was doing great. Then month 8, boom. I'm like with... Rick's voice is so soothing. Well, thank you. I talk so little. Yes. I just can't imagine. I don't even remember what you sound like. Okay. All right. There we go. Rancid's such a fun word. Yes. I'm so shy. That's correct. You're so shy, and I love duck food. I can't resist the donuts and the cake and the cookies and all that. So that's, yeah, I know what you mean. I stopped the water. I think it's the fat in the meat. Well, then you need to experiment with that. Just hanging in there. I can tell. I might be rancid. Anything's possible. Okay. Yes, I always like to drive-in theater. The reason I like drive-in theater, because there used to be one nearby, and anytime that you can have open space, that's a good thing. And besides the drive-in theater, they also had a flea market. And when you're a kid, you go to the flea market, especially back then, you found all kinds of interesting things. Okay. Smelled kind of weird. Our house manager said it should be okay, but it wasn't gray. The taste was so bad. Yeah, and that's the good thing about meat. It's pretty hard to eat meat that's gone bad. It is possible for people to eat things like rice and pasta that's gone bad and not really notice it until they're in the emergency room getting their stomach pumped. But generally with meat, one bite and you know whether it's good or bad. And our bodies are designed to recognize that. So if the meat doesn't taste good, when in doubt, throw it out. It's a shame that they would serve somebody bad stuff. Not good. What is Victorn? Victorn. I don't know. Maybe somebody else would know. Yeah, I heard surprisingly fewer fireworks. That's right. That's what I was telling a friend of mine. People are broke. They don't have the money to burn up on fireworks. And usually like today, you'd hear fireworks the day after. There's been nothing. After about midnight, it stopped. Most of the fireworks around here, I think, were the public displays they had at the park. There was a couple of neighbors that had it, and that was it. So people are definitely broke. The inflation of the Federal Reserve really messed us up. I'll be okay. There's the coffee. Okay. Try not pouring a ton of rendered fat. Yeah, for a week or so and see if that stops the heartburn. You can gradually add more fat into the reflux. That's good. Good advice, Peter. Give it a try. I saw you comment. Yes, Face IQ. Yes, I did. In fact, he even asked me if I wanted to be interviewed. And I told him yes. So maybe in the future he'll interview me. I don't know why a channel that is focusing on appearance would want to involve, to interview somebody like me. But I think it might have been because I've been on the carnivore diet so long, and the fact that I am 57 years old and can do the things I did when I was 25. That might be it. So I look forward to it. I generally respond yes. Even if the vegans wanted me on their channel, I would definitely respond yes. And I never charge anything for an interview. I just want to get the word out there because I do believe that some of the things I've experienced could be beneficial to some people. You think I should take a Tums or just sit up? Well, the few times that I've had it, I didn't see the purpose of taking Tums. It just seems like you're not solving the problem. What I like to do is to get some water and sit up straight and just take sips of water until the acid goes back down into the stomach where it belongs. That seems to be the best way of doing it. You get the acid reflux when you lay down and you're upright. Good question. Pretty wild night. So our neighbors are pretty heavy in the fireworks. Also, if you live in a more rural area, you may not have been hit as hard by inflation and high taxes like you are in the city. Lay down. Yeah, that's typically when it happens. So you might want to sit up, take a little bit of water. It'll go down. And Peter says the same thing. Try not to lay down, stay upright, and it will lessen. Tom, carnivores are invisible and silly little colds. They don't stand a chance. Well, I get sick about 3 times a year, but it's not that bad. That's right. Saturday morning DJ, how's the voice? Well, thank you. If it wasn't for my sinus issues, I'd be pretty good for the radio. I can feel about 3 hours sitting up, and when it goes to bed, 6 hours later and comes up. Thought it was a catfish I was eating. Haven't had any catfish the last few days. Huh. I got to think about that one. Although I know some people, I think one of them that's on this channel that was experiencing heartburn, found that eating sauerkraut actually helped. So don't be afraid of the plants. Plants can be powerful medicine for short term. If you're trying to adapt to the carnivore lifestyle, I know people that have actually eaten plant material and it helped. So, in fact, I know somebody that said that having an orange seemed to help with the heartburn. But try that with the meat first. And if you have to add plant material, you can do that. But remember, it'll be short term. Once you get used to it, you won't need it anymore. Rick, we are carnivore freaks. I know I am. The natural fat in the ground meat. Rendered basically means that the meat has separated from its cellular, the fat has separated from its cellular structure. Fat cells there's like a little cell, and then there's a membrane around it, and it stores material in the form of a lipid or fat. And what happens is when you heat it up, that membrane bursts and the fat runs out. That's what tallow and lard are all about. And when you cook it down, the leftover pieces of the cell they contain proteins that can become crispy. So you might call that cracklins. So you take strips of fat, you heat them up, and then you get the tallow or lard, and then the rest of it is a cracklins. It's like pork rinds. Pork rinds are basically the same concept. It's a pork skin, you heat the fat runs out, and then you get the pork skin. So that's pretty good. But yes, he will not say my name. All right. I had serious problems with too much rendered fat. I had to back off and slowly reintegrate. There you go. Too much rendered fat can give you, digestive issues. And I see DS111 is here. Iguana. I don't want to try carnivore. I think a lot of people see me and they get scared. This is the reason why you don't see me return to the popular channels. I may be interviewed once or twice, and then after that it's radio silence, because I'm the guy out there that is catching wild chickens, ducks, and iguanas and cooking them up. And that is not popular in this community. Also, the fact that I am a no BS carnivore, and I can recognize a used car salesman when I see him. So, rendered meaning has been cooked down. That is correct. It is a melted fat that comes from the beef. Yes. Treating it cold with your meat, that might help. Now, it's interesting because your body is almost 100 degrees. So any fat that you eat will be rendered out just from being inside of you. But I guess the difference is when you take a lot of rendered fat at once, it's almost like a laxative. And I think when your system's not used to it, it's going to float to the top of your stomach, go through your intestines. Now, I remember years ago, they used to say that for people that had digestive issues, they would give you lard as a medicine. And you would eat lard constantly every day, a spoonful of lard. And after a few weeks, it would get rid of the chronic diarrhea and the pains. And it actually did work, because I know a lot of people that did that. But I don't know. Old wisdom, who knows? All right? Can't do cold fat or butter. If you can't do it, you can't do it. I was cooking it too much, I bet. That might be it. Eat something fatty and drink a lot of fluid. The fat will float to the top and create issues from some. Kilt says we drink too much water. And he might be right. I ride my bike long distances and never drink water. You never see me with a water bottle. So yes, it's true. Cold butter is so silky and creamy, like a dessert to me. Papa's a man of few words because he's used them all already. That's right. Driving was so much. Yeah, it was. The problem is that real estate development took that space and turned it into shopping centers and homes. That's what happened to the ones here. Okay. Just got done cutting grass and pulling weeds in garden. My sinus is plugged up a little. I have a submucous cleft palate and a split uvula. There was years of speech therapy to learn how to talk. Oh, that's interesting. I think a lot of us do have these issues to deal with, and I notice that your voice does tend to have sort of fluctuations in it, so that explains it. But it's good, though, because you've been able to overcome it and have a relatively good following on your channel and good health and a lot of talent. And that's great. You know, what's worse is when a person can't do anything and they don't attempt to do anything. That's the thing. You know, you could be given a lot of obstacles, but you find a way to continue on despite the obstacles. I have a lot of respect for people like that. And that's a good thing. It's definitely a possibility. Can you try grilling the meat? Yes, it helps get rid of some of the fat instead of frying its own grease. You won't be able to save the fat, though, for later. That's true. Or you can do what I do. You can use one of those griddle pans that has the little grid pieces in it, and then you can save the fat afterwards. You dump it into a container, and that's how I got a lot of my beef tallow. So you can do that too. Yes. Can't do it. Hot and melted. Oh, yeah. There you go. You said it regarding movies. Yes. That's exactly how I feel. Do you drink plain water or mineral water? I drink well water and rainwater. And again, that makes me one of the oddballs here. One day, Tanya, fireworks are a huge waste of money. That's true, unless you make them from fertilizer like I used to. I'm sure the government would not appreciate that, but that's been decades ago. Statute of limitations has run out probably about the time that Clinton was president, so I have nothing to worry about. They've gotten so expensive. Yeah, the pop fireworks, everything's expensive. I'm using tallow bears lately. I'm not sure what that is. Cold and melted yum. And I see Bruce doesn't know what that is. Okay. Yes, I'm a sniffer. I know the feeling. Change every 7 years. That's a polite way of saying she doesn't like my food. Well, it's her loss, right? Last one was saggy pants era. Oh, boy. Yeah, they still have that in some of the ghetto neighborhoods here. Tallow bears and butterballs. Rick, you do have really nice skin and great hair. Well, I don't know about my skin, but I definitely have great hair. I mean, think about it. How many 57-year-olds do you know that have hair like this? Very, very few. Okay. I do butter coffee all morning, so I get plenty. All right. Oh, look, Johnny's here. Hello, Rick. I'm at work, but have 30 minutes that I can watch. Anytime that you can watch, that's good. That's great. And usually on a normal day by this time, we would all be watching Mitch. I know I will be tomorrow. So, coffee keeps me full till dinner. Fatty coffee. Nice. Nice. I live in Texas. The inflation, taxes around here are relatively lower. They're low here except for the property taxes, which are out of control, thanks to the idiots from New York and California. Render fat is all the residual fat left in the pan. Okay. Yep. Huh, I'm a chef. Okay. I wouldn't mind trying iguana if it's prepared well. Well, maybe one day we'll get you an iguana. Salvage a tallow that came from the beef I cooked, even though the beef was bad. And, you know, a lot of times the tallow may still be good, even when the meat starts to go bad, and I've done this many times, but the fat is a very stable molecule, and it's much less likely to go bad. In fact, I've even had beef tallow that was improperly rendered, that still had some of the cells and other materials in it that smelled rancid, and I went ahead and rendered it out, and I was able to get clean tallow out of that. I use steam to render it out. It's the same way that they deodorize vegetable oils using steam. You can actually do the same thing with tallow. But because tallow is more stable, it works a lot better. Yeah, I used to pour the rendered fat from the pan over my meat, as delicious as it is, but had to stop it. But I eat cold butterballs. Right, that makes sense. I think a lot of it too, if you eat the fat rendered, it's going to mix with the stomach acid. But if you eat the fat unrendered, low cooked or raw, it's going to go through your stomach and end up in your small intestine where it can be digested. So that kind of makes sense. That's a good thing. Go screenshot. Okay. Question. Do you put a limit on the amount of cheese you eat? 8 ounces is my maximum per day because that's what comes in a package. I eat a lot more cheese than a lot of people, although some days I eat none. It all depends on how I feel. Some days I might up the yogurt and reduce the cheese. I don't really pay attention to what I eat. I kind of let what I want dictate and what I have. So that's pretty good. I've been eating a lot less cheese, though, since I've had bacon. So that might be part of it. It's on the high hill country. It must be where the floods are. The rendered fats would make a great 50s jazz swing band name. That is true. That is very true. The whole water thing, something I agreed. I'm a strong believer in hydration. Well, the thing about water, in my opinion, is it depends on your location. If you're in a cold climate, I don't know what you need water for. You're not going to be losing it. But if you're in a place like Florida where you sweat like if you're in a sauna 24 hours a day, water is a good thing because what goes out has to come in somehow. If you keep sweating it out and you don't have any water, that's not good. Yeah, your thirsty drink, if pretty simple. That's correct. Drone shows in other places. I guess that's interesting. There's still a drive-in. We had a drive-in a few hours from here, about an hour and a half, called Thunderbird, but I think they shut that down. It's only a matter of time before they build a bunch of apartments there. The main thing they do now is build apartments, more and more apartments, because they seem to think they can raise the rent forever. I love well water. We have springs here. Well, that's good. Must be North Florida. Should we divulging Aaron's secret identity like that? I'm sure the broccoli man would. Yeah, right? Kiltz needs to mention, individualized, it depends on weather, activity, and health status. He's the one that says pregnant women should fast. True, I used his lives constantly a few years ago. Yep. One thing's too much fat. People on a gallbladder, one's not working well. You need to take some ox bile if you're having problems with it. Good advice. Frugal Pepper has an idea. If the other advice doesn't work, try that. Try the ox bile. Who is Mitch? You don't know Mitch? Well, if you don't know Mitch, all you got to do is go on YouTube at 8:30 every morning except Saturday and look for Old Guy Carnivore. As Thomas says, Mitch is Old Guy Carnivore, and I will show you Old Guy Carnivore's channel if you want, because, again, if you like my channel and you want one that's even better, you want to check out Old Guy Carnivore. Why can't I get, hold on, let me see. What is this? Oh, here we go. So we'll go to YouTube. Come on. There we go. I don't want to leave YouTube. No. Okay. All right. And I see Jonathan also has his live. You can feel free to go join Jonathan if you wish. That's fine. Let's see. Subscriptions. Here we go. Follow the cigar to Old Guy Carnivore. And you can see that every day he has a live. All right. And got videos. So if you don't know Mitch, look for Old Guy Carnivore. He has about 44,700 subscribers. Let's see if we can get him to 45,000 subscribers. That's fantastic. I wonder when he started. I know he's been online for a long time. Oh, okay, so he started this channel 2018, which is good. Who has the oldest channel in the carnivore space on YouTube? I think it's this quack. Look at that. July 12, 2007. So that means on July 12, 2025, is that 18 years? Wait a minute. 2007. Interesting. So 2017, 10 years. 2027 would be 20 years. Yeah, it'd be 18 years. So, and that's going to be next week, isn't it? July 12th. July 12th is next week. Huh. Today's the 5th. 5 and 7 is 12. So next Live at 8 with Rick will be my YouTube anniversary. And also, hopefully, the time when we have a celebrity guest that we all know about. So we look forward to having our very first celebrity guest on the live stream that's been almost 18 years. And you can see I have almost 3,500 subscribers. Almost. Maybe I'll reach it. Could I reach 4,000 subscribers by the end of the year? It's possible. Could I reach 10,000? I suppose. Could I reach 100,000? Not a chance. Anyway. All right. So, I got comments as well. All right. Anyway, let me go back to this. All right. I want to come to Rick's house and have some iguana. One of these days, you can come here. We'll go to the canal with a crossbow and get some. 78 and Y Smart. When does he go live? 8:30. I want to come to Rick's house and save an iguana. Well, I can save one for you. You can eat. He'll be live, Lexi, tomorrow morning at 8:30. Yep. Right. As a sailor, dehydration comes pretty fast. You got to go with what your body wants. Once it's been trained to want the right things, trust the instinct. That's there for a reason. Yes. What is iguana's diet? Anything they can get. Plants, insects. They do love to eat plants, but they also eat insects. And they say that iguanas are eating more insects now, especially since they've been out here in Florida. So anyway, kind of wild some days. I'm thirsty, didn't do anything major. Sit in the sauna, sweat, and not be thirsty for hours. That's true. Well, Miami is a sauna, so if you live here, you get free sauna every single day. You don't even have to do anything for it. I almost missed iguana because I thought that was a donut in the canal. So much trash. Well, donuts are trash, but yes, what it is, people have swimming pools here, and when we get a storm, a lot of times their pool floats will blow into the canal or the lake, and then they collect where the canal floats to, whichever direction the wind blows in. So that is one of the things that happens. Plus all the garbage. There's a homeless camp not that far away. A lot of garbage flows out of there. So it does happen. Sorry I'm late. Been to the butcher's. You're fine. Set for the week. That's great. And let's see. Lady June. Yes. No one's ever late here. That is correct. Fasting. 24-hour, 3-day fast with only water. Has anyone dry fasted? No. I have my own word for fasting. It's called starving. And when you're as skinny as me, starving is never a good idea. Hi, everyone. Hello. Good point, Aaron. Especially if Rick is on for 5 hours. Yep. We all float down here. Right. Time to go feed my duck and go outside for a bit before it gets hot. Well, that's great. And there's retired Rick Carnivore. And I say good morning, and he has the duck symbol right there, so we know that he's one of the quacks. Another channel you might want to check out, I think he has, is it a Wednesday night? I forget when you have your live stream. The problem is I'm usually working late, but I think it's a hump day or Wednesday or something like that. Don't know, come and go. There you go. What a wonderful reason to be late. Gone to the butcher's. I agree. We got some coffees and hellos and byes and morning. Yes, I need to make a bacon run sometime. That is great. Just made mine. Yes, that might be a good thing. So let's see if it all comes together. 18-year anniversary for YouTube. Maybe we have a celebrity guest. We'll see how long he stays here before he gets scared away. Maybe 5 minutes, because I am one of the least important carnivore channels, or it might be longer. If he's smart, he'll hang around here for a while and have some fun, because this is the most interesting group of people on the carnivore community. Never dry fasted. No, I'm not good at wet fasting. I'm not good at starving. I'd rather eat, personally. Now, if you happen to be obese or you have other health issues, the fasting may be very beneficial, especially if you're a duck food eater, you're used to grazing all the time. I can see where the fasting would make a difference. Now, you have to remember, everybody, including Dr. Kiltz, comes from a background of duck food. You know, his family was Italian, and you know how Italians love their carbohydrates. It's like Latin Americans. Here in Miami, we got the Cubans, we got the Guatemalans, we got the Haitians, we got well, Haitians are not Latin American, but still, they're Caribbean. We have all the island people. We have people from Central and South America. They have a poor culture. Most of their cultures are farming based, so carbohydrates are their thing. So it's a little bit of a challenge to get them away from that. But fasting can work. Bacon turned out perfect. Great. Practice makes perfect. It can be tricky to make bacon run unless you're raising your own pork. Okay? Got lots of beef and lamb, pork and chicken. Now I'm in heaven. That sounds great. Can't run very fast. Well, that's because your foot is not 100%. But, you know, you do what you can. That's the main thing. Schedule videos, sometimes it's so poopy. Today's video should have went live a couple hours ago. Yeah, you're right. Sounds good. Oh, it was never meant to go public. I was putting videos out there in 2007, but they were all deleted. I think there might be one video left from my original videos. Miami sounds like Carnivore's Paradise. Should I consider moving there? Nope. Nope. Oh, I have a phone call.
Hello.
Mr. Rick, how you doing this morning?
I'm good.
Tell Papa I can't give my real name yet, but this is the fake Carrie. I guess I can go by Jason right now, but just wanted to give you a call. I promise you that, and here I am giving you a call to kind of talk things over here.
All right. Well, that's great. Now we can get the information out there and see what's going on. I thought it was funny. I thought the whole thing was quite interesting. I don't think that the real Carrie really enjoyed it, but his sense of humor is probably degraded. He's probably more interested in being popular than being funny.
And that's the thing, you know. I'm new to this space. I'm about 33 days in, and I was drawn to your channel because I love your sense of humor, and that's why. Yeah, I found Homestead Hell first, watched his videos, and I was like, you know what, I want to have some fun. I like to have a sense of humor, and I was drawn to your channel, and I saw Homestead Hell. He kept saying, hey, I'm going to make this documentary, and it kind of seemed like it was getting postponed, and I was like, you know, I'm going to have some fun here, and I created that. It was a parody account, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't anything to. I'm not trying to get money from anybody. You saw that when I was, you know, conversating in your chat.
Yeah.
And
well,
I think
the Monticello Theater. I actually went to Carrie's channel. Remember, I said, "Oh, if you want to donate, here's the link." And I went to Carrie's channel to show that it's not possible. There's no way they can donate to you because you don't have a link. I mean, it's a parody account.
The thing. Yes. And when Carrie put out that super chat and semi-retired Bob's channel, that's when I said, you know what, let me give Rick a call and explain this because it's gotten a little too far, but that's where I was coming from. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wasn't sure if it was AI, but I realize it's probably a person. Because the thing is,
you know,
the reason I've been criticizing, and I'm not criticizing Carrie, I think he's a fine person, but I think this whole documentary thing has just gone its own way. And you can see somebody else put the documentary, the animal documentary. No one's talking about it. It's just another movie that's made. And if you watch Mitch's channel, you'll see that Mitch actually mentioned that. People make these documentaries, and they don't really appeal to a mass audience.
That's right. That's 100% right. And, yeah. But when I read that super chat, man, I felt so bad because I didn't want to get you banned from anything. That wasn't my intention. I was just trying to have a little fun.
Well, you didn't get me banned. It's some short-sighted idiot that did it. You didn't go and click, oh, I'm going to ban Rick. This is just either his channel has taken a mind of its own, and he's got people that are doing it for him, or he did it himself, in which case he's going to have to fess up to it. Now, he promised me he'd be on my channel next week, and I don't pull the punches. If he comes on the channel, I'm going to confront him with the truth and see what's going on. Now, he's a politician, I don't know, politician, maybe ambassador. I call him the carnivore ambassador. That's what I've always called him.
Yep.
He's always diplomatic. So I seriously doubt that he's going to go there and trash my channel. But I can see the subtle hints. You know, the last video he made about carnivore channels to avoid and carnivore channels to watch, I noticed how he mentioned Mitch the first time. I think what he's trying to do is make himself look good with the carnivore community. I think that
That's all it is. Yeah.
I think I had more of an effect than I thought, which, again, is good because he hasn't broken down and said, oh, that Rick guy, he's full of this and that. He never said anything bad about me. So, because I know that if he did that, that would negatively impact his channel. It'd be like,
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
so he's trying to be diplomatic
what
about it.
What I can do, Rick, is if you guys have that, is that going to be like on a live or just a YouTube? You guys are going to record it and put it out there, or how's that going to work?
He hasn't contacted me. Now, I know he's got a lot more important things to do than, talk to me. The last time I talked to him was about 2 years ago when we had the 24-hour. So I'm not in his inner circle. He sent me that email, and that's all I've gotten. I don't know if he's going to try to call in. I'm going to probably set up one of these streaming things like maybe the EV Mux or the StreamYard to do it live, have that option. But either way, he hasn't said anything. If he wants to do it private, we'll do that. But I'd prefer it be on live so that everybody can put their comments in here, and then we can go through it.
Yeah, that works. And you know what? If you guys do have that conversation, I'm taking full credit. The fake Carrie, BP, yeah, tell Booby Goats it is. I am BP707. That's my name.
Right.
And, yeah, that's what I go by. So I wanted to call him in and just, I don't want you to be upset with me, man. I feel bad. We can take it offline, but I would love to send you a carnivore care package, man. That's
I
how
am
sorry
not-
I am for all this.
I'm not upset with you. In fact, if I would have been upset with you, I would have said, I'm going to remove you from my channel. But instead,
Okay.
I made a joke out of it because I figured it's either AI, but then the more that it went through, I figured this is somebody that's got some kind of grievance, and he wants to go on my channel, or she wants to go on my channel and explain it. I'm going to let it ride. And the thing is that what really is disrespectful is that Carrie did not email me about it. And I actually emailed him the first time. Now, the first time, I don't know if that was you or somebody else, but the first time that it looked like Carrie, but when I clicked on it, it went nowhere. I don't know if that was you or somebody else.
Are you talking about when you were looking at the YouTube channel?
Well, on June 7th, the first time that somebody said Homestead How, and, if it's, how did he put it? If you had a better idea, why don't you make your own movie or something like that? And then Kurt called in and said that he thinks it was a fake account, and I kind of had that feeling too. I don't know if that was you or if that was somebody else.
That might have been someone else.
Okay.
That early on, yeah.
That's what I figured. Now, I was thinking, could it be Carrie? Because Peter thought it might be Carrie. But I emailed him to let him know, and I actually made a copy of the email. I put it in my what is that called? The posts or the messages.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, so people could read it. In fact, I can pull that up now. But I'm just trying to put it out there because it seemed really strange to me. And it was kind of shocking. I'm like, well, why would Carrie come on my channel? Does he actually watch my channel? But he never comments on it. And I figured if he had a concern, he would email me and say, well, Rick, I don't want anybody doing this or that. And then I would put the email up on my page and I'd tell everybody what happened. That's just the way that I am.
Yeah, I remember that after all this happened that weekend afterwards, you had, I think, the highest amount of people watching. So if you made any money, any commission, I'd like a percentage of that if that'd be possible.
Well, there you go. I've made a total of $8 since I started YouTube almost 18 years ago. So I'll give you all the $8. Obviously, I'm
All right,
not.
I'm gonna let you go here. I gotta. Me and my family are going camping here. I'm packing up. I'm in California time, so it's about 6:30 almost.
Okay. Well, enjoy your camping
And
trip.
I'm gonna call you. Yeah, just even though you might say no, let me send you something, man. You might, and just I ask that you keep my information private.
I keep everybody's information private unless they request that I mention them online. Like,
All right.
a couple of my other friends did. Our friend Kurt, he mentioned. I said, okay, I'll mention it. But I generally keep it under wraps. I'm pretty private about my own life, but I'm pretty easy to find if you know what to look for.
Yeah, and just one last thing. With Carrie's super chat, I wasn't trying to solicit any money, man. I just want to make that clear. That's crazy.
Oh, I know that. Look, I can figure that out. I'm sure most of my viewers know that as well. You can ask any of them. But somebody, either Kerry himself or somebody on his team, they're probably, their mind isn't exactly tuned in like ours is, and they can't see the humor. The problem is it's turning into a religion. Politics and religion are the two things you can't talk about. People get offended, and when it gets to that point, there's no way of solving the problem.
That's right. All right. Well, I will talk to you later. I appreciate you having me on to just talk it out a little bit, and I'll get in touch and we'll send you a little care package.
Thank you very much, and enjoy your camping trip.
Thank you, Rick. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Well, there you go. You can see that the fake Kerry account, we know who it is. We know it's a real person. It was not AI, so that's good. And I see that, I can hear that he is sorry for what happened, but you have nothing to be sorry for. It was not your fault. The fault lies squarely with Homestead How. It's Kerry that ultimately has a responsibility. If something happens on my channel, who has a responsibility? Let's say that one of you got banned. Who is the person that needs to fix it? It's me. It's Rick. I'm not going to pass the blame. I'm not going to say, well, this person did this or this person did that. No. Oh, we have another call.
Hello?
Hi, Rick.
Yes.
This is Tom, your frugal prepper.
Hey! What's going on?
Oh, not much. I finally got to call in. I'm normally busy on Saturday mornings, so I don't get to watch too much or call in, but I got stuff done for the long weekend on Thursday because I took Thursday off and Friday, so I got this morning pretty free, so I figured I'd call in.
I know, I see your videos. You're always working on some project. You're like me. You're probably doing mechanical work. I do electric and plumbing, so I know how that works.
Yeah, I'm always fixing cars. I do some of my own electrical stuff, but I don't do it for people because if it catches on fire, I don't want to catch the charges,
Oh, yeah. Well, that's why I get paid cash, and then I'll just deny it. It's like, what? I didn't do it. There's no financial trail. They can't prove anything.
Yeah. But I'm always working on the garden and working in the yard, too.
Well, working in the garden is going to make you live longer. I tell everybody, it's a proven fact that people who garden live longer than those that don't.
Yeah, you get a lot of exercise just pulling the weeds and keeping things pruned, and you get a lot of sweat out there, too. It's like...
and plus, it takes a lot of balance, and you have to move around, plus you get the sunlight, plus you get the air. Gardening, I think, is the best activity. People that stay inside all day, I think they have a disadvantage.
Yeah. Just, but it's been really hot here lately. I'm not as hot as it is in Miami, but it's been really hot. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, it's hot here. You should see how much we sweat down here. It's terrible.
I've never been as far south as Miami. I think I've been to Tampa, Orlando. I've been to Cocoa Beach. I've been to Clearwater, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been to, I like to go to Kissimmee.
Right.
We stay in a hotel there, and there's a fun spot amusement park. They have a full auto machine gun shoot. They have lots of fun stuff to do there.
Mm-hmm.
But I dream of one day just buying a small place in Florida or southern Georgia, but probably the northern part of Florida to move to in the winter time.
Smart
and then
move.
Come back into Ohio for the summertime.
Mm-hmm.
North
Florida's better because when you come down here, you got to go 8 hours just to get out of this stupid state, and everybody and their family wants to live here. I mean, this is the septic tank of Florida. They keep filling it up until it's overflowing. It's time for a good pumping, but we haven't had a hurricane in 100 years, so we'll see what happens.
I mean, the farther south you get in Florida, the crazier it gets, the more populated and crazier it gets, and the traffic is just unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I have to go into Florida driver mode to become an aggressive driver. And then when I get back to Ohio, I'm like driving all aggressive, and people are like looking at me like I'm crazy.
Yeah, it's a shame. My mother was originally from Ohio. We had a friend that lived there. But it said recently, though, some places have become overpopulated. They had a bunch of Haitians there and a bunch of refugees, and they started filling up some of these towns, and then it caused prices to go up.
Well, I'm from Springfield, Ohio, where we have the Haitians coming in like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, the Haitians bought the house beside me. I have Haitian neighbors. There's like 14 or 15 of them over there right now.
See?
But they've been really good neighbors. They really take care of the yard. They're teaching their little kids English. I mean, one of them was out there the other day. He could have been like 40 years old, and he was singing A, B, C, D, E, F, G, you know. And but some of them aren't such good people.
Yeah.
You know.
It's like anything else.
Yeah. So I don't know. I kind of have mixed feelings about it. Like when I go to the license bureau to get my license tags renewed or whatever, it's like an hour and a half wait, and it's just full of Haitian people, and they can't keep up, and they don't speak English, and they're trying to use charts to show them stuff. And now they're all trying to get their special driver's license that'll let them fly on an airplane. Because we have like a driver's license that just is a driver's license, and then the special one that's the federal ID or whatever to fly on airplanes and stuff.
Real ID.
Yeah, and they get like $6,000 if they leave when their temporary protected status is up in August.
Oh, wow.
They're going to give them $6,000 to just leave voluntarily.
That sounds
and
good.
And so they're all trying to get their special driver's license so they can leave, and then they can go over there and reapply to come back.
Right.
But if they don't leave voluntarily and they have to deport them, they're going to get deported and they'll never be allowed to come back. So
that's actually pretty fair. I mean, shoot, they give them more money than they give us. Might as well self-deport.
Yeah, I mean, the Haitians beside me, they work like crazy. They're working 3 shifts a day. I mean, you see them come back from one job, and they all load in a van and come back, and then a couple hours later, they're leaving for another job. And they work like crazy. They bought the house beside me for $250,000 cash. You know, but they're always working, and they work these really crappy jobs like dole fresh vegetable, chopping lettuce, or at the chicken processing center, slicing up chickens. And they just work and work.
There are a lot in the meatpacking industry, that's for sure. The only problem I've had is when you have people willing to work for very little, and they pile up, they drive up the cost of real estate, and they drive down the wages, and that's the issue. Until they get to the point where they don't accept that anymore, then they become like us, and then things balance out.
Yeah, and our property taxes have gone way up. They valued our property higher.
See?
For instance, the house beside me that they paid $250 for was on the market for $180. And they came in and told the owner, "We'll give you $250 cash if you can be out by the end of the week." And so he got a truck and moved out. You know?
Right.
So now that makes my property go way up in value. My property 10 years ago was valued at $42,000. And today it's like $86,000.
Right.
So, and my house isn't nearly as nice as theirs. Theirs is newer. But still, the houses around you selling higher make your property go up.
And that's the problem. People get excited when their value goes up. I said, well, that just means your rent goes up. Because in the United States, you're not allowed to own property. For some reason, we accept this, which I think people are going to have to start fighting against. Say, look, let's get rid of this nonsense. We're going to get rid of the property tax. We're going to just have fees for your services. But the problem is the tax gives them a lot of leeway to steal money. They can put out a bunch of bonds, do all kinds of things, and then nothing gets done. And here in Miami, the more taxes you pay, the worse the roads are, and the more run down, the less services you get. When there's less money, it seems like things work better. It's really weird.
Yeah, I know, like, our roads are just it's nothing but potholes patched on top of potholes, and they haven't redone the roads in forever. It's great for working on cars because you get to repair suspensions all day long. But, yeah, we have a coming up on the ballot. I think it's going to be next May. They were trying to get on for this November, but it's going to be next May. We're going to vote on whether we're eliminating property taxes in the state of Ohio.
There you go. If that happens, real estate's going to go way up.
Yeah. And, like, even people who rent think, I don't pay property taxes, but their landlord's building that cost into their rent.
That's right.
And, just getting the word out there to get, because everybody says, well, how are we going to fund the schools? And it's like, the Ohio schools are like, I think they're maybe 10th in the country.
Mm-hmm.
They're just terrible. And it's like, why are you paying them all this money for schools when they're not doing a good job teaching your kids,
What it's turned into is a slush fund for the state retirement fund, and it's all floating in the stock market. All that money they're throwing to the schools goes right into the pockets of the well-connected.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and like the government, I used to have a government job, and I didn't have to pay Social Security. I got to do PERS. So my Social Security taxes went away, and my PERS payments weren't anything compared to how much my Social Security was. So I made more.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, wait, the government invented Social Security, but yet the government employees don't have to have Social Security.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And it's the same thing with teachers. They have an SERS.
They did that when I worked at the college. It was a CRF, or what is it, TIA-CREF fund.
Yeah. And it's like, if the Social Security is so great and the government invented it for everybody, why don't the government employees use it? You get good retirement with the pension and guaranteed health insurance for the rest of your life.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't get crap from Social Security,
Right.
It's like...
That's right. Well, the good thing is that the worse things get, the more people are going to wake up and realize what's really happening, and they may have to change it. But there's always a new scam. They're always looking for a way to take advantage of people. Because the parasite class, they don't do things, real things. They don't fix anything. They don't build anything. All they do is take. The politicians, all these leaders, they're just parasites, basically. They're worthless. You could get rid of all of them, and your living standards would increase.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, so you have these big corporations like Walmart that pay people very small wages, and then they hand them forms like, here's how you apply for your food stamps, here's how you apply for your medical benefits.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it. They're poor people, and they're working hard, and they need those benefits to make a living, to make it. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, we're paying taxes for all those benefits so that they can get them, and then Walmart doesn't have to pay a living wage,
mm-hmm.
and then Walmart gets to pocket all the money.
Right. Well, that's it. And then it's like you said, with the migrants, they take advantage of them because they're desperate. They can get them to work jobs that nobody else will work for that low pay. And you go to a store and nobody speaks English, and half the time you can't find anything, and that's the result.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't know about Miami, but here they're locking up all the tools at Walmart and Home Depot and Lowe's.
Oh, yeah.
And, everything's under lock and key. And it's I don't even go in there and shop anymore. I'll be like, that looks like a nice ratchet. I'd like to see that. I'd like to buy one.
Mm-hmm.
And you try to get somebody, and 45 minutes later, nobody's come back with the key to unlock the cabinet.
Mm-hmm. I've gotten so frustrated in there. One time I got mad. I needed something fast, and nobody would come. I walked over to the bolt cutters. I cut the lock on that stupid grid or whatever that was. I opened it up. I got what I needed and paid and left. I would probably still be there waiting.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, hey, I'm calling everybody. It's like, well, maybe I'll get somebody if I cut it with the bolt cutters. If they want to try to arrest me, I'll sue the store. I've been there. I need it now. But normally what I'll do, I'll order the stuff and keep it in stock. I have my own stock of fittings and electrical items and everything. And I usually hit the electrical supply down the street. They have a counter. They can give it to me. But it's ridiculous. They got all the circuit breakers locked in there. Sometimes I can reach in there sideways. It's so funny, they got a cage on the front, and you reach around the back. You go to the other aisle in the back. If you got arms, you reach in there and pull it out, and I get it that way.
Wow.
But it's sad that people, it's amazing. It never used to be like that. That's the really funny part.
Yeah, it used to be like you would just run over there, grab what you needed, and leave.
Right.
And here lately, it's like, well, I hate to have to go to Lowe's or Home Depot and wait on somebody to unlock it. Let me see if they got it on Amazon. Let me see if they got it anywhere else online. Can they get it by tomorrow?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And they're I think they're killing themselves eventually doing
Well-
that. They need to come up with some other way to secure the store and secure the items.
The thing is that nobody cares about long term. Nowadays, it's all about stock market. So instead of a company producing a usable product, what they want to do, they want to get their stock price up. And they figured out the ultimate insider trading. They do the same thing with the bond market. They just buy back their own stock, and the government buys back its own bonds to set the interest rates. So if they can keep the interest rates low, these companies can borrow money, buy back their own stock, and they just keep losing money, but they get paid in stock options. So they don't care. I mean, their salary, they don't want a high salary because they'll have to pay more income tax because wages are taxed higher, but capital gains, and then they can have losses, and when the company goes bankrupt, they put the losses forward. They walk away with golden parachutes, and everybody else walks away with a bunch of dog turds. And that's all they care. It's all short term. How can we extract more wealth for the next 3 months? That's their way of thinking.
Yeah, I look at it as they're killing the goose that laid the golden egg so they can get a few extra gold eggs right now.
That's right.
You know.
And they know the Fed's going to bail them out, so they don't care. They don't care if they wipe out every company. The Fed will just print another $20 trillion in QE, throw it into the market. They can build a bunch more apartments, cash in on that, let them sit empty. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize, like, anytime you have a loan from a bank or a credit union that's federally backed by the FDIC or the NCUA, if you take out a loan to buy a car and you don't pay it, and say you hide the car and they can't repo it and they lose all that money, they don't really lose that money. It's federally insured. As long as they met the loan guidelines, ran the right credit checks, did all the right paperwork, they get reimbursed from that.
Mm-hmm.
From the FDIC.
Yeah.
So they're not actually losing any money. Again, they're printing fake money at the Federal Reserve and handing it out, you know, which essentially makes your money worth less and less. You know?
Yeah. What they do, basically all the banks create money out of nothing. They use whatever the so-called asset is as a basis for creating the money. And then they take that so-called money and they buy bonds with it. That's why the government debt has to keep increasing. This is why all these people I know that were like Trump fanatics, he's going to cut the budget. I said, he ain't going to cut nothing. The thing has to keep going up exponentially to keep the game going. You just wait and see. Well, Elon and Trump are going to cut everything. And I'm like, baloney. Oh, Rick, you're negative. You're always negative. Blah, 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 blah. I said, I'm not negative. I'm telling you the basic mathematics. They can't do it. If they cut it, it's like if you're up in the air and you're hanging by a rope and you cut that rope, you're going to go straight down and crash. They have to lie to you, tell you they're going to fix the problem so you don't freak out, and then just struggle and do the same thing over and over again. It's just extend and pretend. That's the game.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the national debt goes, I remember, like, back when I was in middle school, I think they were talking about the debt was going to cross or had crossed $1 trillion, the national debt, and everybody was like, oh, my goodness, $1 trillion. And now it's like, yeah, a trillion's not too bad, because now we're at like 20 or 30 trillion, you know, and it's like you don't pay that kind of debt off. What you do is inflate it away, and then you make it so that that amount of money doesn't seem like that much money, right? You used to be able to go to the vending machine at school and buy a pop for 35 cents, and now it's $2.35, you know.
Right. Well, that's it.
And just everything's going up in price. I always tell people things don't cost any more than they used to, right? So my mom I was talking to her the other day, and she said it was like 1965. They went to Tennessee, and they were upset because gas was going to be 25 cents a gallon in Tennessee. So they filled up for 19 cents a gallon right before they crossed the border. And I said, okay, you take that quarter. That quarter, then 1965, what was it made out of? 90% silver. How much is that quarter worth today? About $3, $3.50, depending on the price of silver, just for its silver content. What can you buy with that $3 a gallon of gas? Right, so the gas doesn't cost any more. The money's just worth less.
Right.
You know.
That's why they're getting rid of the penny. The money is so valueless, they can't even make pennies. You know, for anything that it costs them more than a penny to make a penny.
Yeah, yeah.
Pretty soon they're going to get
And
rid of.
Canadians did away with their pennies a long time ago. But.
Well, that's it. That's because of the constant inflation. But the thing is that most people just don't understand. They talk about, well, things are getting more expensive. I said, you got to realize technology by its nature is deflationary, which means if you build a TV set and you have to have like 5 women soldering to make a TV set, it's going to cost more money than if you have a printed circuit board and it's etched and all the parts are placed by a robot. That TV that used to cost you $300 in 1970 would cost you in the same money $10. But because of the Federal Reserve's inflation, they charge you $150 and you think you're getting a deal. But all that value has been stolen by the banking class. And all these people, you see Wall Street and Los Angeles, all these big cities, they're stuck. They're like parasites stuck into the economy. And they're sucking. It's like here in Miami Beach and all that. They're sucking the money out of the economy. So all that inflation, that tax that we pay, goes straight to them through the banking system.
And, another thing is people always using debit and credit cards. Vendors are paying 3 to 5% of that to the credit card processing company. And all that credit card processing company do is they run that transaction through a computer. It takes milliseconds and see if it's approved or declined if you have a high enough credit balance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they say approved, declined, and they process millions and millions and millions of those transactions. And they're getting 3 to 5% for every transaction, and they're just getting that money for free.
Mm-hmm.
So the vendors are now building that into the cost of their products.
Right.
And, you're giving away free money, so I always try to spend cash whenever I can, especially with smaller local vendors. But a lot of people have just gotten out of the whole cash thing. Like when I work on cars, I only do it for green cash.
Mm-hmm.
And people are like, oh, I have to go to the bank, I have to get some money. And, they're just so used to whipping out their debit card and swiping it.
Mm-hmm.
And, if you take that $50 that you spend somewhere and then they turn around and spend it and use debit, they take 3 to 5% of that, and then the next person takes it and spends it, pays 3 to 5%. They're getting 3 to 5% of every single transaction that happens in the country.
Well, the way I do with my customers, I tell them you have a choice. You can pay me either by, you can pay me by cash and you get a 12% discount. But if you pay me that where you have a 1099, I'm going to charge you 12 to 15% more to cover my cost of accounting and taxes. And that's it.
Yeah.
So it's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I do report all the money that I make on the side on my taxes. Now, I had a vendor's license to pay sales taxes before. I had a stroke about 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. And so I shut down the mobile mechanic business, but I still fix stuff on the side now.
Right.
And I gave up my vendor's license. I got rid of my garage keeper's insurance, all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I still pay income taxes on any of the extra money that I make, and I mostly just work on friends and family cars.
Yeah.
I just want to be on the up and up. I've never been audited or gotten in trouble, other than when I had a business many years ago, I couldn't pay my final taxes, and I let them build up for about 10 years, and then I owed thousands and thousands of dollars. I had to file it. That was a mess. I will never do that again.
Mm-hmm.
But so I just try to keep everything on the straight and the up and up and pay all the taxes, and but it's a lot of money,
Yeah.
And
when
you're an employer and you have employees, it adds a whole new dimension. They just dip into your account and start taking money like, oh, this was for your unemployment. This was for your workers' comp. This was for
Mm-hmm.
that. You have to pay half their matching Social Security.
Right.
And next thing you know, your bank account's dry, and you only have 2 employees, and you had $30,000 in there a couple months ago.
That's right. That's the problem. And the thing is, between, sales taxes, property taxes, you end up paying as much in taxes as you make. My income is basically zero. So it's like you can't go anywhere. And I try to explain to people, when you run an economy that way, you're going to end up with a nation that doesn't go ahead. No one's going to make any progress because people are just busy trying to survive. They're just trying to eat. They're trying to do things. You can't make any progress. And that's why things have stagnated. It's just too much expenses, too many taxes, too many government, too much regulations. And all they do, the people that make money are the ones that move money around, the ones that are bidding up the stock market and playing in the bond market. And that's really what it is. That's why the stock market and bond market never go down, because they've got it all figured out. The Fed just keeps sticking the M2 in there and keep pumping it up, and they're happy until one day they run out of energy, and then things get really bad.
Yeah, I mean, I keep a little extra money to the side, and when everybody starts screaming, the sky is falling, you got to pull your money out of the stock market, it's crashing, I put all my money into the market, and then I wait a year, and it rides itself back, and then I cash out.
That's it. I've done the same.
And I paid cash for my wife's car that way. It was like $16,000 I made by doing investments. When the COVID happened and the stock market crashed, I put a bunch of money in and just rode it out for like 2-3 years. It came back, and then I cashed out. But there's too many people that say, oh, I lost my whole retirement. And it's like, well, that's because you cashed out when it was low.
Right.
You know, if you would have just waited a few years, it probably would have came back. I mean, it always has come back. One of these days, it's not going to come back. So it's important to not put all your money in there, you know.
Well, I tell everybody, the only time that it won't come back is when, instead of going to the White House or to the Capitol building, people surround the Fed. When you reach that point, the game is over forever. You know, they're not going to be able to do it for the rest of your life, because their system has been broken. People will be out there cutting fiber optic cables and cutting power lines to Wall Street and San Francisco. I mean, when that gets to that point, it's over. But as long as they ignore the Fed, they're going to come back in with more QE, more money. Next time will be $20 trillion. I figure by next year, they're already pumping backdoor QE. If you look at their M2 money supply graph, that's why the market won't go down. So it's only a matter of time. The thing is, it really comes down to popular opinion. When enough people realize how the game is played and how screwed they are, that's when things really start to break down.
A lot of people don't realize, you start talking about the Federal Reserve, they don't realize that's not a government agency, right? That's owned by private banks. By which banks? We don't know.
Yeah.
Right? Somebody needs to turn the lights on in the Federal Reserve and make all that public knowledge. And I know I worked on the Gary Johnson campaign. He was a libertarian candidate for president. And I went and handed out signs. I went and talked to people. You know, I was really pro Gary Johnson. But then he started talking about turning the lights on in the Federal Reserve and making all that perfect. And his poll numbers just went way down from there. You know, it was like something happened to just turn him off. He all of a sudden didn't get invited to any of the debates, you know. And it's the rich bankers are like, no, we can't have that. You
That's right.
It's kind of crazy. That's why they're so kind of against the cryptocurrency, which I've never been into any of the cryptocurrency stuff, but they're really against it because they don't have control of it. And then they're trying to come out with a federal cryptocurrency there for a little while. And that's so that they can control it, like they control the money. You know?
Well, I think they already have control of Bitcoin. I'm pretty confident of that. They have it all figured out. There's other cryptos. I mean, you got peer-to-peer like Monero. You know, the trick would be to have a peer-to-peer crypto that was backed up by something, even if it's just duck eggs. If you have a peer-to-peer crypto, then people could exchange it. But crypto like Bitcoin, the off-ramp and the on-ramp is completely controlled by the government. And therefore, the only way you can use it is if you leave the country. So if you accumulated Bitcoin and you try to cash it in, they're going to catch you every single time. But if you went to another country where you had influence, then you can get away with it. And I think that's why it's favored by a lot of these big money interests. That's why it got so expensive. It's like artwork. A paper with some paint splashed on it is not worth $5 million. But the only reason it is because it's money laundering. They can use it to transfer value without having to go through the regular channels.
Yeah. Well, I wish I would have got in on Bitcoin when it first started coming out. I think it was like 2010-ish. Somebody stopped in my shop. I had a computer shop at the time, and they were talking about, oh, they need new video cards because they're mining crypto and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, a crypto coin's worth almost $200. And I'm like, now it's worth like $30,000. I'm like, holy crap, I wish I would have mined a few,
2012 was the last time I used it. It was about $10 a piece. When it first came out, it was a Max Kaiser channel. It's the first time I saw it, 2008 or 2009. They were talking about cryptocurrency. I looked at it, I thought, well, that's a digital ledger. That's actually a pretty good idea. And I got excited about it, and I did work. Like you said, I did some computer repairs and data recovery and all that, and they were paying me in Bitcoin. I was using it to buy hydraulic fittings from China, and they were less than $1 a piece. Sometimes they were 20, 30 cents. And then I had my hard drive crash because of FPL power surge. I lost 20 Bitcoins on that one. When was the last time I used it? That was $200 worth that I was paid for a data recovery. And, I tried to recover them. I never could. But it's kind of interesting that now it's over $100,000, 100 whatever. I mean, it went crazy. I was like, no.
Yeah.
I realized once it passed $1,000, I realized it's money laundering. That's all it is. And my friend says, what could it go to? I said, it could go to $1 million for a Bitcoin for all I know. And it's good until they pull the plug on it. Either the NSA breaks the hash, or the database gets broken, or we have an EMP, and I'm sure we'll have a lot more to worry about. But an EMP will mean the end of Bitcoin, because when you can't update the blocks, it's all going to break down, and that's it.
Yeah.
But
EMPs worry me. Yeah.
Yep.
There's a whole lot of stuff, like my backup generators all have electronic ignitions. They're not going to run after an EMP.
My
solar panels are going to be fried after an EMP. My inverter's going to be fried,
My Lister diesel will run after an EMP.
That's good. I've thought about trying to find an old Volkswagen diesel car and fixing it up.
Mm-hmm.
To have something that will run.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, if everybody else's cars don't run and you're out driving around town in your car, you better have a lot of guns on you,
Well, I've done EMP
they're
tests.
Coming after you.
I did EMP tests years ago. I made my own EMP device, and I test a lot of ECMs, and I'd say 90% of them will survive. If there was an EMP and people were driving, if you have a car that, up until like the early 2000s, they used an EMP for the engine, it would shut it down, and then maybe 80% of them would restart. So the EMP is going to be hardest on the power grid because of the long wire runs. You're going to get the most power surges. But if you have something off-grid, like if you had electronics, I tell people just get your safe, get some copper mesh and stuff it where the door on the safe closes, and you got the perfect Faraday cage. And you can stick all your electronics in there, let the EMP come, and then you'll have spare parts.
Well, I use like a metal trash can with the metal lid.
Yeah.
And I do keep one extra, because I have an old 97 Honda Civic, and it just has like one computer that runs the engine and does some of the body control stuff and the transmission. So I keep an extra one in the Faraday cage.
If that computer is in an aluminum case and is bolted to the firewall, it'll be fine, because that's a virtual Faraday cage.
I used to watch this show, it was called Jericho, and it had like a season and a half. They took it off halfway through the second season. And it was really interesting because they got hit with an EMP. Mm-hmm. And then they had some stuff survive or whatever, and then they got hit with a second EMP that took out all the stuff that they had brought out and still worked.
Right.
So it's... you have to consider that, too. Like, they might hit you with an EMP. You'll get all your stuff out of your Faraday cage and set it up, and then a second EMP.
But there is one type of electronics that is 100% EMP proof, and you probably know what it is.
Like light bulbs, analog electronics?
Vacuum tubes. Vacuum tubes are 100% EMP proof. EMP does not damage transformers. It will destroy semiconductors, especially microprocessors, because the semiconductors are so close together. Some of the old discrete transistors are resistant to EMP, but MOSFETs and all that, they're usually fried.
Yeah.
The BJT transistors will generally survive. Solar panels, it depends. The silicon solar panels can survive, but the thin films, they're basically fried. What it is, it just damages the connections. But I guess if you were desperate, you could probably fix it. But the power grid is definitely wiped. Even if it's underground, it doesn't matter unless it's shielded. Your home wiring, if it has electrical conduit like the older homes, that will be fine, but the power coming in will get fried. So having a good surge protector, there are ways to do it. And I know there's several military manuals that show about how to protect from EMP, but the average person, obviously the internet will be down. I can guarantee all the cell networks will be down because those antennas will pick up the EMP. They'll fry every single one of those amplifiers. So there's going to be no cell phone, no internet. There'll be some ham radio. Some of the ham radio guys with the old tubes and with the discrete transistors, they can go. But like you said, if they're transmitting during another EMP, it'll knock them out. And if they don't have the components they need, they may not be able to come back up.
Yeah, I'm a ham radio guy. I keep a mobile in my shed, and then I have another mobile in my Faraday cage.
Mm-hmm.
But just VHF and UHF. I don't have any of the HF equipment.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been an HF guy, but the HF guys can talk around the world.
Yeah.
I can get about 40 miles, right, to a local repeater or another station.
Right. Yeah, and the repeaters would be down for sure in an EMP, and who knows when they would come back.
Yeah. I think what will probably happen is if I had to do ham communications, and I would talk to other local hams who had DX capability, HF equipment that could get other stuff, and then it'll come to me, and I'll spread it back out to other people.
Right.
But
yeah, just relay it. That's all. That makes sense.
It's
But the main thing is, I think for most people, is going to be the food and energy, to being able to keep your food preserved, because food is a technique. Food is a measure of control. If you don't have control of your food supply, that's a technique for control, because when people are desperate and hungry, and then they offer them food from the center or whatever, from the central government, they'll line up and they'll follow them. Because when they're hungry, they're easy to control.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's how Hitler came into power. Is he took desperate people that were trying to pay back the reparations from World War I, and they were, just they had terrible times, and they were hungry, and he came in and offered them food and offered them stuff, and they just fell in line and followed him.
Right. Well, that's it. But basically, humans are like sheep. They're easy to control. There's always that small percentage, maybe the 5% or whatever, that are a threat. And usually what they'll do, they'll ignore that at first. And then when they become a problem, then they target them. But a lot of times what happens, by the time they reach that point, their system is already falling apart. So by the time they go to target the dissenters already have their own group. And then a lot of times they'll just leave them alone. They concentrate on the big cities and the areas that are within their control. And some of the out-of-the-way places, they just, it's not worth it. Because to get rid of one of those dissenters, it makes 10 of your people. It's better used controlling the masses in the city.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they'll try to hit the commodity crops, the corn, wheat, soybeans, or whatever. They need that to control. But the people that are out there hunting and the people that are out there raising, animals on a small scale, they probably get away with it, because you can live in some of the more marginal land, some of the hills, the mountains. I mean, look what happened out there in the Middle East. They tried to get rid of all those people, and they're living over there in mountains and caves, and they never got rid of them. It's harder to control that group.
Yeah, I think, food's a big part of it. A lot of people, I'm primarily a carnivore. I eat some fermented veggies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But people always say, well, how do you prepare on a carnivore? Well, if you can't get beef for a long time. Well, I have some beef canned, and stuff, but that's why I still have white rice. That's why I still have flour. That's an absolute survival food.
Mm-hmm.
It sucks to eat it, but it's better than starving to death.
That's what I tell people. If you got to eat the fruits and veggies, the problem with the seeds, they can be deadly if you don't know how to preserve them. If they get covered in mold or whatever, that can take you out, or it can give you psychosis. You get that ergot fungus and you go crazy. Or, if you try to cook something and you let it sit, you can get real sick. But there's a technique to it. Lactofermentation using salt is a great way to preserve the vegetables. And I know you do sauerkraut. I make sauerkraut. And I also ferment onions and tomatoes that my friends, we use it for sauces and stuff. A very good long-term preservation. Plus, you save seeds. You learn how to garden. I try to explain to people gardening is an art. It is not just a skill. If you don't learn how to garden, you're going to be dead before you figure out how to do it. And besides,
Oh yeah.
even if you're a carnivore, you can trade meat for food, for like vegetables and fruits, because everybody loves vegetables and fruits. You got mangoes, bananas, avocados, whatever. That's like money in the bank right there.
Yeah. Well, gardening is something that I've been working on since 2010, perfecting it and learning about it. And I've had successful years, and I've had some unsuccessful ones.
Right.
But it's about this learning a system that works. For instance, I use commercial fertilizer. I use NPK. I mix it with other essential micro and macronutrients in a pack. So there's 13 nutrients. I put that down every week, and it feeds my plants everything they need, and they reach full production. And a lot of people are like, oh, you're not doing that natural. You need to use chicken manure. You need to use this and that. And I'm like, you can do that, but how much chicken manure are you going to be able to store in your shed? Right? Because people are going to catch the chickens and eat them. There isn't going to be any new chicken manure. And you have to fertilize your garden.
I tell people a lot of times, I'm a very big-time organic gardener myself, but I do use chemical supplements. For example, I use Epsom salts, magnesium sulfate.
Yeah.
One of the problems we have here in Florida, our soils have been stripped, and a lot of them have been developed for years. Some of these soils have been under concrete. They were just sand, rock, they're fill. And to get it going, especially when you first start out, chemical fertilizer is a shortcut. You can throw that in the ground, and you can plant just a bunch of weeds. Like, let's say you want to grow a garden, you want to grow it organically. Instead of trying to collect, the manure or whatever, you don't even know what the animals are eating. If your soil is deficient in selenium or iodine, you're not going to get it from the manure unless the animals come from a place that has the minerals you want. So you supercharge your soil with the commercial fertilizers and just let weeds grow and whatever else. And then when you go to plow it up and build your garden, now you have that foundation to work from. Plus, you can look at your plants and say, well, I think I need a little bit more of this or I need a little more of that. And you can add it in measured doses. So you take the best of both worlds. You take the soil-building bacteria and fungi balance of organic gardening and the scientific chemical additives, and instead of just blasting your garden with chemicals and then stimulating insects and disease, you're adding it in measured amounts. You get the best of both worlds, and you can beat the organic gardeners by a mile.
Yeah, and you have to learn like your plants and learn to identify what's a disease, because diseases are actually pretty rare in plants. And you have to learn to identify what is a deficiency. So a lot of people will see like brown spots on their tomato leaves and they think it's a disease, it's got blight. No, it's a potassium deficiency. It's a magnesium deficiency, a calcium deficiency. You have to learn what those look like. And I have all kinds of pictures on my website, and I go through what deficiency that is and how to treat it. And so that's a big part of it, because like I find that plants, by the time they show a deficiency, they're already producing 80% less fruit, right? It's called the hidden hunger phase, right? The plant's hungry, but it looks healthy, but it's not producing as much. So if you keep them, you have to treat a deficiency as soon as you see it, but if you put down a balance of nutrients that the plant needs, it'll produce like crazy. So you can grow a lot of food in a very small space. And, like this year I'm growing wheat because my family loves bread. They're not diabetic or fat or overweight or anything. But, I used to make a homemade bread. I make flour, water, salt, and yeast. And then I used to use commercial flour, but they put a lot of Roundup on that. So now I use an organic flour that's not supposed to have Roundup, and then I'm going to try growing my own wheat, and I'm growing Emmer and Red Fife, and then I'm going to grind that up and make my own flour. And Emmer is Pharaoh's wheat. It's like a 5,000-year-old Egyptian wheat. It's like the original wheat. So, and then I'm growing like spaghetti squash because I love having a keto meal with spaghetti squash. I make an Alfredo sauce that's keto, and I make some meatballs. And And then I grow my tomatoes because I do ferment my own ketchup.
Mm-hmm.
And I do make a few cans of salsa and have salsa now and then.
What kind of tomatoes you use, the big ones or the small ones?
I use both.
Okay.
I grow like little orange hat tomatoes, which only get like a foot tall, but they put on a bunch of little tiny tomatoes, and they're really sweet. So I use some of those, and then I use some of my celebrity tomatoes. I really love celebrity plants. They just do well in my garden. And, you know, I'll just juice all those up, put them in a pan, and let that reduce down until it gets really thick. You know, it'll be on low for a couple days.
Yeah.
And then I grow peppers. I like a pepper now and then.
I have peppers
I grow
also.
popcorn.
Yep.
Okay.
And I also grew popcorn. My mother loved popcorn, and I popped it in lard. That's how I used to do it with real butter. Everybody loves my popcorn.
Yeah, I've never done lard. I usually use ghee, and I make my own ghee from butter. And I'll usually use a little ghee, but I'll have to try it in some lard and see what it's like.
I've also done coconut oil because I got so many coconuts, but lard is really good. It's easy. It doesn't have any flavor to it, and then you can butter it. What I like to do when you make popcorn, mix the butter in with the lard, and when it pops, it absorbs all that. But it's not all oily. You know, it's actually quite good.
Okay.
I have a popcorn machine in my living room a friend of mine gave me. Whenever we have a party, everybody likes popcorn. Again, I think that's one of the reasons the popular carnivore channels don't like me, because I'm over there giving them fruit, serving them popcorn, you know, and I'll have a bite or two, although I don't like it. But, that Rick, he's full of crap. He's not a real carnivore. He's giving these people fruit. I'm like, dude, this is food. Would you rather give them nothing? Oh, it's going to be lion diet, steak or nothing. Like, no, I've done the steak or nothing diet, and I love it, but not everybody wants to do that.
Yeah. Well, you know, like I'm having a birthday party today for my son. Actually, the bowling alley we were going to have it in burnt down, so we had to move it to this game cycle place that has like an old 80s arcade and a bunch of fun stuff. But you know, I'm doing some hot dogs, some all-beef hot dogs. I'm doing some chili. I looked at the chili, like the hot dog chilies, and found the one with the least ingredients that looked like it was low carb. Some of those have like 33 carbs per serving, and there's 10 servings per container. It's like, well, that's nothing but sugar. But I found a low-carb one, and I'm doing some onions and some cheese, and I got some buns. I'm not going to have any buns, but like some people like buns. I just found the buns I could find with the least amount of ingredients, which is still like 40. You know?
Well, that's the thing. And if you're going to be growing your own wheat, you're going to probably be doing the sourdough bread process. I mean, we know that bread is not healthy. We know what it did to the Egyptians. It messed them up. But still, would you rather eat the natural bread or eat Wonder Bread from the store that's got who knows how much glyphosate and preservatives in it? It's crazy.
Yeah, and all the emulsifiers they put in it, and they actually put wood pulp in it. You know?
Well, I guess that's how they get more fiber.
Yeah, I mean, flour, water, salt, and yeast, and I'll have a piece of that bread now and then. It's good, you know, I like it, but I'm mostly a meat person. I always tell people, as long as you're eating 80% meat and the rest of your food isn't like ultra-refined crap, you know, it's like a cleaner keto, you can call yourself carnivore.
Right.
But carnivore has different meanings for different people, and I get that so many people have come off of this ultra-refined diet like I was on 7 years ago, right? And like when I first came off of it, it went keto, and I was pretty clean keto. Then I went dirtier keto, and then I went pure carnivore for a while. And I was all like, carnivore's the way, carnivore's all you're supposed to eat, because I felt so much better on it. But then I just slowly started to reintroduce some things, other things that I like, and that works for me. But some people are so sick, and they've been so sick for so long, that as soon as they eat a green bean, they get inflamed and they feel like crap, right? And some people can eat a green bean, you know?
Right.
It's a little different for everybody, but I get that people really get almost religious about it. Like, you're only supposed to eat meat because they feel so much better, you know? and it becomes a really like a personal thing to them, like a mission, you know.
Yeah. But I
It's
try
like
to
they
tell.
found Jesus, but they found carnivore. And,
Well, that's it.
You know?
I try to tell people it's not a religion, it's a lifestyle. And if you look at human history, whether you believe, like some people believe that we're an accident, which goes against the law of thermodynamics. I mean, things don't happen by accident. Or if you believe that we were created by a more intelligent entity. Either way, humans have lived as hunter-gatherers, and some still do to this day. And that seems to be the most biologically appropriate diet. You never see hunter-gatherers that are fat and sick. I mean, they're probably dead before they get to that point, but still, you're not going to see them with a giant gut walking around falling apart because they wouldn't survive. And hunter-gatherer means you hunt and you gather. Gather means plants. Hunt means animals. So you just have to find the right combination that works for you. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I agree, and like different people like different things. I get it, and you know, some people are all trying to make keto French fries, and you know, they're trying to get back to eating all those ultra refined foods in a keto way, and that's where I fell into the dirty keto, and then the weight loss stopped, and my blood sugar started coming up, my diabetes was coming back, and I was like, well, I'm done with this. You know?
Right. But that's it.
But
that's
I mean, I
because
used to be.
You know, people, they want to pretend, oh, I can do this, I can do that. It worked for him, it worked for me. You're like, yeah, but not everybody's the same. You got to trial and error. That's how you do it.
Yeah, I mean, I came from being really diabetic. I was like diabetic for over 20 years, and I became insulin dependent, and then more and more insulin, and I was on over 300 units of insulin a day by the time I took my slow-acting, my basal insulin, and my fast-acting when I ate. And I still had A1Cs in the 14s, and I was trying to follow the diabetic nutritionist's advice and eat 40 grams of carbs with each meal, and then 10 to 15 grams for a snack. And then I would always be so hungry because you could have that, but you couldn't have as much so that you felt full and you were hungry, and you were always thinking, like at 10 o'clock, you're like, what am I going to eat for lunch? What am I going to eat for lunch? You know, and you were just always hungry and angry, and you always fell off the wagon. Because the body can only be hungry for so long before you lose the willpower, and you're like, I'm grabbing that thing of Oreo cookies, and I'm hiding it under the bed in my bedroom, and I'm having some, you know, and then your diabetes just gets worse, and they take you back, and they're like, oh, go on more insulin, and you get fatter. You know, you put on 10 to 15 pounds there. At the end, I was putting on 10 to 15 pounds every 3 months. You know, I was like over 500 pounds. You know?
Right.
And then like I watched a Dr. Berry video, and I'm like, what's this keto thing? And you know, I went keto, and I went off of the insulin within 2 weeks. I was having low blood sugars, had to go off all the insulin. I stayed on the pills that I was on for a while, but then I went back to the doctor 3 months later, and I had an A1C of like 8. He's like, oh, you need to go back on the insulin. Your A1C is high. I'm like, no, I'm on no insulin. I was on 300 units. Now I'm on none, and I came down to an 8 from a 14. You know, and then I stayed on it for 3 more months. I came back in the 7s, then the 6s, and my last one, I'm on no diabetic medication of any kind. My last one was 5.2.
There you
go. I lost
go.
over 200 pounds.
See?
You know, and the weight loss just, I seem to like, I'll go a while, I'll go a few months, and I won't lose. I'll go up a pound, down a pound, you know. And then all of a sudden, I'll lose 5 or 6 pounds. And then I'll go another few months. It's like my body has to heal, and then the weight loss comes.
Right. That's it. And it makes sense because your body's going to want to hold on to extra weight if you're not feeling well, you're not healthy. It's just a way of having extra energy and materials to fight back. And you see that all the time. Yeah. There's a lot of people out there that lose a lot of weight, then they stall. But then as they get healthier, they lose more weight. And then also when you're healthier, you tend to be more active, which stimulates muscles. And a lot of that energy that was stored in the fat goes to the muscles. And, you know, you're reversing a lifetime of just abuse from duck food.
A lot of the initial weight loss, because I lost 6 months on a clean keto, I lost 100 pounds. But most of that was water that I peed out.
Right.
You know?
Right.
And then you slow down after that.
Right.
You know.
That's it. But that's, you know, people get this number in their head. I want to lose 5 pounds a week. I'm like, it ain't going to work that way. You're going to lose what your body wants to lose. It's like me. When I get a sale on meat, I load up my freezer, and I'll keep that in reserve as long as I can. If they keep getting it on sale, I'm going to keep buying it and keep stuffing it until I have to use a clamp to keep the doors shut on the freezers. And then, once it's leaned out and I don't get the meat that I want, then I start eating it and little by little consume it. And then it goes down. And the next thing you know, you open up and the freezer's almost empty and the refrigerator's empty. It's like, wow, I'm trim again. And that's what it is. You send your body signals, it's going to respond to them. But everybody wants a quick fix. Everybody wants some expert to tell them what to do. I'm going to pay you money so you can tell me what to do. And it's like, it doesn't work that way. It's like the whole gardening thing. The only way you're going to learn to garden is to get the shovel, get the dirt, get the water, get the fertilizer, get the mulch, and start doing it yourself. Otherwise, forget it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. And it's been a long journey for me, just learning about keto, and then what the carnivore. And when I did the carnivore, I was like pretty strict: beef, butter, bacon, and egg for 8 months. Mm-hmm. And I lost more weight. I felt better, and then I had a double stroke. I had a stroke in my cerebellum and my midbrain. And, all the doctors, I told them, well, I'm a carnivore. And they're like, oh, you can't do that. You need to go on a statin. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, my LDL was only 121 after I had my stroke. I was obviously very stressed out. I was blind and I couldn't walk, And it normally comes back between 105 and 115. Right. But my HDL was 86 and my triglycerides were 37. Mm-hmm. So that tells me that all the LDL I have is healthy LDL, right? And so I just refused to go on the statins.
Right.
And then later they sent me for all the heart tests, the stress tests, the ultrasounds of my neck and my heart. They did a nuclear scan, and then they did a complete CTA scan to find any hard and soft plaque. I had a vegan cardiologist. He was just sure that I was going to have blockages. He was so sure he just wanted to stick something in my leg, some kind of probe, so that he could put a stent in while he was in there checking, because he was sure I was going to be plugged up. And I went back after the CTA scan. He's like, no, you're fine. I'm like, oh, I am. And he's like, yeah, you have no blockages anywhere in your upper abdomen. Like, there's nothing.
Right.
Which I'm surprised, because I spent so long diabetic, I figured I'd have some blockages. But, it's like I don't need to be on a statin then, right? Because statins don't really get rid of the broken LDL, the oxidized LDL. They only get rid of the healthy ones. Mm-hmm. And so it's like, but even if the whole LDL was the problem, I don't need to be on it if all my veins are clear and all my arteries are clear and they don't have any blockages. I don't need to be on it. So why are they just giving these out like they're candy for a problem that people don't even have, and then they're causing Alzheimer's and dementia and all these other problems?
You know why? It's the money.
Yeah, it is. It's the most... It's like the highest grossing medicine they've ever made is the statins. Like, yeah.
You have to remember, normal people, healthy people that have their mind will see a parasite and pull it off. But you have to get them in sort of a stupid state. It's like if a tick attaches itself to you and you see it, you're going to pull it off and smash it. But if, on the other hand, you're distracted with all these other problems and you're sick and whatever and you don't feel it, they can just attach to you and suck the money out of you. That's what the medical system does. They basically just, they get you in there, and then they get you afraid. It's like, oh, you got to do this, you got to take that. Oh, and it's a bunch of nonsense. And people don't say, well, you know what, I'm just going to say screw it, which is kind of like what I did as a kid. They're telling me, you can't eat that stuff, it's bad for you, it's going to give you a heart attack. I'm like, well, I hate my life, I want a heart attack. Good. Then you lose that fear. They have no control over you. Then the only thing they can do is make fun of you and marginalize you. Oh, that Rick, he's crazy. Oh, he's a complete quack. That's what they like to do.
It's like my mom had to go into the hospital to get a new heart valve because her heart valve was calcified or whatever, and they did a complete check of her, and she has one artery that's like 30% blocked, but she's in her 80s,
Right.
And so they replaced the heart valve, and then they're like, oh, your heartbeat's a little irregular, we need to put a pacemaker in. So they put a pacemaker in. And now they're like, well, you might need to come back and have one more surgery. And they just keep dragging her back in. And I'm like, no, you can breathe now. You're not out of breath when you walk. Your heart feels good. You're done with them.
Right.
You cut them off. You know?
Well, that's it. They never tell people, well, maybe you need a pacemaker because you got all this fat around your heart because you've been eating duck food for so long and you've been feeling bad. You get that, what is that? I forget what they call it, where you get the cardiac fat. There's that name one of the doctors talks about. It's just all these things that add up. And you can usually look at a person and see when they're walking and they're breathing hard when they're talking. I tell them, do you have heart disease? No, my heart is fine. I even told my dad that. He started getting out of breath. I said, Dad, you got heart disease. No, I eat healthy. I eat whole grains, and you're the one that's going to get heart disease because you eat all that fat. I'm like, yeah, but I'm walking around fast. Well, you're only in your 30s, which is what I was at the time. I said, Dad, you've got to think about it. You're going to get heart disease. He thought I was going to have a heart attack by 55, and it's already been a couple of years. And shoot, you ought to see how active I am. My dad was around. He'd have to eat his words.
Yeah, my dad was only like 2 years older than I am now. I'm 51 when he had a massive heart attack and had to have a double bypass.
Mm-hmm. See?
And he grew up really poor in North Carolina in the mountains, in a one-room cabin with no running water, no electricity. He had 11 brothers and sisters, right? Mm-hmm. And they lived on they got some flour, they made some biscuits, they made some gravy, and they just lived on that because that was all they could afford. Right. One year they got bologna for Christmas, and it was so great to have meat, Wow. And he just kind of kept eating that way his whole life, and he had the heart disease. And then he got the colon cancer a couple years after that, and it spread to his liver, and he died.
See? It's amazing that people can survive on that stuff, but it's also amazing that they tell us how dangerous meat is. Well, beef causes colon cancer. I hear this all the time. I say, well, I don't have to worry about it. I'll have a heart attack before I get colon cancer. But, I do joke about it. I joke about it way too much.
Well, so, all of his brothers got the colon cancer and stuff, too. And the Johns Hopkins did a research study on our family, and we all have the familial polyposis gene. Mm-hmm. So that they say, oh, you have to get inspected every couple years and make sure you don't get polyps and this and that. And so I probably go every 5 years, and they give me some propranolol to knock me out, and they stick a tube up my butt and check everything, and they've never found any polyps.
There you go.
They never found anything. So having the gene doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get it, but it means you're more predisposition to get it if you don't eat right.
That's it. That's true. People just think, well, I'm going to get cancer. I'm like, that's like getting lung cancer. Well, your gene says you're more likely to get lung cancer. Well, if you don't smoke cigarettes, you're less likely to get lung cancer. If you don't live near asbestos, you're less likely to get it.
Yeah.
There's some people don't have that. They can smoke 2 packs a day and live to 95. But, you just...
Like my grandma. My grandma lived to be in their 90s, and she chewed tobacco like crazy.
See?
And I think she eventually, at 95, got throat cancer. But, all those years of chewing tobacco. Mm-hmm. And I was a heavy smoker before I had my stroke. I even with the keto and everything, I couldn't beat the smoking.
Right.
And I was laying there blind. I couldn't walk. Everything was spinning. I was dizzy. I was throwing up after my stroke. And I was like, these cigarettes are freaking crazy. I will never smoke another cigarette as long as I live.
Right.
And from that day forward, I had my last cigarette while I was waiting on the ambulance to come after I had my stroke.
That's great.
And a lot of people, I think you just don't realize you're addicted to this cigarettes and the nicotine, and it's a real addiction. Mm-hmm. I still stop at the gas station. They have all these packs of cigarettes back there. I'm like, man, I just love to smoke one of them, Mm-hmm. But, they don't realize that all the damage that's doing. And when you have a major heart attack or lung cancer or a stroke, all of a sudden you realize how stupid that was.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like, I would say that I don't think cigarettes are the main causes of all the cancers, right? Like, they like to blame it on tobacco and make it evil. It's mostly people's diet, but cigarettes are definitely a contributing factor.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, it's just another irritant. It's like I tell everybody, if you rub your arm with poison ivy and you keep getting a poison ivy rash, maybe it's a good idea to stay away from the poison ivy. And it's just, you know, why would you keep breathing smoke if you're coughing, you feel terrible? It's the addiction. I mean, I can't say much because I've never been addicted to anything that I know of, but I know people, they're addicted to everything from coffee and tea to cigarettes to, I mean, certain foods. I know people that are addicted to breakfast cereal and Oreos and all this other crap, and even Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
I got a guy I work with, he's addicted to Chick-fil-A. I told him, can you go 1 week without Chick-fil-A? Oh, yeah, no problem. By Wednesday, he was at Chick-fil-A. I said, I thought you weren't going to go to Chick-fil-A. I got to have it. I just, like, okay, so you're addicted to Chick-fil-A. I guess it's better than being addicted to cigarettes, but still, you know,
I think part of it is because you feel like crap. You know, I used to, like, hobble out of bed. I could barely walk. I'm 500 pounds. I had to go pee, and then I had to go to the coffee pot and have a half a pot of coffee just to wake up enough to get back to my room and get dressed. And I'd already had 4 or 5 cigarettes by that time to try to give me some more energy. And you're just doing all these things. And now that I'm off cigarettes, I breathe better. I don't cough all the time. I don't get sick anymore. I used to get sick and get bronchitis, and it would turn into this month-long thing of all these antibiotics trying to get rid of it. I haven't been sick at all. I'm around sick people all the time now, and I don't catch it. And, like, I still have a cup of coffee in the mornings, but it's like a regular-sized cup, and then I'm done. And I'm not even hungry for breakfast usually in the mornings. I don't eat anything at least until lunch. Sometimes I wait until dinner, you know. It's just a whole different thing. Now, I have problems with my sciatic nerve since my stroke because my right leg lost a lot of feeling in my, and so I can't use it to keep my balance as good. So on my left leg, I'm using it to mostly keep my balance when I'm walking and doing. And it just stresses those muscles out, and then they swell up and they pinch the sciatic nerve. But I see a massage therapist, and he really helps a lot, and I learned to do these stretches to help it, you know. So I just have to deal with that. So a lot of times in the morning, my sciatic nerve is acting up, but I still have way more energy than I did when I was 500 pounds, you know.
Exactly. That's the thing. You get healthier, and your attitude changes. I mean, before you know it, you're starting to feel better, and you just feel like doing more stuff. How can you be energetic when you're sick all the time and you're fat and inflamed and who knows what else? It's just not great.
Yeah, it's like you were talking earlier about the fact that you don't like movies. I still will watch a movie once in a while, but when I was 500 pounds and sick, it was all I could do to lay in bed and watch movies and TV shows, you know, at the end of the day. And now it's like I might watch one once in a while, but I don't even have a television. I just watch them on my laptop, and I'm usually so busy just doing stuff that I don't have time for that. And it's like, how boring is that just to sit or lay in your bed in your room a whole day, and you accomplish nothing. And like, you know, then you get up and go to work on Monday, and it's all you can do to walk across the parking lot to get to your desk. You know?
Right. Well, it's like me. I'm sitting in my bed and, you know, talking on the phone. But, of course, I keep moving around. When you're sitting at, like, a desk, you can't do what I do. A lot of times I'll sit sideways, upside down, my head's against the wall. I put my feet up to the ceiling. You know, it's just that's the way that I am. And I think better that way. If I try to sit upright in the desk, I can't do it. So I actually invented a standing desk about over 25 years ago when I had my last business, almost 30 years ago, so that I could move around, because when I'm moving, I stay awake. But when I sit in one place, my brain zones out and I will fall asleep. The reason I'm not falling asleep now is because I'm talking. I'm the one that's kind of in the action. But when I do nothing, I'm done. I will fall asleep every time.
Yeah. I mean, I have So, like, my sciatic nerve, sometimes it flares up, and I can't really walk around much. But normally, it feels really good in the mornings after I get up and stretch it, and I can do quite a bit. But I notice if I then sit down or just don't move it for a while, it just gets inflamed. So if I keep moving and keep working, it stays good for the whole day.
Mm-hmm.
And then at night, it kind of heals itself, and I have to stretch it out in the mornings and get it going again.
Right.
But I mean, I used to just get up before I had my stroke. I would just get up and go take a 10-mile walk.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just to walk around this end of Springfield. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and now I'll get up and I'll walk a couple times around the block, but I don't overdo it because I know my sciatic nerve I'll pay for it later.
Right.
A lot of times when I'm weeding in the garden these days, rather than standing up and bending over, I'll sit down and pull the weeds.
Right.
You know? I've just had to learn to do some things a little bit, take it a little easier. And I'm thinking about going back to physical therapy to work more on being able to keep my balance with the right leg.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, I had to learn how to walk again. I had to learn how to keep my balance again.
Right.
I had to learn how to walk backwards again, you know, and it was a lot of work, and I was pretty happy after 3 months I could walk. But
Mhm.
I probably need to go back and do some more, you know.
Well, do you watch the Mitch Old Guy Carnivore channel?
Yeah, I watch Mitch.
You see what he's been able to do. I told you. I mean, I told everybody he'll be recovering faster than anybody else because you lose one side on a stroke, and most people, they never get that back even after years. And he's out there walking. I mean, obviously you can't run, but you can definitely walk. Look at what you've had to go through, and you're younger, and you know it's just a whole relearning process. But
the main thing after the stroke that I found is not everybody tells you like, well, you had a stroke, you need to just rest and take it easy. I'm like, no. I got out of bed, I used my walker, I went to the sink and I washed a few dishes, and I came back and laid down.
mm-hmm.
And I made myself just learn to do stuff like that.
Right.
And just like it gets easier every time you do it.
Right.
And then, you know, a month later, you can do it without the walker, you
Right.
know, and then you're going up and down the steps to the basement, you know, and you just, like that first 3 months is so critical because your brain is going to learn to function. It's like if you don't learn it after 6 months, your brain's just like, well, I guess we don't need to walk anymore. We won't worry about this.
Exactly.
And you're actually training your brain, new parts of your brain, to do the things that the dead parts of your brain did before. You know?
Right. And the thing is, you can be in your late 70s, like Mitch, and still do it. You know, you could be in your 30s or 40s or whatever. I mean, people, they get, like my parents, oh, you're too old, you can't do it. I'm like, well, you're not going to know if you don't give it a try. I mean, what's the worst thing that can happen?
Yeah.
Well, you might fail, but you just keep trying. And like you said, it's got to be as close to that period of trauma as possible. If you've had some kind of damage, you want to try to work through it. It's like when you damage a tendon or something, when it starts to rebuild, you want to keep moving it because otherwise it's going to get too stiff and then you're not going to have the range of motion you had before. So that's that neuroplasticity in your brain.
Like a big part, I think people who don't recover well from strokes is they put them all on statins. That's like a standard thing. You had a stroke, you take a statin. We don't care how low your cholesterol is. And like, so the cholesterol that you eat or that your liver makes, the LDL, we'll say, LDL isn't really cholesterol. It's a low-density lipoprotein, but we'll call it that.
Mm-hmm.
But that cannot cross the blood-brain barrier. The brain is made mostly from cholesterol. It uses LDL like crazy, but it makes its own.
Right.
Statins do cross the blood-brain barrier, and they cause the brain not to make as much LDL. And guess what you need to form new neurogenic pathways in your brain? LDL. You know, and so you're giving them something that's inherently destructive towards them being able to relearn how to walk and relearn how to do stuff.
That's right. And yeah, if you think about it, cholesterol is actually a very important component of the cell wall. That's what helps isolate the cells from each other. And since our bodies, we're not like we're not like a robot. Robot uses wires or fiber optics. We use actual cells. You know, in order for the brain to send a message, it doesn't have like an Ethernet cable. it's basically got a bunch of cells. So every one of those cells has to produce a neurotransmitter to jump between one and the other. So you have like your neurons and your axons, and then you go and take the cholesterol away. Well, you're taking that, you're actually short-circuiting it. So when it sends one of those signals, that cell wall is not strong enough. It may jump from one to the other, and it's very hard for your brain to map itself out when you're basically saying, well, I'm going to strip all your wires. They're not going to be insulated. We'll just let the signals go back and forth, and you got neurotransmitters bouncing all over the place. It's like, yeah, no wonder you can't recover.
And people are always like concerned, well, why did I have the stroke? Was it my cholesterol and a blood clot broke loose? Well, like I had a complete CTA scan. I didn't have any blockages. But I had really high blood pressure, and it just was not coming under control. I'd seen cardiologists, I was taking medicines, everything. But I had like a hypertensive crisis the day I had my stroke, and my systolic hit 310. And I had been sitting at my desk, and then, sitting in my chair. I got a blood clot, like probably down in my leg somewhere, that I went and walked out into the shop and did some work, and I had a stroke.
Right.
And it's just a blood clot. So, but my point is people have had strokes for as long as humans have been alive.
Yeah.
It's a thing that happens to people sometimes. But people used to recover a lot better from strokes before they gave them statins.
That's true.
And so, I don't, I had the clot type of stroke, so they could give me the clot buster. And they had that on, like, within 30 minutes, they had the clot buster on board. But, if you have, like, a bleeding type of a stroke, which you can also have with high blood pressure, it would be that, different. You wouldn't be able to take a clot buster or you'd die. But I had still worked on my blood pressure. At one point, I was on 8 different blood pressure medications. I kept shopping around for different cardiologists. I was looking for one that wasn't against carnivore, I finally found one, and I had always had an inverted P wave that was intermittent on my EKG, and there was something wrong with my T wave, too. And they would, like, a new doctor would see that and be like, oh, you got to go to the hospital. You probably had a heart attack. And I would be like, no, I've gone to the hospital before. I paid them $2,700, and they said everything's fine, And so this guy got a hold of those EKGs and looked at it and said, you might have pulmonary hypertension. And I used to be a smoker, right, and that's a primary cause of it. But it's the right side of your heart can't push enough blood through the lungs. So the left side, I eventually start to elevate the blood pressure to help the right side out. He put me on the right medication for pulmonary hypertension, and my blood pressures have come down. They're now 120s, 130s systolic. And it's just being on that right medication. And it's a medication they made a long time ago for pulmonary hypertension. It's now used for something else. It's Viagra. And I just take a very small dose of it 3 times a day. And all of a sudden, my blood pressures are now under control. So.
Right. And, blood pressure seems to be a critical factor because there's no situation where continued elevated blood pressure is advantageous. I know that for, like, fight or flight kind of thing, your blood pressure needs to go up, and mine will when I need it. But my normal blood pressure is really low. And it really makes sense, and I don't know why the doctors, well, I kind of know why because that's the way they're trained. But you think about it, you never get the arteries, I never get the veins blocked. It's always the arteries. So if you think about it, that pressure is stretching. It's like a hydraulic hose. You keep putting it under a lot of pressure. Eventually, any weak spot's going to blow out. When that braiding starts to deteriorate, and then one day you go to lift something up with a bobcat and poof, the hose blows out. It's always at the end where the fitting is, where the corrosion is. So if you think about it, the blood vessels where they join together, where you have bends and all that, that's usually where these things build up. And you have to have the high blood pressure. So, I mean, even if you had tons of cholesterol, you got cholesterol moving back and forth. If your body is not inflamed, why would it produce a clot? It doesn't make sense. The stuff just moves through your system. They act like it's a drain pipe. Oh, I poured fat down the drain. Now my pipe is clogged. But it doesn't work like that because if that was the case,
Yeah. If you take bacon grease and put it in your hand, what happens? It melts into a liquid. So how does it turn into something hard inside your body?
Exactly. It's impossible. It has to be calcified, and your body uses calcium to repair damage. It's like when you get a scab, you get cut, or your cat scratches you or whatever. Your body moves a bunch of calcium in there along with the clotting factors, and that's why the scabs look the way that they do. And then, of course, once you heal, it drops it off. And I always thought, well, don't the blood vessels do the same thing? If your blood vessel gets damaged, it gets calcified eventually, it just dissolves away, and that's it. It kind of makes sense.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
They went crazy.
I know
Mm-hmm.
with my thing, the pulmonary hypertension's different than most people. They just have hypertension because their body's inflamed, and it's trying to get more blood through the body. Mine primarily came out of the right side of my heart because it's trying to get the blood through my lungs.
Mm-hmm.
And then the left side elevates to help out the right side. But people with pulmonary hypertension often go undiagnosed until they're dead.
Right.
Like, it's the thing where the right side of your heart works and works and works and works as hard as you can, and one day your heart just stops, and you die.
Well, what happens is
So
it gets too thick, and it can't pump anymore.
Yeah, it wears out because the right side's the weakest side of your heart, the left side's the strongest side, and it'll just stop. And, I'm really glad that they found it. But, it took so many doctors and cardiologists to find the right one that actually found that,
Well, my understanding is that people that have pulmonary hypertension, they get bronchitis and other lung infections at a greater rate than average.
Oh, I used to. I used to just get every cold turned into full-blown bronchitis, pneumonia. I had to go to the hospital a couple times, just antibiotics like crazy. And then I got sick less when I started doing a keto and then a carnivore. But I would still get it. Plus, I was a smoker, and inhaling cigarette smoke when you have bronchitis is like throwing gasoline on a fire. And, it was bad. But I think I've caught a cold a couple of times, but it's like a day or two of having a little sniffle, and then it's gone.
That's what happens to me. I don't know if you hear the background. We got a major thunderstorm, so if I lose internet, you'll know what it was, but it should come back on. I turned off my air
That's the one
conditioner.
thing about Florida in the summer. It's like every day there's like 3 or 4, like it'll be clear and sunny, and then the next thing you know, there'll be like this major storm. You're like, holy crap, is the building going to stay standing?
Well, the problem
and
is
then it'll get sunny again.
We had no rainy season in June. It's delayed, so I'm worried about hurricane season. Might be really bad this year. But the last couple of days, we've had a storm. And usually around this time, yesterday I went to the store and I had to beat the rain because I was on the bicycle. But, yeah, if it goes off, usually what happens is my battery backup is bad, so the internet may go out. I don't know if it'll drop the stream. But if I disappear, that's what it is. But, yeah. It's funny you mentioned all those things. The medical system just is so out of touch. They don't use common sense. It's all down to, well, they have this symptom, let me prescribe this medicine. And it's crazy. And I think with all the advertisements, people demand, they want a prescription. I want something to help me with pain or
They just hand out pills like crazy. When I was in the hospital for my stroke, they told me I couldn't get out of bed for 8 hours after I had the clot buster. And I'm like, I have to pee. And they're like, here's a little plastic thing you can pee in. And for the life of me, I couldn't pee laying down in a plastic thing in bed. There's just something in me that says, no, you don't pee in bed.
Right.
But I really had to pee, and I wanted to get up and use the toilet. And so they were like, oh, you're having trouble peeing. So they gave me some medicine called tamsulosin or something. I didn't know what it was. I just knew it wasn't a statin, so I'll take it. Well, come to find out, like months later at a cardiologist, come to find out that's for an enlarged prostate if you have trouble peeing. I've never had an enlarged prostate. They gave it to me, the emergency room doc gave it to me because I didn't want to pee in the plastic thing. And they just handed me that pill, and it doesn't even kick in until you take it for a couple of weeks. So it wouldn't have done any good.
There you go.
They just hand out, you have to be so careful when you go. Like if you're in the hospital and you have a problem, you have to just be on top of it. like what they're giving you. And when you're like dizzy and throwing up and blind, it's really hard to keep track of it. I just knew I kept saying no statins, no statins, no
Right.
statins.
Right.
And they still came in and like, oh, here's your pills. Like, what's this? You know, and they were like, oh, that's your statin. I'm not taking that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they were just trying to get that statin in me like crazy.
Well, you know, the biggest problem with medicine is like anything else. It all comes down to legal liability. They want to have a standard of care, and then they don't want you to sue them. Oh, you can't get up and walk because you might fall. And they don't have enough personnel to supervise you. You know, in a normal world, it would be like, well, I'll sign a waiver. If I fall, I fall. Or, you know, there's enough staff. If you had enough staff, they make artificially ridiculous. I mean, it's crazy. And hospitals themselves, in my opinion, are crap. I mean, they used to be kind of interesting, but they're really unpleasant places.
Yeah.
They're ugly. They're kind of sterile looking, and they're not good for healing. But instead of getting the person up and moving around, then they say, well, you just lay there and poop in the bed and urinate or whatever. It's like, no, I don't want to do that. But then they're not going to come. They wait, you know, oh, we have only a certain amount of visits we have to get. I know, because when my parents were in the hospital, I had to go through all that. And it's like, it's terrible.
And you can't get any sleep in the hospial.
Beep, beep,
you know,
beep.
I mean, literally, the nurse came in and woke me up to give me a sleeping pill to help me get to sleep. You know, it's like, it's crazy. They're always doing something, drawing some blood, doing some kind of test. And like for 3 days, I maybe got an hour of actual sleep after my stroke.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like the primary thing you need is some sleep.
Right. Well, that's it. Or I said, look, if I designed a hospital, it would be completely different because, you know, obviously I'd go for something that's no more than 2 stories, big, long building with windows, big windows in every room, and then, you know, maybe just 1 bed in each room, and then a place where you could look outside and a window that opens. So it'd be like, well, you know, we open the window, and you get better. It's like, just relax, do your thing, and that's it. I mean, just if you want to save money, you could share the bathrooms. You could have like 1 bathroom between 2 rooms. There's ways of doing it. And that's the way they used to be. All the hospitals in the old days, they were kind of open. They didn't even have air conditioning, my mom said, when I was a kid. And people got better faster because you're more connected to the outdoors. Now, they have these skinny windows that don't even open, and it's just all this electronics. Beep, boop, beep, boop, 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 boop. It's like, it's terrible. Why do you need that?
And then you finally get to sleep and you knock a wire off of your chest and they come in like, roll over, wake up, we need to check your sensor. You know, it's like, just leave me alone. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hospital is the worst place to go to heal. It just is.
Right. That's why, like when my mom was in the hospital, when she got home, and I've had doctors admit, well, if you can take her home, because sometimes you rehabilitate in the nursing home, which she tried to do, but that didn't work out too well. She ended up getting sicker. I had to bring her home, and then she rehabilitated, because here at the house, you get the one-on-one care. My windows are all looking out into a garden. You're not looking at a bunch of sick people and having to hear people in pain, all the time, and the electronics and all that. You got your TV. You know, it's totally different. I would go there to stay with my mom, and I felt sick. I'm like, damn, I got to get out of here. I go outside, and it's like, okay, it's hot and humid, but I feel so much better. Even when I had to go out there and change a tire on my truck because it went flat when I was in the hospital, or that time that I got somebody rear-ended me, my friend's car. But it's like I'd rather be out here than be indoors because it's just not a great way to heal.
Yeah. Well, I am going to have to get off of here. I got to go to my son's birthday party and get ready.
Well, I'm glad
for
you
that.
called in. I mentioned your channel several times, and if anyone doesn't know who you are the Frugal Prepper Tom, Frugal Prepper's Garage and Garden, and I think you have a graph from an old cartoon where the value goes down. I forget what that cartoon was called.
Yeah.
But
yeah, and my channel is about just me. It's not like a channel that's meant to earn a lot of money, although I get a fair amount, but it's about cars, about gardening, about shooting guns, reloading ammo, about all the different things that I do. It's really,
And you know, you
I
said
know
you're
it's better to focus on one thing. But,
Nah, you're into
know.
ham radio. I see Polish Mike is going to take his ham radio exam. You do gardening, you know,
Yep.
garage and garden.
Yeah.
I get tired of the so-called carnivore channels. That's why I continue to call mine Charger Mopar, because it was supposed to be about cars and stuff, which it will be eventually. But, you know,
Yeah.
how many times can you tell somebody to eat meat? That's like whatever.
Yeah. That's, you know. And I got kind of kicked out of the whole carnivore community. There for a while, I was getting all these interviews and stuff. Then I had a stroke, and then I started, I was getting really, really constipated after my stroke from the blood pressure medicine that I was on.
Mm-hmm.
So I started having a salad every day.
Mm-hmm.
Just a basic salad, still lots of meat and lots of eggs and bacon on it, and I made my own dressing from avocado oil,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And it really helped the constipation because I could just go more often. When
There
you're
you
doing
go.
pure carnivore, you go every 2 or 3 days, and that medicine just sucks the moisture out of it while it's waiting. You know.
Thank God I go every day.
And you know, and then people are like, "Oh, you're not pure carnivore, and you had a stroke," and just they just didn't want to talk to me anymore.
Huh.
They didn't care. You know.
What I want to know is why they blacklisted me. You know, I'm probably the most carnivore out of the whole bunch, and they still blacklisted me. I don't know. I guess because I'm outspoken and I call out the scammers.
Yeah, I think a lot of people get into the carnivore diet, and then LMNT offers to sponsor them, and this offers to sponsor them, and then they come up with some things they could sell and some liver supplements,
Mm-hmm.
and it all becomes, and their channel gets popular, and they start making $1,600 a month or $3,000 a month off of their channel and their views.
Right.
It all becomes about the money.
That's probably it. That's got to be what it is. That's
It's
what I think.
hard.
Yeah.
I mean, I like money as much as the next person. And my channel normally makes $400 to $500 a month. And, you know, but I've been doing it since 2012, you know, and it's slowly built up. And most of my videos don't get that many views, but every once in a while, and it's usually a video I don't put any time into or any thought. I just film it at the last minute.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a
That's what
sudden
I
it
do.
hits 1 million views, you know.
That's what I do, but I think, how much money have I made? $8. I'm just looking at my YouTube channel. Estimated revenue, $2.82. Yeah, I'm doing really well.
I've always found videos, I did a battery video on a Ryobi drill and how you can shock it with the welder and get it to blow the whiskers out between the anode and cathode to make it charge again.
Mm-hmm.
And that's been my most successful video ever. And I just did it last minute. I was going to Kings Island, which is a local amusement park that day, to ride coasters, and I did that video and I uploaded it, and it just took off. And that's what took me from having 1,000 subscribers to having well over 20.
Oh,
You know. And
amazing.
you just hit a video, but usually it's the how-to videos that do the best. They don't get you any more subscribers because people are looking for how do I do this,
Right.
and they don't subscribe to your channel, but you get paid by the views and the minutes watched.
Oh, okay.
So,
That's interesting. Huh.
um,
Well, we'll see.
but yeah,
Maybe one
You'll
day
get one that'll
YouTube will
take
pay me
off.
something, because I haven't made anything in it'll be 18 years next week, July 12th, since I started on YouTube.
wow, yeah.
But, you know, they banned me back in 2010. They deleted all my videos. And then for 10 years, I never put up a YouTube video until, was it 2020? Then I started putting videos. Then 2022, I went on my first carnivore interview. And ever since then, I've been doing a lot of videos.
Yeah. Yeah. You'll get there. You just need the right video to take off.
Well, that's it.
And
Hey,
it'll probably
maybe,
one you don't
maybe,
plan on.
maybe next week, you know, if our friend decides to come on my channel, that might be the video that gets things going one way or the other.
Yeah, yeah. I did one with somebody I interviewed, Teresa, who was a vegan and went to a carnivore. That's my second most popular video right now.
There you go.
I mean, that one just took off and exploded. I almost felt bad because I cleared, that first month I put that video out, I cleared $2,700. I almost wanted to give her part of it, you know.
That's great. Well, when the kid Joey interviewed me, we eventually went up to 300,000 and something views. Of course, he changed his channel and deleted his videos, but that was the viral video that took off. That's why I didn't make any videos. I figured, let this kind of settle down. And of course, after that, then Homestead Hal and Carrie popped up, and then since then, that's where all the carnivore buzz has been around.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Carrie, I watch a few of his videos, but it just doesn't seem realistic to me. Like, I'm more of a I just eat what I want now, and I don't know. He's way like, only eat meat. You only eat meat. The humans are only supposed to eat meat, and it's like, oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, that's it.
I just eat what works for me. You know.
That's my theory. Human beings are survivors. You know, we would get food by just wearing it out. Just keep going after the animals until they ran out of places to go, and they were easy to spear. And then on the way back, it's like, well, we don't have any meat. We got to find something else to eat. Well, here's some fruits. Here's some roots. Here's something else. Then you start figuring out, hey, maybe we can process this stuff in a way where we can store it. And that's it. That's how humans survived. They didn't have access to a butcher shop 24 hours a day.
Yeah. All right. Well, it was great talking to you. I'll let you get back to talking to your commenters.
Thank you, Tom. I'm glad that you were here, and I'm going to go through my comments. I got a pile of them to go through.
Yep.
All right.
I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Thanks, man.
Okay. Well, we've had 2 calls, and I put the phone number in the description. I didn't put it in the chat, but I guess we have a lot of people here that really appreciate that. So now we got to go back, and we got to catch up. I've done I don't know what you'd call it, but anyway, I stopped over here when Polish Mike said he was taking his exam for his ham radio license, and we know that you're an electrical engineer, so you should have no trouble with the test, although sometimes exams can be a little weird. And our fake Carrie, who also called in, is packing New York strips. He's getting ready for camping. So we've had 2 excellent callers. Of course, I don't think we've ever had a bad caller on my channel. It's not like the vegans are coming in there and cursing us. And I know Cindy Demanchi was here. I couldn't say hi to her because I was on the phone, but I'm saying hi right now. And we have some comments here. Congrats on your new lifestyle. I'm taking 100% credit for this potential meeting between real Carrie and Rick. Well, as you know, I did meet Carrie a couple of years ago, but like a lot of us, I've been persona non grata, it seems. He never mentions me anymore, never mentions my channel. And lately, it's just been sort of a hint. So, okay, and Bruce had to leave. There you go. Hey, Rick was friends with Carrie. Yeah, 24-hour live stream. But I think because I'm outspoken and I don't buy into BS, I think I make enemies. Used to ham radio is great if you can get into it. Now, obviously, in a situation where the world falls apart, no one's going to stop you from going on a radio. But the beauty of the ham radio space is if you can get to know people locally, different call signs and stuff like that, that's another form of network. Before we had the internet, that's all we had. And I never got into ham radio because I didn't have the right setup for the antenna. I mean, I have a handheld that I can listen to, but, I got it here somewhere. I got this ICOM handheld that I've used, and let me go ahead. It was going to rain, and it didn't. Let me see. See, it didn't rain. The thunder went away. Let's move this back over here. Okay. There we go. So yeah. So I do have a handheld, but I never got into the ham space, so I just listen. I don't transmit. Anyway, let's see what we got here. Okay. Let me go back to the comments. Let's run through this. Just joking around. I still have a CB in my truck and my van, although I don't have the big thing there. All right. Don't pay the 35 feet to take your house. We have to get rid of that property tax crap. That might be something that we can work on and eliminate it. There is a channel. It's called Real Estate Mindset, and there's a guy from Canada. His name is Mitch Vexler, who's been pushing this eliminate property tax thing. And I think very much that's something we can get behind. We have to concentrate on the things we can do. We can't fix the system. The system is basically broken. But if you can sort of nip away at it, take away their sources of control, you can improve your life. And eliminating property tax is probably the best thing we could do to improve our lives. Now, it would cause one heck of a real estate bubble, but eventually that will pass. And I think just eliminating that, that'd be a great thing. We are not, yeah, exactly. That's back when he called in. I have quite a collection. Let's put it that way. Getting licensed, operate radio and communicates with frequencies is particularly important during emergencies, but can also use it for hobby purposes. That's correct. And again, Polish Mike doesn't really post videos. He's another one of us that was sort of in with the in crowd and then sort of got forgotten. I don't see him anymore being interviewed by anybody, but he's definitely one of the hardcore carnivores. And we're glad that he comes to our community here because we want to keep us all in contact. And Jamette said, good morning, Rick, Milton, and Quacks. I was watching and listening. Now I'm typing. Well, there you go. All right. My handle was Superfly. Yeah, that's the CB days. And Jonathan came back. That's great. And we have some good mornings. Peter, you thought it was a real Carrie. Well, that might have been. I think that was somebody different from what he said. That first one may have been somebody different. It could have been Carrie, or it could have been one of his puppets. Who knows? But I'm sure that if Carrie keeps his word, and I have a feeling he will, because I don't think he's a dirtbag, he will come onto my channel and he will explain what happened. And we will resolve this matter and we'll go forward without controversy. And that's good. Okay. And he says, there were maybe 2 people in Rick's chat who thought I was real Carrie. Those 2 need to be very careful for real scammers, just as Rick said. Now, the thing is, if real Carrie would have made comments, he could have always called in, just as you people have done. It's very hard. AI could imitate the voice. AI could imitate the video. But you know how you avoid this problem? You contact your people in the space. So instead of ignoring me, some of these big-time carnivores should be communicating with me. And some of them do. Obviously, we have Dr. Kiltz, who does communicate, does recognize that I'm there. So the chance of Dr. Kiltz and Rick the Quack getting into some kind of controversy is probably this much, because anything that happens, I mean, he gives people his personal phone number. He hasn't given it to me, but still, he does give his personal phone number. So if, for example, if I had somebody's phone number, I'd be, hey, you know, did you come on my channel? Or they could contact me. So anyway, but as he said, 99% realize it was a joke. There's always that 1%. And you know what? That 1% needs to wake up, because they're going to be taken advantage of. Yeah. Please reply to Carrie. Okay. I may have said my doctor is coming 5 more years, send me more money, but it was a joke. Of course it was a joke. I knew it was a joke. I was laughing all the time. I was having fun. But that's the difference between the carnivore quack and a carnivore guru, or one of these carnivore influencers. Because I'm not an influencer, I'm the de-influencer. That's different. I can't convince you to do anything, but I can definitely scare you away from certain things. Yep. It's all fun and games. Joe Pesci and the drive-through comes to mind. Just saying. Poop store. Okay. Lost my dad to dementia. I need Realized from him I need to have a little more fun in life. A little more. Didn't learn this until I was 42 years old. Well, good for you. You've had fun on my channel, and you still will. Growing up named Lucy. All that football. Yeah, I remember that. Okay, Lucy is still lurking. I sure hate those negative carnivore YouTube channels. You mean like Homestead Hal? Oop, I shouldn't have said that. They are frustrating to watch. Does Rick have an email address? Yes, he does. Learn how to use the YouTube information, and you will see that I do. And if you don't know how to use it, let me give you a quick tutorial over here. All you have to do is go to my YouTube channel or anybody else's YouTube channel and just click More. And there it is. View email address. And there's my email. So it's very easy to find, very simple. And again, if you want to call me, I always put a description with the phone number in it. I want people to learn to be more, how can I put it? What is that little guy Nick Norwitz always said? Stay curious? Something like that. Okay. Let me go back to the comments. And it looks like the storm passed. Now, after this live, I'm going to get on my bicycle and I'm going to ride over to Winn-Dixie. I'm going to grab myself another one of those delicious pork shoulders that are 69 cents a pound. I can't resist a good deal, you know me. Okay, I don't give them much time. I think he does in his channel info. Yes. Yes. Negative meaning any that doesn't kiss your butt. Now we're talking. Don't get me started. Ha ha, the hypocrisy. Kitchen witch. I love the wisdom that comes from the people here. And that's a great thing about it. Even though this is not one of the big time YouTube channels with hundreds of thousands of subscribers, I got the best subscribers. I mean, look, the fake Carrie called in, Tom Frugal Prepper called in. These are people that I respect. These are people I like to collaborate with, and I'm glad that you're here. I'm so happy that I have this opportunity, and I got to figure out how to make some money off the YouTube ads because for some reason I think people avoid me. But then again, I don't want to compromise and then be some kind of shill for some overpriced crap because I wouldn't do that. Now, if there were some products I liked, I mean, I guess I could sell paneling if they still made it. I could sell rotary phones, maybe, radios. I don't know. There's got to be something I can sell. But I'm not the kind of person that's going to get a lot of attention. Let's put it that way. I'm not going to sell fancy soaps, and I'm not going to sell cologne because I don't use the stuff. I don't even use deodorant, which is probably one of the reasons why people stay away from me. But I guess the only person that's been near me is Russ Mitchell, and when you see him on Tuesday night when we're on his channel, you can ask him if I smell bad because that's about it. It's like Paul Saldino one time said that he doesn't use deodorant or either, and no one's ever said that he smelled bad, so I don't know. I've never got to meet him. He's always making videos. The last video he made was from here in Miami, from some crap hole condo gym. But being one of the salesmen, one of the grifter class, he tries to avoid meeting up with real people. And that's the trick. If you want to see who the grifters are in the space, they only meet up with a select group of their other kind. They don't go out there and meet with the regular person. So that's a little something to think about. All right, let me get away from my ugly face and switch over here. Yeah, retired Rick. I remember when they started selling water and vending machines. I thought, who's stupid enough to buy that? Well, the funny thing was, the first time I saw a vending machine with water, it was about 10 feet from a water fountain. And I looked at it, I thought, they want $1 for this, but I can get that for free? And that's unlimited. I think I'll hit that one for free. I don't want to light a fuse, okay? It's normal. The whole water thing is pretty lame. Now we got a bunch of comments. Come on. Did I lock up here? What is this? Oh, there we go. All right, let me get back. Ooh, boy. I think I actually lost some of them. I talked for so long, I lost a bunch of comments. Stupid thing. Okay, I left to go take a shower, kept this running, and still on the phone. That's Rick for you. Only kids that eat my egg recipes are the two youngest. Everyone else too afraid to try them. I missed the beginning of phone conversation. Who is the guest? That was Tom, Frugal Prepper. It'll be in the replay, so you can listen. Let's see. I like those egg white marshmallows. Only 2 hours in, it's nothing. Well, I got news for you. Now it's 3 hours and 13 minutes. Can't be here long. Okay. Well, I'm glad you were here, Cindy. Sorry I won't be able to see you live unless I end early. Maybe we have another thunderstorm. Tartar, marathon. I don't use cream of tartar. Just whip the egg whites. So we'll go through this. Yeah, Frugal Prepper. That's the one. What is this? We love Rick and Milton. Well, thank you. I haven't let Milton in here. Maybe I should let him in here. He hasn't been protesting, so he's probably happy. His name is Tom, yes. All right. It's nice here today. Outside. You want to go outside? I think he just has a yard, but you don't need a lot of room to grow wheat. You can just make a little bit of it. Not that hard to do. Cigarettes are $12 a pack here. Crazy. Okay. It's been quiet, though. And the storm actually didn't even rain. A little bit. Okay. I live in a swamp. Well, that's good. This used to be a swamp. Case against sugar. There is sugar in cigarettes. That is correct. They put them in there as a way to make them less harsh when they're smoked. Some of them even use high fructose corn syrup. Wait till Storm Aaron gets here. Okay. Bug phobic. Okay. Wow. Highs in the 90s and sunny. Sounds like Florida in Kentucky. There you go. I like her little saying, you matter always. That's great. I wish some of the other prominent people would say the same thing. And Alabella's here. Hi, Rick and Milton. Hi from Rick. Milton, he'll come in eventually. Another possible ad for a carnivore panel, stroke edition. That's a good thing. Yeah. Firewatch. Oh boy, it's a dry season. Seems like it's always a dry season in California. Never had strokes. Yeah, see, some people just don't get strokes. Other people do. Give chickens water. Okay. Going to listening mode. Enjoy your day. That's great. Just woke up, 12:38 a.m. Say hi to you, and I say hi in return. So we're still far behind. 3K yesterday. People losing their mind. Prices will never go down as long as people buy 3K TV phones. What contained sugar? Sugar's in everything. Some pump is running constantly. Must be flooding. 104 degrees, wow. That's pretty bad. Okay, where do you live? Must be Canada or something. Windy, not deadly event. We really need the rain. Outskirts of Vegas. Miss New York. Miss nature. Finally get my wisdom tooth out. Oh, not an infection. I haven't had a tooth infection. I've been lucky. You'll feel better. Yeah. So many people are afraid to eat eggs. That's right. California. Okay. So California is pretty hot now. Summer. And Grace was in Ontario. Okay, that's where it's even hotter. It's funny how the weather pattern works. I'm getting the worst one out on Tuesday, and then they'll take the other tooth out. What level license are you going for? I'm sure he'll answer. Use a wet tea bag, put on my hole to soothe it. Okay. Happy gas. Yep, nitrous oxide. I love that stuff. It's like pulling teeth. Uh-huh. Health Mess, Missouri. You know, and I've got chipped teeth, and I don't think I've ever gotten a cavity because I've been on the carnivore diet for so long. Is butter or tallow better? Depends on what you want to do. For flavoring stuff, butter is better. On the other hand, beef tallow is better for cooking. If you're going to fry something, use beef tallow because butter will burn. So beef tallow is better for frying eggs. Butter is good for flavoring. If you want to put butter on your meat, that works out well. Let's see, second level 2. Once you pay test fee, you keep testing until you've done all 3 if you keep passing. Yep, ham radio exam, that's good. Mince meat, I can't live off eggs. Okay, and Jonathan returned. Again, that's good. And Annabelle is saying hi. Okay, let's see. Can't hear Rick Storm. Well, it passed already. I'm not blaming Milton if the internet goes out. That's right. I use lard now. Bacon, grease, and butter. Lard is, bacon fat is almost the same thing. Affected molar. We could ask this guy questions. Rick is so good at talking on the phone. Well, anything's possible. What I could do is to open up the chat and let the caller answer it, but I'll come up with something. Grateful on crave carbs, Steve DeCrane variety of fats. Well, that's good if you like fats. Scrambled eggs. Take George for a walk. Okay. I'm day 2 of the sugar diet. For science, interesting so far. Well, I see Jonathan's trying something different. I could never do the, I don't know, sugar diet. No, I just put my webcam by the window. The window's so dirty you can barely see out of it. You are brave, carnivore muscle. Well, when you have as many problems you have to deal with, you got to try a lot of things. He might be doing the Sean Baker version of the sugar diet, which is all fat. Then we get dust storms. Let's see. Yeah, that's about the hospital. They don't let you sleep. That's very true. Yeah, see, hospital 4 days, maybe got 2.5 hours sleep. They just treat you badly there for some reason. I've been so cold this winter. If you live in Florida, you don't have to worry about that. They wake you up to give you something to sleep. That's typical hospitals. Be still going when Polish Mike comes back to say he passed. That's possible. 30, there you go. The guy's smart. Not only is he a carnivore and smart, but he's also good looking. So he's got it all. All right, a bit like Doctor Who. I'm the mad carnivore who lives off cream. Okay. And congratulations from Booby Goats and from Terry Sue. I just left exam site. Excellent. Don't think I have history problem. Yeah, he said he did. Wow. Well, there you go. You're doing better than me. For some reason, YouTube doesn't pay me anything. I don't know. Rick looks antsy. Nah, that's just the way I am when I'm talking. I may do 1100 sometime this year, technician. Okay. I'll take my time, shop for some radio equipment. There you go. Has he eaten yet? I don't know who that's referring to. Probably me. Lunchtime is coming up. No, I didn't make that bacon. That's true. I didn't make the bacon. I had the eggs and the beef, but I never made the bacon. Yeah, Mitch doesn't make much dollar either, and he has a much bigger channel than me. I'm at work. Anybody makes more than me. I've noticed some channels more into the dollar part than spreading the word on what is a proper human diet. And I've said that many times. Frugal Prepper's name is Tom. Just subscribe. Frugal Prepper's Garage and Garden. Said that earlier he ate something, but maybe not enough. I wanted to cook bacon. Yeah, that's what I said. I tend to eat a lot, so that's just the way that I am. Told me I've lost a lot of weight. I've been working really hard. Well, that's good. That sounds like a compliment, doesn't it? Can I blame make money for the time? Overboard with pushing supplements and unneeded stuff. Yeah, like my $30 a month membership program. $30 a month times 1,000 members. That's $30,000 a month. How much does it take to run a website like that? A couple hundred maybe? Question is, are you paying the other people that are in there? Are some people getting paid, or are you just using it all for your fundraiser? I don't know. That's right. Peter knows. He's got a great channel, really great guy too. Anyone that comes on my channel and makes comments or calls is a great person. So if you want to be a great person, check out Rick's Live at 8 with Rick. Call in and, or at least comment. And that's it. Supposedly Kerry's coming on your live next Saturday. That's what I'm hoping. Now, will he come? I don't know. I don't think he's scared of me. I really don't. Why would he be? I'm not a threat to anybody. I'm more of an asset than a liability. I mean, think about it. As long as I've been carnivore and I haven't died of a heart attack, you can see how I work. You can see how I ride my bike. If I was going to drop dead, you would think that I would be tired out by now. You can also see, for a 57-year-old, I don't look that bad. The only chronic condition I have is sinus issues. Everything else is fine. 0 aches and pains, plenty of energy, mind works well, and I don't have that vegan voice. I don't sound like a soy boy. I don't go, I'm not a dum-dum. At least, I hope not. But you'll have to tell me. Okay. If you turn sideways, you're getting so skinny. That's like me. I turn sideways and it's like, where'd he go? Disappeared. Welcome back. Yes. Quiet as a chuck mouse. Well, you don't have to be quiet over here. I was offered to take another exam for higher level. I did not take it. I'd rather study and pass than pass by luck next time. No rush. Good for you. Still very chubby, but thank you. That will improve over time. Okay. Thanks, Tom. Where did you hear that? Rick would be a good telemarketer. I don't know about that. I have a feeling that people would run. You won't be chubby for long. There you go. Listen to Peter. He's telling the truth. Not only that, but his testosterone more than doubled. So it went from being a fat lump to something that his girlfriend is now afraid of. I think it was interesting to subscribe to him too. Last week from Rick himself. Yeah. Have one Thomas, a frugal Tom. Guess we already collected all the mics. And there's a couple of Ricks too. Yep. It'd be amazing to long be over. I'm in size 18 now. I have to buy new trousers. I've been wearing size 16 dresses. Hey, I wear size 16 shoes sometimes, but I know it's not the same thing. Tom's mics. Yeah, they'll never have the budget for trousers. There you go. Well, with all the ham radio people that have been dying off, I do see ham radio receivers and transmitters at a discounted price. I'm getting lots of muscle. I'm happier not weighing myself. Good for you. You can never have too much muscle. That's my theory. Even if you're heavier. Because if you're heavier and you have a lot of muscle, you'll still look better than somebody that's skinny, that doesn't have a lot of muscle. You don't want to be as skinny as me, but for a skinny guy, I got toothpick arms, but they're solid as a rock, so I'm pretty good about that. Happy carnivore, now 14, 16, you'll get there. I agree with that. Okay. We got a long way to go, and there we go. Okay. We're getting there. Don't worry. Carnivore power always wins. So we got all these comments here. You've done so well. Yes, that is correct. The stupid county, this idiot mayor that we have, this lady is a total crook. And she wanted the fluoride in the water. I guess if you keep the people stupid enough, you'll vote for a good-for-nothing scammer like her over there stealing your money. They've burned at least $1 trillion in the school bonds. You should see how much money they waste with these school remodels. The school down the street, they dumped 20 million into that, and it looks worse than when they started. Very, very typical. So, yeah, we're run by crooks. So skinny and fit soon. There you go. You write down your messages. Did you ever write down your measurements and any notes you wanted? If you can keep an eye on that, you don't lose muscle that way. That's a good point. Huh. 22, I'm comfy 12. There you go. Right. I haven't felt this good in years. Even before you lose a lot of weight, you still feel better. No lowering high blood pressure. There you go. You might even have blood pressure like mine before you know it. I won't watch him until this is resolved. I guess you're referring to the very popular carnivore channel, Keith. I don't blame you. I ain't going to watch him either. I decided to help my friend trim a hedge rather than sit through that nonsense. Join my group. I'm going to market to you. I have these salt shakers that are $20. I have a shirt that you can wear to advertise my group. And of course, I'll give you a membership for a month if you're lucky enough to win it. But only a month. We're not going to give it to you for a year. We want to get you hooked, pull you in. Then that way you'll keep sending me $30 a month. Okay, fine. Whatever. Yep. Love that carnivore diet. Exercise is just something you want to do. It's not something you have to do. It's like me. I don't exercise. I work. My sense of humor is a question. Okay. Carnivore 2 years now. Once I had my surgeries. Well, I'm glad. Glad. At least you have hope. Yes. Outside and in. That is correct. That's like me. English sense of humor for my daddy. That's great. I found out about you, Booby Goats. That's why I'm glad to have found you. Well, that's it. And if you have not seen her channel, I recommend that you look at it. There's only one channel called Booby Goats. If you like animals and crazy kids and like the country, check out her channel. And if you're smart, you'll subscribe to it too. That way you don't miss the videos. I like the second fake Harry. He was fun. Yes. Sometimes I think he's more fun than the real one. You are big time to us, Rick. Well, thank you, Terry Sue. I'm glad that you like me and my quackiness. Yes, we love you too. 69 cents a pound is a good deal, and I am not going to miss it, even if I have to go through a thunderstorm again. Now, I could drive my friend's car, sure, but I'm trying to save money, and I'm trying to prove that you can exercise without having to go to a gym. So if you want to, move some muscles, you can get on a bicycle and go. Now, obviously, if you're like Jersey Tom, as Mitch calls him, or Target Prime Rib, and you have a foot that's like not there or part of it not there, bicycle may not be the best thing to do until you find a way to do it. But if you have 2 feet and you're able to move your legs and you're not morbidly obese, bicycle is a great, great way to move around. Some people are better off walking because at least with walking, you don't go that fast. You're not going to crash into a coconut tree or run over an iguana and get thrown in the canal. Okay, so I gained most of my weight too. Psych meds. That's another thing. Meds can have the effect of making you gain weight. Second fake Harry is a nice guy. Yes, I agree. Yep. And again, if you want to check out Peter's story, I know he's interviewed by several channels. I know for sure that Homestead How did interview him. So if you don't mind watching the Homestead How channel, look for a Peter, Papa Carnivore. And weren't you also on Dave Mack's channel, if I remember correctly? And if you don't know Dave Mack, he is the carnivore interview authority. Every single carnivore person in this space that has been interviewed is on his channel. And there's new ones out there that need to be interviewed. So if you have not been interviewed by Dave Mack, let him interview you. There is no charge. You are not going to be solicited for anything. He's not going to try to sell you membership. He's going to interview you. He's going to let you talk, and he's going to put it out there. And then maybe you'll get interest from other people. So, again, If you haven't seen his channel, it's called No Carb Life, and just look for it. I can show you a little bit later. Okay. I shill for Cerule, sort of. Haven't made a single dollar off it, but I use the products. My understanding, this is Bart K's product that he likes to push. It helps some people. I mean, you got Brian, that Wicko's carnivore. It's helped him. Bart himself says it saved his eyesight. To me, it looks like something that's massively overpriced, but they do have that sort of, what do you call it, multi-level marketing where you can get other people to buy it and you get it for free. If it works for you, go for it. But I think it's a little too expensive. I would concentrate it. If it works, do it. But if you don't need it, don't worry about it. I still wear perfume. You know, again, that's your choice. A lot of people like women with perfume. They wouldn't wait around some gal that has a body like Dr. Sean Baker and smells like raw ground beef. Now, on the other hand, if a gal look was like that, you know, I might find her attractive. It's like, well, I don't have to worry about my gal being hit on by other guys. The guys are over there trying to hit on your pretty girl. You got the girl with the 20-inch biceps, and, you know, and there's like, you're going to hit on her? Oh, no. I don't have to worry. What is that noise? Well, that's interesting. Well, looks like the mail truck high-centered on that rock across the street. So now the mailman's trying to get his truck unstuck. Interesting. Oh, well. Okay, so let's see what we got here. I'm a bit crazy. Yeah, that's why you're a quack. And look who's here. It's our law enforcement professional himself, CB Carmack. Hello. I need to get out my CB. Breaker, breaker, duck food, alert. Okay, morning CV, there we go. Yeah, I like the smaller groups like Rick and Mitch, Russ, Homesick Buckeye, etc. Yes, and even though Mitch is not really a small group, the thing about Mitch is that he's opinionated and he will drive away the carnivore scammers, the grifters and all that. They're not going to want to participate with him. They may be subscribed to his channel, but you're not going to see them go in there and participate. Because old Mitch, he don't take crap from anybody. He's not going to let somebody tell him what to do. He's going to figure it out on his own because like a grown man, like a real adult, he thinks for himself. And that's why he's still here. We can learn from Mitch. Learn all that adversity, the problems he had. He's still going. He ain't giving up. Good for you, Mitch. I hope you'll be around another 20 years. Maybe you'll be around after I have my heart attack and drop dead. So we'll see. And if I do have a heart attack and drop dead, then basically, you know, whatever. Okay, nothing wrong with that. Being off the antidepressants will definitely. When is Milton getting snipped? Don't wait too long. If he does start to spray, he'll still spray after his butterballs are snipped. I've got a friend of mine that may be able to find a veterinarian to castrate Milton. After Milton's madness yesterday, I'm kind of wondering, that cat is a beast. I have never seen such a mean, vicious animal in such a cute little package. But hopefully it'll be soon. I told my friend about it, you know, hopefully in the next few weeks. I've already got the plastic cage ready. I'll shove Milton in there. We'll take him over to the vet, and we will get him castrated. It's so nice that us humans are not that way, but I have to admit, some of the guys that I know, they should have been castrated because they're going with anything that's in a skirt and maybe something that's not in a skirt. I'm just glad I never had to experience that because I wouldn't want to lose my duck eggs. But unlike a cat, I can control myself. So I'm keeping the duck eggs. All right. Let's see. Anxiety tablet. Made me hungry all the time. 12 ounces of ice of cream and a ton of cream cheese for cooking. Okay. Yep. They did. They also put ammonia. That is correct. There was actually a video about that. They use, believe it or not, urea, the same thing that's found in urine, along with ammonia. So the nicotine is absorbed very quickly. So if you like smoking cigarettes, just think of somebody pissing on it and then drying it out and then smoking it. Pretty nasty. Proud quack addict here. Well, that's why you're in the right place. And Cindy says, thank you, Rick. I love the saying you matter and added always to it. Again, the smaller but real carnivore channels are the best. Those are the ones that we want to do. Did Fake Harry ring tonight? Yes, he did. And you can listen to the conversation we had in the replay. Fake Harry said he's half Filipino. I know a lot of Filipinos, and they're actually pretty smart because the ones that I know, they're very much into their family, and they seem to be able to cut through the BS pretty quickly. I've never really seen Filipinos get scammed. So they got a lot going on up here. And just imagine if they were a carnivore, they'd be even more of a force to deal with. Quack, quack. Yep. Yeah, that would be funny. He went camping, though. So contact me. I'm sure I'll get an email. Go back and see it. You see the end of Rick's show last Saturday, or I emailed and I opened it. Yes, I did. Well, ain't going to be no prego because Milton is only let outside under supervision. Yeah. Rick doesn't need grandkids. No, I don't need an aggressive beast. Cats can be really aggressive when they got their little nuts. But hopefully soon, Milton's little nuts go bye-bye. No more little nuts, little Milton. Because if Milton starts spraying, Milton's going to have to go and stay in the garage. Okay. Beef tallow better than bacon oil. Beef tallow is my preferred frying fat, but bacon fat is probably a good second. I would go with the beef tallow. Takes more heat, lasts longer. Let's see. I'm getting some more. That's funny. It's starting to rain a little bit again. Lamb offcuts. They were cheap and had so much yummy fat. Yep, it's raining. Not a lot, though. Don't chat till he catches up. I'm working on it. 80% fat, mostly cream. That's good. I'll email the clip after I screen record it, save you some time. Close to the very end. If Rick tried the sugar diet, he'd probably have that heart attack. No, I would probably starve to death because I'd be throwing up and have diarrhea 24/7. Sugar diet made me get fat and diabetic. Exactly. I get nauseous thinking about it. Exactly. That's the problem I have. I missed to the end of live. I reckon dentists will profit from the sugar diet. You bet they will. Change my handle to TS to make it easier. Well, better late than never. You know me, I hang around quite a while. Tiramisu. Let's see, it also stands for tough poop. Tough, yeah, SH. I got that right. Dr. Dennis, they want to drill Deco Clean for $800. It's crazy. Huh. Like your YouTube name. Fast forward to the end so you see Carrie's face, then rewind to see what it built up to. I don't understand why Carrie hasn't unblocked you, Rick. Why would he bother coming on your channel if he can't bother to unblock you? It's crazy and petty. I don't know. But if he does come on my channel, and again, I know right now they're having another one of their meetups, so that's probably on his mind. The last thing on his mind is the very, very small carnivore quack channel from the tallest carnivore who's going to be on the same day that he does come. I'm going to put Rick's 18-year YouTube anniversary with a total income of this much. That's how much money I've made on YouTube. That much. Nada. Zip. Zero. Something by the time I talk, get typos. Yeah, they should. I could have a conversation, but I think I don't want to scare Carrie off. If he does come in, what I'll probably do is set up a video chat, give him a link, and then that way we can see what his facial expression is. Because a lot of times you can tell more about a person by their facial expression than just the voice. Because the voice, sure, but when you talk to someone, they go like that, or they go like this, or whatever. It's actually pretty good, because when people start lying, they tend to do this kind of stuff. So it'll be interesting to see what comes up. And we're getting some rain again, but no thunder, so the internet shouldn't go out. Okay, how much have we caught up? Not a whole lot, but we're in the range. Dennis, we're impressed. That's good. I can't top the line to the phone. Makes it easier, right? Okay. Annabella, the Happy Carnivore, says, Rick, you were the first one that helped me not to weigh myself. I tell people, don't go by how much you weigh. Go by how you feel and how you look. That's all that matters. And again, if you're heavier, but maybe you got more muscle, people look good when they have more muscle. Even the gals. I know a lot of people say, ew, gals have too much muscle. But I would much rather have a gal built like a bodybuilder than one built like a blob, because I'm not intimidated by her muscles. You want to have the 18 or 20-inch biceps? You want to have the thick legs? It doesn't matter. I think you're still pretty. Doesn't matter. As long as you don't have the same equipment that I do, then you are still female. That's it. There's nothing wrong with being strong. I'm not afraid of the muscle gals. All right? So just want to put that out there. I'm on my computer, easy, but on cell typing, I don't have a 7-inch screen. Okay. Didn't know you had a license for ham radio. Ham radio has been licensed ever since the beginning. And believe it or not, CB used to be licensed in the 70s. But so many people went on CB radio, CB has not required a license since the late 70s. And I used CBs a lot in the past. Now it's just a few Spanish people and not a whole lot going on. Okay. All right. Breaker 19. That's it. Channel 19 was a very popular channel to meet people, and then you go and switch to another channel. 6-inch screen. And Feral Grandma says CB no license. That is correct. Waist. Oh. Yeah, see? The waist goes down. Ham must be more intrusive. Well, just a different frequency. Be mindful, though, good radio manners are worth it, right? I got eggs for $5 this week. Okay. Do replays. We'll check out end of last Saturday. No matter what you say, Kerry got me interested in carnivore. He can change 4 or 5 times. I'll be grateful to him. Well, I'm glad that he worked for you. And I'm not saying don't watch his channel. I've recommended his channels many times. You can see last year, I recommended him in my channels to watch. So I don't know why he would be offended by me. I guess it's just part of being famous. You get famous, then you start looking down on the other people that you used to think were good people. So, yeah, $12 for eggs is crazy. Dictator, but hams get the word out and then hide their radio. Well, that's it. And you can do it. Cindy says Dave Mack is going to be on my channel on July 18th. So keep an eye out on her channel. And remember, Cindy DeManchi YouTube channel, you matter always. Great saying. Why can't they all be like America? Well, America is a third world country, at least here in Miami. Yeah. You should see some of the signs. I mean, the sidewalks here, they're like an obstacle course. You know, they don't even fit like the, disabled. They have that Americans with Disabilities Act. They have places where the sidewalk is only 18 inches wide between the end of the sidewalk and the power pole. It's crazy. Let's see. Yeah, no one can say anything to me about that. That's right. Dr. Berry was my first, and Dr. Chafee. There are so many. Found Feisty Mitch, Small Fun Group, then Rick Carey, Thomas, etc. I like the smaller carnivore channels. I appreciate you doing that. Dr. Berry was my inspiration. I don't watch often anymore. Mitch is my main guru. Because Dr. Berry has all turned into a cult. There's just all these people constantly asking questions. Can it do this? Yeah, you can do carnivore for this and that. Send me money so I can answer your questions. He will never answer a question unless you send money. So it's gone into the pay-to-play thing. I don't even think about Dr. Berry anymore. And I never even met him. It's just, you get too popular. Amber O'Hearn, I've heard about her being a long time. Never contacted her. Stand for something or fall for everything. I don't know. Dr. Berry was another along with Mitch. There you go. Cerule does work for me. But anyone with seaweed allergies will want to be careful. Yeah. Because it is made from algae. Yeah. Well, it was called, he calls it now DC Rebuilding. Let me go ahead and look that up for you, because that's another one of my inner circle here. Let's see if we can find it. He'll ask me to be on his channel from time to time. I think it's called DC Rebuilding. And by the way, Dave Mack's channel, if you don't know him, No Carb Life, he has 96,300 subscribers. He will reach 100,000 eventually. It's only a matter of time. Well, where is I wish they had a search. Maybe they do and I just don't know how to use it. Okay, let me see something here. I think it's called DC. Oh, I see it. DC Rebuilding. Here it is. There you go. Only 1,680 subscribers. You can see he was with Jonathan. They're all kind of together. This other guy over here, Harry Serpanos, he talks a lot. He's kind of like me. Goes on and on and on. A lot of information. But yeah, check out, and I guess there's a place where you can donate and all that. DC Rebuilding. That is his channel. Okay? So another one to check out. There's a lot of them there. You don't have to waste your time in something like Dr. Berry's channel. Now, Dr. Chafee's channel has a lot of people in it, but I am partial to Dr. Chafee because, number one, he was the first doctor to interview me, and that interview was very popular. And number two, I think he's a genuinely great guy. He really does seem to be concerned. And, of course, his channel originally, he'd answer all questions, but now he sort of concentrates on the super chats because he's got so many people in the channel. I really don't see him trying to sell anything. He sold a few products, but he never pushed it. I know he sells a carnivore bar, but he always says, you could just eat meat. You don't need to buy the carnivore bar. But, yeah, he does a little bit, but I think Dr. Chafee is definitely another one. He's one of the big guys. And, of course, there's no big guy more well-known than Dr. Sean Baker. And even though I haven't met Dr. Sean Baker, he has done lives. He never goes for the super chats only. He does whatever question. Then he picks the super chat. I hope I get to meet him, maybe in November, because he is the second tallest in the carnivore space, and he is the most of a beast. He's got an amazing physique, and he's healthy, and he just eats steak. So you talk about the lion diet. That's the person that has been doing it for, 8 years now? He is one of the longest-term carnivores. He's been doing it for a really long time. And he hasn't died yet. So, I don't know. Maybe he'll have a heart attack. But he's a year older than me, so he should get the heart attack before me. Yeah, right. I'm the king of heart attacks. And it's funny to see these crowns in my channel. I don't know. Mitch is very outspoken. He's a good quality for leadership. Well, that's probably why Mitch has done so many different things. Restaurant. I think he's a pilot. You know, he's had computer business, all kinds of stuff. It's a lot like me, except that it's like a more successful version of me. That's what Mitch is. I like small groups, Iguana Nation, Booby Goaters, Riblets. That's right. Mitch is a good teacher. Yes, he is. Otherwise, we wouldn't be watching him, would we? We're all going to go from something eventually. Yeah. Oh, forgot Dr. Kiltz. I did mention Dr. Kiltz, but yes. And again, I used to think Dr. Kiltz was a used car salesman. He's still a little strange, but in a good way. I actually like him. I think he's pretty darn awesome. And I wouldn't buy a car from him, but I would definitely listen to diet advice from him. Okay. I recently stopped all my $30 subscriptions. Yes, I learned more from all of you. Real life. I recently discovered Mitch. Wow. See, love Mitch. You don't have to say it. Even Carrie admits you don't have to belong to his group. You can find the free groups. And if you want a real free group, check out Carnivore Talk. We have the other Bob that has a group. Look for Carnivore Talk. You can join for free. There is a paid option if you want to do that. And again, that's just normal because people want to get a little something for the effort they put into it. But it's not a paywall. It's not pay to play. And if you're courageous, you can join on Monday night at 8 o'clock in the Carnivore Talk Live. Unlike the Healing Humanity Live, which you can't join unless you pay him the money, you can drop into Carnivore Talk anytime. Look at Alexi. She dropped into Carnivore Talk. It's open for you. You can get in there and you can meet some of the great people that are in the Carnivore Talk group. So take advantage of it while it's there. Pretty soon I'm leaving because I helped my friend sell a vehicle. She's going to pay me. Good. It's great. Bill Cook said, be right back. Yep. Entered and heard castration. That's for Milton, not for us. Support those who really appreciate it. Yeah. Exactly. And Kurt, Meatheads, good morning. I don't know how long ago this was, but I'm glad that you're here. I'm praying for you about your work. The zoo is very appropriate. You're safe. We're discussing Milton. Clean diesel, the devil. I like having a dirty diesel that puts out plenty of smoke. Give him the old black smoke. Okay. It worked. I worked a lot since you started praying for me. Well, that's good. You are safe for now. All right. We are all quackers here. Yes, we are. Especially this one. Meathead. All right. Let's see. The fake Harry sounded like you on the phone. It wasn't him, though. But there's a similarity. Okay. My cat's nuts remain. They just got disconnected. Okay. Stand for cooking, fall for Mitch. Stand for cooking, fall for Mitch or Rick, or both. There you go. Just woke up. Definitely not me. That is correct. I know you work those late hours, so. My dentist hands out lollipops. My barber hands out toothbrushes. That's funny. Went to the restroom, ran back to catch the last fight scene. I missed your comment for some reason. All right, let's see. We got the good mornings here. Dennis, give out lollies candy. Give me a sticker or prize on Tuesday. Yep, Carnies. Zipping right along. He makes sure his quacks get noticed. Each one of us. I got to keep all my ducklings in a row. Don't want to lose them to the possums or to the raccoons. And there's plenty of raccoons on the internet. And unfortunately, some of them are in the carnivore space. So, Rick is so cool like that. Yes, I am. Got to run. Have a great day. Well, thank you, Haley K. He's a speed reader. Yes, I am. I've been doing progress pics. We got to check that out. Fake Harry sounds like JT from Poco Moonshine Family. No, but he said he was Filipino. I don't know. I haven't been able to reach JT. I even called his phone number, but he didn't answer. I hope he's okay. I miss JT. He was fun. He was the first person to send me anything. He sent me the GoPro camera that I used, sent me his Poco Moonshine hat, which I put somewhere in this room, and I can't find it. And what else? Sent me like the memory and the charger, everything for the camera. And that's what I've been using to make videos. So it was JT that got me jump started on making all these videos, the bike videos and driving videos. That was pretty good. The phone doesn't ring, he stays caught up. Yeah, but see, the phone is a very important part of this. She jumped in the shower. I tell her, okay, my dentist does not really give out lollies. I made it up because she eats carbs. Okay. I find the muscle gals a little scary. Well, it depends. If they're super roided up, they can be scary, but the muscle gals don't bother me. You know, I mean, if somebody's good looking and they have muscles, I think that's a benefit. Why do women want to be all skinny and scraggly or fatty? I don't want fatty women. I want a fatty steak. You know, women should be built like us guys. Who cares? You know, as long as you have the correct equipment and you're not trying to put two plugs together, I guess you're fine. But, oh well. Anyway, I feel very seen and heard despite the large group. Rick is killing it. That's what I do. I still feel Rick's channel will blow up. Then he won't be able to stay caught up. Well, if that's the case, I'm going to split this into, and I've thought about doing it, I'm going to split it into a call-in and then a comment-in. And what I might actually do is just ignore the comments, and then we'll have another live stream to cover the comments. We'll figure something out. Don't forget to like. I don't see getting to the bottom. Chat is necessary, but Mitch and Rick think it is important. Because Mitch and Rick think very similar. In order to keep people coming back, you have to let them know that you're paying attention to them. You're not over there selling your products and talking to all your carnivore buddies that have all the money and you're traveling all over the world. No, you're here talking to the people that have taken their time out of their day, either to sit in front of a computer or phone or to listen to you while they do something else. Sorry, Rick, I need to go. Great live today, and I am doing Kiltz's coaching program. Oh, I thought maybe you were not going to do it. There's a lot to read. See everyone tomorrow. Well, I'm glad, Thomas, that you have decided to get back into it. I think if you give yourself a chance, you'll find out that your personality will become much stronger and you won't have too many problems with people trying to overwhelm you. I have hourglass figure. Yeah, women don't get muscular unless they're juiced up with steroids or they're genetic freaks. I knew a gal who was a genetic freak, and she had biceps the size of her brother's. And it was kind of funny because they're both blonde and they're both good looking. The only way you could tell a difference apart is that she had long hair and he had short hair. So you look at him, it's like, yeah, which one's the gal? I said, the one with the long hair. Okay, but that's not always a guarantee. You know, sometimes the gal might have short hair and the guy might have long hair. I've actually seen that. I saw a beautiful blonde one time, and I'm thinking, what's that blonde gal doing over there? She's pretty tall. She's pretty nice looking. Then when I got up close, I saw the beard, and I'm like, oh, okay, that ain't working. Still pretty, though. That was like, what was that show? Dave Allen at Large. I think one time he was driving. He saw what he thought was a gal, and it turned out to be a guy, and he took off. Kind of the same thing. Cynicism with a side of realism. Love you, brother, for another mother. That's right. And the thing is, Meathead is a no BS kind of guy. Kurt doesn't. He's not trying to kiss anybody's butt. So if he likes me, there must be a good reason for it. An hourglass is good. Yes, it is. It's better than being shaped like an avocado. If you're a woman and you're shaped like an avocado, you got a major problem. Whether it's the Donny avocado or whether it's the other one, which I forget the name of it, that looks like a big pear. Hopefully Rick remains and YouTube doesn't kick him out again. Let's hope not. But then again, we'll see. I don't think the carnivore community is as petty as the free energy community was. It's a great gesture doing so. Mitch has problems doing it now, but his room has like 140 people. Yeah, well, that's it. Nutrition-wise, Dr. Barry's channel and do a search. Then to the comments of the video. That's a good approach. You might be able to find something. Yes. Well, he's been in the hospital. Let me turn my air conditioner back on. It's starting to get hot. Oh, my goodness. Is that you, Milton? Oh, Milton. Okay, little Milton. Here comes the Milton. This is the part of the show when everything goes down the drain. We're going to take this show to the wild side. I open the door and I let in the beast. I'm hoping I'll get 1,000 subscribers soon. Illnesses make it hard to upload radio. Well, if you got almost 4,500 here to pick from, that might be the way to go. DC is very nice, responds in chat when live, and very smart. And a cancer survivor and thriver. DC is a rock. And yet, DC is ignored by the popular carnivore channels. Why is that? It's almost like they don't want people there that can expose things. Dr. Berry's Wednesday lives are more likely to get a free question answered, but I don't watch as much as I used to. He still has interesting lives, especially if he's in serious focus without wife. What is her name? Nisha or something like that? I forget. David is a good egg. He's helped Jonathan carnivore muscle. That is correct. That is correct. He's awesome. I love no carb life. Gets guests that get healing through carnivore. Yes. And that is Dave Mack. And keep an eye out because I think every one of us that's been interviewed has been on his channel. And you know his channel is good when his very first interview was this guy, the carnivore quack. Also notice when people interview me, they tend to smile a lot. So that's pretty good. Yes, he does. My very first was Dr. Berg. My nephew was doing keto. Yes. I just subbed to you, Annabella, the happy carnivore. I would love to meet Dr. Anthony Chafee and Dr. Paul Mason. Yep, Paul Mason is the somewhat unknown blonde guy who's also in the carnivore space. So in Australia or whatever countries he's in. I don't see him much. But yeah, he seems to be in pretty good shape too. Haven't seen Dr. Baker catch a chicken. Well, I think maybe he's more into eating beef, but you'll see Rick catch a chicken. Hello, Milton. You want chicken? You're licking your lips. You want chicken? Delicious parking lot chicken. You always get the organs. You get the lizard, the gizzard, you get chicken liver, all that good raw chicken that little Milton can gobble up like a good little kitten. What a sweet little kitten. Look at that. Hello. Come here, little Milton. Come on. Come here. No? Okay. You want to watch the rain? That's fine. Yeah, I remember that. Dr. Berg's son, Dr. Berg in Scientology. I remember seeing that. Dr. Baker's the only carnivore doctor bigger than my darling grandbabies. There you go. Thank you so much. It means a lot. I could be shoveling mulch. You could be. I don't know how hot it is there. Looking forward to watch. Wife Nisha cooks, and she keto, eats her cooking. Yeah. Well, Barry started out as keto. That was his thing. Then he went carnivore. All the carnivore biggies don't go out and hunt their own meat. That is very true. Inherited that from my great-grandmother. I don't even know I made noises eating. Dr. Kiltz is one sexy animal. Roar. That's pretty funny. Although he is in pretty good shape for his age. And he's got lots of energy. So, you know, he's married, isn't he? Otherwise, the gals better watch out for him. Probably has a lot of energy. He'll chase him down. Should be doing laundry, but it's such a rare Saturday I have off. He actually kind of is. I am sexier than anyone else. That's why I do okay, identity. Okay. Might be because I used to starve myself. Oh, little Milton. Dr. Kiltz is fit for his age. Muscles. That would make sense. Welcome back. Energy is sexy. And let's see. What else we got here? I want to hang with the weird kids. That's why you're here. Appearance is everything when you're trying to promote a product. That is very true. Kitchen witch. Oh, look at it. It's Mr. Arm Wrestling himself. My cat Milton can beat me at arm wrestling, so I'm not going to try to arm wrestle you. But I guess you're at the meetup. Caleb Carnivore Quest, that's another channel you might want to check out. He is 16 years old, starting the carnivore diet, beating obesity. So he's going to be another one of us long-term young carnivores. And eventually he's going to be stronger than Dr. Baker. So it's only a matter of time. But check out his channel. Let's see. My big peeps are waking up soon. Making big fat cheese and bacon. And Caleb says, my arms are dead right now. I started the arm wrestling with Baker. Oh, that was a bad idea. Baker is a beast. I wouldn't even think of arm wrestling him. I'd probably finger wrestle him. This ain't going to happen. No way. Getting my acupuncturist take progress photos of me. Nice. I've seen some carnivore cooks, and they are not all in shape. Well, I mean, obviously, some of the more prominent carnivore cooks are obese. But the thing is, being obese doesn't necessarily mean you're unhealthy. I mean, look at Russ Mitchell. You talk about obese. Russ is obese, but he's healthy otherwise. I've seen him in person. He's not breathing hard. He's got a good attitude. And I think over time, he will lose some of the weight. But just because you're heavy doesn't mean that you're unhealthy. So I think the first thing to do is concentrate on being healthy, feeling good, getting pain under control, eating well. And then as you get more and more healthy, you're going to naturally do more things. You're going to lose weight. But again, if you're still heavy, don't judge somebody because they're heavy. And the worst thing you can do, think about, well, whatever happened to Carnivore Kip? Carnivore Kip no longer calls himself Carnivore Kip, calls himself Kip Moore. Doesn't make many videos because a lot of very mentally off people were criticizing him because he'd do carnivore for a while, then go back to the duck food, then back to carnivore, then to the duck food. And they're saying, well, he's a negative carnivore channel. No. The problem with Kip is not just Kip. It's the people around him that are using him as a way of justifying their own position. Why would you go and make fun of somebody who's trying to get better? I don't understand it. And I see it all the time. You have people over there, well, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. You're not doing it good enough. Like, wait a minute, people. The person's trying. Isn't that really the main thing? But, nah, these people are just self-centered, whatever. Who won, Caleb? Well, I think I know who did. You should attach a GoPro to Milton's collar for I might, but it's a little heavy for little Milton. Oh, you're so cute. Look at how peaceful you are. Sitting there like a little puffball. Aw, you have beautiful fur, too. Okay. Just saw your greeting. She said hi back. That's good. Baker. Lasts a couple seconds longer this time. Well, Caleb, give it time. In 10 years, Baker's going to have a really, really hard time. Because you're going to be something else. Remember, Baker was in his 40s when he hit the carnivore diet. You're in your teens. Just wait and see what happens. The world would be so funny to see Milton running around. Well, Milton, actually, I can show you Milton. He's right here. Let me go to the other camera. And here's my Milton. I love my cat. He's awesome. He really is. Anyway. Let's see. Let's keep this going. We're getting there. Right, Caleb? Ketogenic woman, shrink down. Yeah. I arm wrestled Carnivore Ray as well. Okay. 12 seconds or something. Well, that's good. I like being able to open things by myself. That's the one thing I can do. I've always been the kid that could open jars for my mom, even when I was skinny. Watch your cat. Mr. Kidders, I think. Hysterical seeing kitty antics. They're funny. Right? Cat videos get enormous views, except for mine, which don't seem to get enormous views. This week, my tortoiseshell cat. Huh. I can't be here for long, guys. Well, I know you're probably at the to get together. So, I'm just glad you dropped in. You're always welcome here in my live stream, and glad to see you. And I'm glad you're having fun. I hope that you can continue to be a part of the community. I hope I get to meet you one day, but I'm not going to arm wrestle you. I don't want to lose. Glad you stopped by, Caleb. Hi, okay. Yep, there we go. Again, I don't know if you're still here, but it wasn't that long ago, so we are catching up. Well, maybe it was. But anyway, Caleb's Carnivore Quest, check him out if you get the chance. Deja vu is a dream that you had before but did not remember. Could be. Dream must be a window in the future, or it could just be a repeating pattern. Some things do repeat themselves. Where is Milton? Well, I showed you Milton. Langley Air Force Base. Catch you later. Enjoy the pool. Dave Mack is hilarious, especially when he is Belshine, the Pop-Tarts eater. Hi, Milton. Meow. Random Harvest was talking about dreams. Okay. Have a great day. Carnivore dreams are so mysterious to me. Dr. Baker both had blue wigs. I couldn't find the Cooking with Frangie that Dr. Baker did. I think he took it down, but it was pretty funny. Yeah, probably the Goodwill store. I had ground turkey, sour cream for breakfast. I crave it sometimes. A few pickle slices. Okay. Used to have a racing heart while trying to get to sleep before carnivore. No more. My hands used to go numb while sleeping. No more. Dr. Kilt's a ceramic arts maker. Yeah, I've seen, he made a cup for Mitch, didn't he? Milton cheats and uses claws. You saw that. I tried to get him last week. He clawed my finger. I don't need to use the little lancet thing to do a blood test. I just hold it up to Milton. He does it automatically for me. I took a cardio versus carnivore from starving myself. Yep. Thumb beats arm wrestlers. The arm wrestling that we used to do when I was a kid was pretty sick because we got the idea from one of the WWF wrestling. So we used to call it arm wrestling with pit stop, which meant the loser had to be punished. And you probably know, if you're old enough to remember what the pit stop was, that's what you get if you lose the arm wrestling. So I don't see anybody do that anymore, but that's something that used to go on when I was a kid. Dream about Rick. Well, this is interesting. I dozed off this morning listening to Rick, and I had a dream about Rick. That's called a nightmare. I was at his house, and he had rigged a huge clear water tube in the kitchen. Strange quack dream. Well, if it was my house, there'd be iguanas hanging all over the kitchen and probably a big fat duck in the sink. Okay. Drink more coffee now than before carnivore. Do not get tachycardia anymore. Blame it on carbs. Makes sense. Carbs are devil. And Jonathan says, good. And Kurt says, good morning, Jonathan. That's great. Whoops. Milton is, okay. Sound engineer. Milton is reading the chat. Good afternoon from Jonathan. Love Milton's golden eyes. Yes. He's something else. Let's see. Walking the dog. Cats are great antidepressants. You got that right. Rick maybe got a stray playmate from Milton, or is he territorial? Yes. He was pretty rough with that cat outside, but I ain't getting him no more cats unless Milton gets castrated. Your nuts are going bye-bye. That's right. He's like, I don't know what he's saying. If he knew what he was saying, he'd probably tear me in half. Thank you for doing the live streams. It's my pleasure. It's the least I can do. I can't give anybody any money, but I can give you my time and do a live stream. It was good, thanks. He was behaved. Weather is odd. Very cloudy, but quite warm. How about for you? So I guess you walked the dog. Dog was fine. Glad you can go outside. Very rarely pick up my cat. Too bad it's a nice kitty. I stroke him regularly. This helped me capture him outside last escape. I carry my cat around. Love that cat. Yep. Milton is a fighter. That moved up the priority of getting him neutered. Yep. You're going to get neutered. Do you know what neutered means? It means that two little nuts go bye-bye. That's That's right. Come here. Oh, you want to stand up, little Milton? Come on over. Let's check Milton out on camera. Skinny guys are surprisingly strong. Yeah, it's true. Let's see. Off to weight train. Thank you, Rick and everyone. Well, good. Enjoy the gym or your home gym or whatever method you're using. And let's see. I am a small, skinny but strong guy. I'm very powerful, I say to people. I'm like an ant. Up and at 'em. Ant. And speaking of strong, look at who's here. The little cuddle kitten, Milton. Little monster. Look at that pretty cat. Oh, he's gorgeous. Look at that lean machine. He's a big old kitty. He's a little sweetie. You're still a kitten, but boy, are you a cutie. Those legs. You've got some strong legs, little Milton. You're a monster. Okay. What's the matter, huh? You bad kitty? Kissy, kissy. You're a good kitty. I like you. You're so sweet. Oh, my goodness. All right, you want to sit down? You're welcome to sit down. Yes. Let's hit these comments and let's get this done. Right, little Milton? Okay, let's do this. All right. Okay. All right. Hi, Peter. Battery-powered jar opener. Rick should always be in my dreams. I must admit, if I dream about anyone, it's most likely to be Rick, as I usually watch his videos before I'm in bed to calm my soul. Well, I'm glad that I can calm you down instead of making you upset like I do some people. I'm going to air fry some chicken wings for dinner tonight. There you go. Make sure you add some tallow or lard to make them better when you put them in the convection oven. I've had 5 dreams with Dr. Anthony Chafee. I don't know what they're about, though. Is he married? I know he's got a girlfriend. Oh, well. I hope it wasn't that kind of dream. All right, let's see. Peter's back. Time to end stream. Joke. Yeah, right? Wendy. Okay. TFG, you may have missed my reply. I don't want you to think I ignored you. Okay? About 35 pounds from my goal weight today. That's great. That's great. See? Don't even think about it. It'll come. I have a good idea. I told Thomas I wouldn't come on camera on his channel. I think I've said him I'd taken too much the other day. Yeah, that's okay. He'll get over it. He'll be back. We're going to have some shrimp today. Hard to get seafood into Loki otherwise. Can't argue with that. One of my best friends as a teen was skinny, but strong as ever. I know how that works. They used to call that farm strong. Daddy says no feline for you, Milton. Would you? Yes, we don't want Milton mating. No, we don't need more kitties. We're loaded with kitties. That's right. Look at you. You sweetie. Oh my goodness, are you a cute kitten? You're a sweetheart. Can't believe you were that vicious before. Rick lets me be who I am. Some people don't appreciate it. I understand because I got the biggest mouth in the carnivore community. Of course, I'm not as bad as, what's the guy's name? He was Morton Downey Jr. I'm not going to tell people to zip it and do all that. I'm metabolically lifted. Good morning, Rick. Good morning. It's afternoon now, so I guess it's morning where you are. That's the beauty of Rick's channel. It's amazing. Well, thank you. You're appreciated as you are, sir. PCUBU. A friend of Anthony is a friend of mine. That is right. Oh, more rain. No, Milton. Don't go on the keyboard. Everyone can be themselves and let their hair down. That's right. Or let their feathers down. Milton's getting the Duck Deluxe back rub. I probably won't see him until next year. I haven't seen him yet. I miss having a cat. I can't get one because I'm renting. That's for sure. I'm very sensitive and mean, I say to people. And this is a sanctuary channel. This is a channel for the Quack Pack. All the quacks come here. And yes, I'm still here, Alexis Jones, and I'm glad you're back. We were talking about you. interviews that you've done. I'm sure pretty soon you'll be on the big time channels, and you'll be popular for a while. That's good. And as long as you stay with it, you get a lifetime of benefits. You might meet a lot of interesting people like we all do. That's good. Meathead would sound like an oxymoron. Yep. How does your wife put up with you? I watched the new animal movie. Rick, save your money. It's good, but not for us. Okay, Jonathan, I believe it. I'm not even going to waste my time on it. I watched your movie anyway. I learned more from that than I learned from any other. Hi, oxymoron. Yeah. He has a girlfriend. I forget what her name is. Baker has a wife and kids. I know that. So it's okay. We all are who we are. I think you're so happy on carnivore in your journey. And you know a lot. It's all good. Besides, look at us all talking away. Yes, I talked too much when I pooped. I mean, popped. Pooped. They really upset him. I feel bad. Well, you know, Thomas will have to learn that some people are just big mouths. It's like I told him. People that have a Jewish background, they love to talk a lot. I got a lot of friends. I got family members that are like that. It's just part of the culture. You can't be offended by someone that likes to talk a lot. Yeah, popped on it, pooped on it, right? 23 years, only she knows the real meathead. There you go. Okay. Appleton, Wisconsin. Okay, another one from Wisconsin. Maybe you've met some of the other Wisconsin people there. I can count on this one hand how many friends I have. I know the feeling. A little sensitive, just like how Mitch is. It's a hard business to be in because it brings out so many people's opinions and the trolls. Got to ignore them and they go away. Or you engage them like I do, and they either go away or they become one of your subscribers. My cat is my favorite friend. And they're pretty interesting. I don't mind too much. I think Tom would be okay if you gave him space to talk next time. He will. Stop pooping on everyone's channel. He gave Mitch a stroke after all. Okay. I would apologize. And just have an open conversation with a kind person. Yeah. Look, you got to remember, when someone's been that metabolically damaged where they're losing parts of their foot and they're gaining weight, there's going to be a mental portion that goes with it. And part of the healing process is going to take time. It may be years before Thomas can be sort of out there like someone like me. So, because, you know, when you get to the point where you realize that people online, it doesn't really matter. It's like people that waste their time watching sports. They want their team to win. And I tell them it doesn't matter who wins. The outcome is the same for you. Same idea. There it is. Ellie is Anthony Chafee's partner. Very nice lady, to be honest. I think Dr. Anthony's engaged now. I'm not sure how Dr. Chafee stayed single that long, because I would think that most of the gals would look at him and they'd chase after him. But, yeah, and I believe he also has cats. So it's another one of us carnivore cat people. Brings up topics when a conversation may be going flat. See, that's the thing. You know, on my live stream, somebody could call in, and if things were going slow, it'd pick up. Why is there a car over here? What? Crazy cat. Anyway, I think people just, they come by here and they think it's an empty lot. All right, now, let's see. That's right. That interview did go off the rails, huh? I don't think so. Okay. I'll be doing videos on Rumble. Platform is more restricted than a vegan. I don't blame you. I'll be doing the same thing. Let's see. Papa, the good thing is you can talk your way out of it. I'm on Dr. Kilt's podcast again on the 13th. He has a podcast on the 13th? On Sunday. Okay. Good. Now see, even Dr. Kiltz brings in Jonathan. Who else is bringing in Jonathan? What about all these other so-called channels? Do they call Jonathan? No. They're done with Jonathan. They got to find somebody else. You got to find the latest and greatest to get people to join your program. Been to a couple of Carrie Mann's meetups. Good times. That's good. Met Dr. Kills in Montello. Yeah, you're Wisconsin. You can visit it. I wish I'd visit it. I'd come by. If they don't slam the door in my face, I would be glad to see the theater. I think that place is kind of neat. You know, if I had my way, though, I'd try to push them to get the neon sign back. I think the place would look better. Get rid of the barn front and put the neon sign on there. Okay, what you got, Jonathan? Well, you spelled his name wrong. He don't like that. That's awesome. He's one tough cookie. He has dealt with personal issues recently, but he battles on. Right. My Jonathan. Yeah, see, don't spell his name wrong, or you will face the consequences. Your new name to me. Nice to meet you. Yes. Okay. Poor metabolism, rough on the brain. It is. Thomas's channel. I watch, and Peter overtalked you. But he gets excited. I see both sides. This biz would not be wanting to be in. That's it. It's not a business for me. It's a charity. It took me a year to be in front of the camera. Over time, carnivore makes you stronger physically and mentally. I've never been shy, so that's good. I've been on OGC. I'd be on OGC channel. OGC. Okay. I think the cat is Ellie's. Okay. He was busy doing surgeries. He's mad busy, yet still generous with his time. That is correct. People talk a lot, though, and sometimes I don't have much to say. Well, there you go. It helps. And it's like when somebody calls into mine, then I generally let them talk, and I manage to encourage people to talk longer. If they say they're not going to talk long, they will be talking long, because that's the way that I am. Hi, Annabella. I had words behind the scene with Dr. Kiltz, and we have made amends, basically. There you go. I'm glad. You see? You'll be fine. And yes, Rick, I don't like my name being spelt wrong at all, especially when I spell it at the easiest and most common way. Consequences. Yeah. You don't want to make Jonathan mad. That's it. Thomas just wants to be respected. I hope Peter and Thomas have a good convo. Both just be helping They will. Don't worry. They will. There's nothing wrong with Peter. He's not trying to prove anything. He'll be fine. Guest speaker at Carnivore Conference. Never had experience with it before. Have a carnivore to thank for that. Yeah, I previously couldn't even speak. Exactly. Okay. OGC Mitch. Okay, old guy carnivore. That's what it is. Well, you know, Mitch opens up his Saturday. So if you want to be on there, let him know. He'll let anybody on there. He let me on there. So you know he'll let anybody on there. Disputes should be held behind the scenes. Well, I'd rather put it out in the open so it doesn't turn into a he said. But when everyone wants to hear the drama, that is correct. That's amazing, Carnivore Muscle. You talk plenty and very natural, so don't worry. That's right. Lexi's great on camera. Yes, she is. And we like having her there. A generous host gives a guest a spotlight. That's what I do. And that's what a lot of us do. Look at Dave Mack and his channel. That's what he does. But again, everybody has their own style. And guess what? We caught up. I caught up with the comments. Oh, I missed one. What is this? Okay. I missed one, but I caught up. Oh, did I miss something else? Wendy is pretty cool. I thought I said that. Peter said I talk too much when I get excited. By not carrying or holding my cat, I feel like I'm accommodating him, like he does not want to be carried. Okay. That was retracted. And it looks like the one thing that Rick's live stream always does, without fail, is catch all the comments. I would call it a fortune. But you know what? There's actually Google Voice, if you have it available. There's a Google Chat. I think, and I've done this before on another live with somebody else years ago, when they first came up with the lives. It had to be like, I don't remember, what was it, 2018 or something? They had what was called Google Hangouts. And then the Hangouts could be coupled with YouTube, and we would have like a lot of people come on. There's actually some old YouTube videos where you can see the Google Hangouts on YouTube. So it is possible to do that, but yeah. But we've been doing lives with each other. You know, there's several videos. I was also interviewed by Jonathan a couple of years ago, and you can see that I haven't changed much. Mitch and Peter didn't always get along good, but good now. Even had fun at meetup. Yeah. Thanks for skipping over previous comment, Rick. Did I skip over your comment? If I did, I don't see it. Anyway. Let's see. I read that one. Carnivores helped me with that issue. I saw that one too. I don't think I skipped anything, but hey, what do I know? Thank you, Bacon Baby. My mom kind of got on me by not talking enough on Tom's live yesterday. Very supportive, but dang, haha. Okay, it's all right. You did well, Rick. I know. Make it easier on us illiterate people, Jonathan. You're right. You were great. I just silenced the phone. Something else. I don't want a third name. My phone plan can there's phone calls where I don't have to pay extra. Okay? And remember, Rick, Carnivore helped me with that issue. Yes, I remember how frustrated you would get with some people. And now your attitude is completely different. You're not, you were like the kind of person that'd be doing road rage every 5 minutes. Now you're more like me. It's like, people are idiots. It doesn't bother me. Blowing up my phone. She told me to stop vaping on camera. Well, we have other people that vape on camera. It's not the end of the world. It's all part of the process of getting over it. Jonathan or Jonathan. I'm sure he'll tell you. Milton's working his Wonders of Alligator Alcatraz video. Should be a hot one. Well, Milton is actually working on his window view. I'll show you that. Yeah, Google Hangouts was discontinued in 2022. But I remember being on a couple of Google Hangouts videos on YouTube. It was actually about equipment and farming. And I don't remember which channel it is. And maybe the videos are gone now. Used to enjoy chatting on Yahoo Messenger. I used to chat on AIM, which was with the AOL Messenger. I've used IRC, MIRC, and all kinds of stuff. I've been around for a really long time. Meet a lot of people from around the world, that's correct. Lexi, you're sweet and pretty. There you go. And speaking of pretty, let me go ahead and change the camera view here, and we will show you where Milton is. Right, Milton? Okay, so that is Milton in action. He's calmed down nicely. Eventually, when he gets his nuts removed, he'll be even more friendly. All right, so let's see. We are running smooth now. All these comments. It says, okay, I'll be 43 Monday. My brother Jonathan will not turn 44 until the 26th. We stay the same age for a few days. Well, there you go. Although technically, it isn't. But yeah, numbers-wise. Jonathan, if Hispanic, the butchery is Jonathan. Yes, I tell people. I'm the same in person as I am online. If someone's blocked, you can imagine in-person consequences. That is correct. Okay, here's too kind. Misspelling is not intentionally done. I'm on a phone, no glasses, but people misspelling my name all the time. And I don't give a whatever because I know how to pronounce my name. Yeah, some people are bothered by little things. I've been called Rick, Dick, Quack, all kinds of stuff. Whatever. Slick Rick. I get called a lot of things. And I don't care. I've been called Hey You. Like, what does that mean? Telegram, WhatsApp, and Discord to a lot with international friends. You know, I'm sure you could use almost anything. Happy birthday, Lizzie. Milt's all business. You got that right. Okay. Pretty handsome Milton. Yes. I remember MSN Messenger on dial-up connection. I remember BBS services where you call into a phone number. Trying to chat on a BBS. That was funny. Yeah. Brain size is going down. Don't have much to think with. I can see Rick still using AOL. I still have Instant Messenger on one of my old computers. I think on the old Windows 95 machine. But I haven't turned that thing on in a decade. Kurt or Kurt? What am I doing here? Silly crowns. All right. Turned 30 last week. I'm very happy to still be here. Didn't think I'd make it at 30. I'm glad you are still here. Maybe one day I'll get to meet you. We'll see. Irish twins also. Slick Rick. It goes with the hair. I understand you and you understand me. There you go. Intentionally misspelling my name. Disabled man. Slowly losing my physical abilities. Every time someone calls me a different name, it detracts from my identity. There you go. You can call me Ray. Yeah, see? Not the only one. My kids are closing in on 40, right? Just messing with you. Alexis, correct him. We move on. Well, I guess they're not in the legal field because everybody knows LexisNexis, but oh well. Forgot where that came from. You can call me Ray. Irish in her, okay. Desperately trying to maintain and keep intact. I'm very isolated society, so I have my name, my body, and my friends. Don't mess with any of those to people in general. Well, no one's going to mess with they might mess with your name, but they're not going to mess with your body, and they're not going to mess with your friends. Huh. I had a MySpace page, but it wasn't carnivore. But yes, I was on MySpace. Windows 95 is still the best one. I got to break out my Gateway 2000 one of these days and do that. You will know when I'm intentional. John and Jonathan are two separate biblical names. I remember that story about David and Jonathan. It always seemed a little bit too friendly for me, but hey, there's nothing wrong with being friendly with some people. You and anyone else who treats Rick like you do. I love you and anyone else. Okay, there you go. That's a smart man right there. I listen to what he says because he's telling you what he feels. Our other brother and sister stayed to stay age for a week. My mom was popping them like, okay. Isn't it call me AI? TS, okay. Yeah. You seem young to be. You're great, helpful, and valuable lady in our community. That for your grandma. That's right. Check out Mitch, Okay, 5th grader, call me Tanya, like suntan. Don't have any reason to go to the UK. Anyone remember the busy signal chats? I remember it very well. I remember trying to, call a number, getting a busy signal on the BBS. I remember that. Absolutely meathead. Cool makes sense. You must mean sense. All right. Well, that is pretty good. Now, it is 12:42, and my energy level is a little bit down because I haven't had my lunch yet. And as you know, unlike a lot of the carnivore influencers, I don't do fasting. I call it starving. I like to have 3 meals a day regularly. I think I'm going to have some pork shoulder. What I could do, I could put it in the pot. But I don't know if somebody else is doing a live or what. Well, let me check Let me see how many people we have in here. And let's see what's going on now. Okay. Okay, that was for Jonathan's live stream. And let me see what we got here. We have 50 watching. That's actually very surprising. I figured we'd have 26 by now, but we have 50. Very good, very good. Let's hope that next week we can break 100, especially if we do have our celebrity guest, which I think would be fantastic. People can see my channel and whatever. So anyway, let me see if I can get, what the heck am I doing here? Let me go back to the comments. Okay. Ooh. All right. Call me Al, not AI. Okay. You're being very brave. Yes. We one day have less pain. I sympathize with a lot of pain myself. Stay strong. I really wish that somebody could solve his pain problem, but I don't know. I think it would take a miracle at this point. We're introverted folks. Oddly enough, I would strongly argue in the UK as the strongest concentrated team of carnivore specialists of any country. I hope to meet you one day. For your grandma. I'm sleepy. I'm getting sleepy too myself. I remember the sound of, yeah. Well, I can do that for real here. In fact, I don't know how sensitive the mic is, but let me see if you can hear it. Well, Milton wanted out. I think he probably wanted to get something to eat. So I don't know if you could hear the door creak open. But I did a video one time. I was trying to imitate, Tales from the Crypt. And I went down my hallway into the creepy old room, opened the door, and then Milton goes, meow, meow. Cute little Milton. Don't think it had the same effect, but it got a few comments. Okay. Elizabeth is my middle name. Bonnie Elizabeth is my middle name. Do I have to do laundry now? Well, that's up to you. Let's see. Oh, wow. I took a pregabalin capsule today just to calm me down. There are side effects, of course, but I don't have much work on tomorrow. Okay? Tired of typing. There we go. I may nap. That's what Dr. Kilt says. Get yourself a nap. Get hangry by 2 p.m. 2 meal a day works for me. I don't get hangry. I don't actually get hungry at all. That's the funny thing. What happens to me is when I don't eat on time, my energy starts to run out. It's like, when your engine's running on fumes. That's what happens to me. I don't store a lot of fat. I'm not like those people that can fast for days. I'm not going to do that. My blood sugar's low enough already. If I start fasting, I'm going to be dizzy. I'm going to be walking around, I'm the guy that can walk around with a blood sugar in his 50s. I've had blood sugar as low as 52, and I was still able to walk around. So, and my blood pressure is probably low as well. When I don't eat for a while, it goes way down. I've had it as low as like 80-something, over 40-something, and I didn't feel lightheaded, but I wasn't 100% either. Yes, hope the medicine helps. And the pulse versus tone switch, I got that actually even on this phone. It has one pulse versus tone switch. It's right down here. It's at the bottom. I got several of those. Oh, extra, I send you my pain ebook when I release it. Anytime before Christmas. It's mostly written up. That's good. Rick, your channel is gathering the true elite. Well, you're here. So, yeah. Let's see. Nap sounds wonderful. You should do that. I think a big part of being in this lifestyle is keeping your stress level down. Don't push yourself too hard. Push yourself way too hard, you're going to end up getting sick. And then what? You'll make all this money, you'll be successful, and then you'll be dead. You can't enjoy it. And then your kids will take it and blow it. So whatever. Get some food in that belly. Yes. Tanya Kitchen Witch. Definitely napping. I've been up since 2:30. Wow. Do laundry. Whoops. What the heck happened here? All right. Wild card, like chlorine dioxide to get rid of the pain. Call me Al. Tired, getting tired. Yeah, right? Let's see. Okay. Herbal detox. Dr. Schmidt. I hope that's not Schmidt's gay beer like on Saturday Night Live. Oh, we have a question. Have you ever used any medications or illicit substances? You don't have to answer. Biochemistry, drug metabolism is something I'm studying intensively. Okay, to help with the coaching. Let me tell you, medications. When I was a kid, I was given cough syrup, and I believe I still have a bottle of it. Let's see. There we go. This may be the last medication I've used. Let me go ahead and put it here. Why doesn't this silly thing focus? Anyway, it's pretty faded. This is dated 1979. Eckerd Drugs has been gone since early 2000s. I believe this is the last time, and the bottle is almost full. So let's see what we got in here. It still smells exactly the same as I remember as a kid. It's got that medicine-y smell. So this is the last time that I had a medication prescribed to me. 1979. I have tried aspirin for when I went plant-based and I had the headaches, but it did not work. And I don't think I've never used any other medication. When I was a kid, there used to be a drop that you could put in your ears. I think I used that. It may still be there in the medicine cabinet. Here it is. This is the dropper. The label has been fallen off. Either that or the roaches ate it. And this was a drop. The thing is hard as a rock. This dropper thing is like a stone now, you know. It's hard. This was, I think, in the early 80s. I used to get those ear infections. But that's about it. And again, I have tried aspirin before. It did not work. I don't think I've taken anything else. I may have had a couple of Alka-Seltzers when I was a kid. They used to have those tablets, plop, plop, fizz, fizz. And I think when I was on the plant-based diet, I tried Pepto-Bismol more than once. And I also tried Imodium AD. The only thing Imodium AD ever did was give me black-colored diarrhea. So it didn't really do anything. I've never had good success with medicines. I've never been on an antibiotic. And I've never been hospitalized, so who knows? Illicit substances. I've grown cannabis as a joke when I was a kid. I've never smoked anything, and I've never been drunk. I have consumed alcohol in the past. I've consumed beer and wine, but I don't like beer. I don't like the taste of it. And usually, like if a friend would come over, they give you, oh, let's have a beer. You crack open the beer, you take a couple of sips, and then you wait until nobody's looking, and you pour it out on one of the plants to help feed the bacteria in the soil. And that's it. One thing that I would do, which was one of my trademarks, I would take empty beer cans and wash them out. And then what I would do, I would fill it up with water and put it in the refrigerator. So when a friend came over, let's have a beer, I would grab the cold water and drink the water, and, you know, nobody knew the difference. So I don't like the taste of beer, but I have had it before, but I've never drank enough to be drunk. I've had, what else? I've had a martini now and then. Again, they're not that big, so who cares? And what else have I had? I used to make alcohol as a fuel, but that was denatured, so I never drank that. I had that permit from the ATF. And that's about it. I've never used anything else. Never done any coke, even though I live in Miami. I have no need for any of that stuff. That's just the way that I am. And have I ever been hallucinating? Yes, I have. One time we were giving people mushrooms, and I got it mixed up, and I ended up trying out a couple of mushrooms myself. I ended up in a very strange mushroom trip while I was with my parents. I don't want to go through that again. And in terms of cannabis, we used to infuse popcorn. We would put the cannabis into the lard or the oil that they use. And I did it once, and I ate some of the popcorn. And a few minutes, maybe 30, 40 minutes after I did, I started getting some strange effects. But that's been it in my 57 years on the earth. I've never used any of those other substances, so that's good. All right, so let's hit these comments. Bacon Baby says, I like American folk better. I have trouble understanding Richard Smith and Coach Steven. And by the way, I was also interviewed by Coach Steven. You can see a couple of years ago. Looks good for his age. And Richard Smith, yeah, good looking, blonde, in good shape. I mean, I think it was keto. It's more of a keto thing, but still. Rick and Milton Sleeve, both cuties, a quack and a cat. There you go. I totally get that. We're lucky that Richard has what I consider a mild Welsh accent. That can be a little distracting. 4 more days until I officially reach 30 days on carnivore. That first month, that's good. Let's see the second, third, fourth. It'll be a year, 5 years. Once you hit 5 years, then you're definitely one of those long-term carnivores, like us quackers. Yeah. There you go. Great. Nice, Lex. Keep it up. By around month 3, you'll find your feet, I'm sure. Okay. Take Jonathan's advice. He knows. Jonathan is also one of us long-termers. He's exceeded the 5-year mark. So he's one of the long-term carnivore. Well, is he a quack? I don't know. He might be a quack. He's part of the quack pack. I know that. Is he a quack? Hard to say. All right, let's see. And the comments keep coming in because we have the best of the best. Okay. Have you tried the CD yet? Okay. Busy signal. Your phone's going bananas. My whole yard has gone bananas. Let's just cut that off here. All right. I guess Milton must have knocked the phone off. Let's see how much we got. Okay. It's one of the bad things about not being able to keep up with the chat. I can't hear you. I hope so. That was annoying in my earbud. Okay, it stopped. Hang up the phone. I did. All right. There's always a technical issue. I thought I was going to go the whole time without one. It sounded like a pommeler. That's old. Yes, it is. Hope syrup from the pharmacy. Yeah. I don't think it did, but it's possible. Hold on. Higher omega-3 in lamb is super helpful. It's good to know. I love that shirt, Rick. Well, thank you. I do too. It's probably better than some of the other shirts that I wear, like for working. So glad to hear that. Jonathan, yes. I like the shirt too. This shirt is old. This is one of a series of shirts that I had. I still have some of my old ones, but they just go bad. You know he doesn't throw anything away. That's right. I got lamb off cuts real cheap. Yeah, you mentioned that. Foot's good. Smoked the Chief Stick my mom kept. Got into Dad's Southern Comfort a few times. Nothing like a little whiskey, right? We got the sheep. He doesn't. Yep. Stuff is so horrid. I barfed on it. Southern Comfort. Southern crap. Lamb is good medicine. Yes. Okay. Make the CD solution. You drink with distilled water. Hello, Bob from Northeast Ohio. Hello from Miami. Eat the fat first. Okay. Still can't smell SoCo. All right. Let's see. I thought this thing was going to wind down. Seriously, what's going on? Guess everybody's waking up. It's like Mitch said. You get a whole week's carnivore live stream in one morning, one day. So Mitch was right, as he always is. By the way, I haven't seen Mitch today. I guess he's out enjoying himself. Smart Mitch. He took the rest of the day off. He took Saturday off. Let Rick quack at these people, because he's going to be back tomorrow morning, same time, same station, and with somebody else. And we know who's going to be interviewed by Mitch. Yes, we do. So let's tune in. We don't want to let that go by. And Bob, there's his buddy Bob, the Carnivore Talk. I hate Southern Comfort as well. It's like dumping rubbing alcohol in pancake syrup. That's funny. Working another Sunday. Hopefully this is the last one for a while. Another Saturday, I mean. I'm the one that works on Sunday. You work on Saturday. I take Saturday off. And no one's called me for work today. Things have been really slow lately. It's a good thing I got a little bit of money saved up to survive one. Best way to be. Bob's showing at the end. He's a closer. You got that right. Ouzo. You know what? I made that stuff for my dad because he used to like it. It's that Greek. It's juniper, and I forget what else we put in there. I took some of my homemade moonshine, and I turned it into ouzo. Yep. He liked that. I get a massage every 2 weeks. Butter. Acupuncturist's muscles aren't as tight. He can feel the difference. It's been a blessing for me. That's great. I have not had a drop of alcohol in carnivore. 0 alcohol, 0 smoke here. I haven't had any alcohol 5 years or more. Nowadays, when I go to a get-together, I don't even pretend to sip it anymore. Everybody knows I'm a total wacko. So all you got to do is throw Rick a piece of meat and some water, and he's happy. And yeah, that is very true. The afterglow is a benefit for me. Mushroom trips. Yeah. Pain seems lower, and I'm more pleasant to deal with. I'm less using it. Well, there you go. Some of them plant medicines can be strong, and I know people have sworn by the mushrooms. And what we were doing, we were selecting them because they like to grow around cow poop and in the woods, the psilocybins. And they're pretty common down here. You can find them in mulch piles. But you want to get the right one so you don't end up with a trip to the emergency room. Rick used to drink cold duck. Quack. LOL. I didn't know they had one called cold duck. I was a heroin addict, unfortunately, for 1.5 years. Been over a decade clean now. Good. And just celebrated 3 years completely sober on June 19th. And now with the carnivore diet, you're going to be even more likely to avoid that stuff. So that's really good. We love our success stories. Thank you, Lexus Jones, for being here and for letting us know. Because every time we get another success story, it's just more encouragement for the rest of us. Even if you're a quack like me. I've started 3 times chiropractor a week. Sometimes the chiropractors can help. I know when my mom was younger, she said she used to go to the chiropractor. And back then, they also used to give diet advice. And they got better relief than they did from the doctor. Interesting. Never knew what the night would bring, where we ended up. I'm lucky I'm not dead or in prison from the stuff I used to do. Microdose. Pretty soon I want to, never mind. Okay. Yeah, it is. That's fine. Not good at it. Eskimo. Isn't that from the cactus? I could be wrong. I thought that was from a cactus. Her husband died of an overdose. Quack. Thinking of seeing a chiropractor. Used to go once a month. Had to stop because I nearly passed out after an adjustment. Opiates misprescribed for years. Glad you're in a solid place now. Tried pot once. I hate the smell of that burning cannabis. Not just a duck. Not a duck, just quack a lot. There you go. There have been an average of 50 viewers for this session. Twice as many as what it used to be. That's because there's at least 50 people over here that enjoy the live stream. We got a lot of good people in this space. I'm glad they're here. Alcohol disrupts the natural bioneural Wi-Fi link between us and the Great Florida Duck Flotilla. Oh boy. Whack, whack, whack. Yeah, they're coming. You ought to go there to the lake where the people feed the ducks. They got a flotilla there. All you got to do is open up a bag of chips and the duck flotilla comes out after you. I'm glad I just stopped before fentanyl came on the market. Yeah, you got that right. That stuff is easily a killer. Fung that, right? Must be talking about fasting. I bet you have the most beautiful soul. I too was thrown in the woods with no food and water. My brothers and sisters, my dead brain mom would have left us in the city. I wouldn't be fat. Right? Let's see. Haha. They are intense. I have to switch on and off during the treatment. Yeah, I'm using it for central desensitization. Phone busy signal, yeah, only lasted 15 or 20 seconds. Okay. What happened was the phone got knocked off the hook when Milton took off, and then the dial tone, and then that came up. I forgot to turn off the, what do you call it, the fader. Once I get my desk set up, it'll be a lot better. I'll be like Mitch with the monitors and the desk and all that. Right now, temporary setup. We're getting steady viewers today. You got that right. Send me your address. I'd like to send you a gift. I will. I definitely will. But you don't have to send me anything. Being your friend is good enough gift for me. I'm glad that, we're like this. We're not like some of the other groups where they're like this to Rick, No, Rick, don't want you. The revolving door is cool. So many people coming in keeps the convo going. Yeah, because everybody has a different schedule. Pain is in and outward function. Always tired after it. Oh, you know what? That gives me an idea. I don't have to cook. I have some cold ground beef that I can eat while I talk. Let me go get that and we'll keep this going. All right. All right. I got a mixture of pork leftovers and some ground meat. That'll make a nice, it's about 2 pounds. It's good size. That's a decent meal. You know how I love to eat. Eating is my specialty. So we're going to get that energy back up with some delicious ground meat. Delicious. You can see it's cold, but Get this camera here. Okay, here we go. So you got chunks of ground meat. Pretty good. Good. Oh, yeah. Okay. It'll come back. Oh. Oh, I love meat. I don't know how anybody could eat duck food and feel satisfied. It's crazy. All right, let's see what we got here. Whoops. Okay. All right. Let me get back to the comments. Terry Sue's so great. Okay. Hi, Bob. Going to watch today, but quietly. Question for CB. Is it typical for cops to be lazy at home? Just because neighbor's a cop, he just emptied his garage full of crap into a huge dumpster. Was about 4 years is thrown away. We got to go. Nah, you can stay. I eat on camera all the time. It's one of my things. 3 a.m. now. Keep being strong as nails. Yeah. I'm vaping and drink all minimally. Now, you're not the only one. There's several people that are vaping. You know, it's better than smoking. I mean, seriously, I don't know who would want to smoke a nasty old cigarette. They smell bad and it looks stupid sucking on a paper straw full of leaves. That's nuts. Who in the world wants to suck on a paper straw full of leaves? It's like when I was a kid, they had those paper straws to drink out of the juice can. I thought to myself, why do I need to suck on a silly straw that's going to collapse? I could just pour the juice in my mouth when I was a kid. Or better than that, I'll just go to the water fountain and drink the water out of there. As long as nobody pissed in it, the water fountain was fine. Wife's friend's hubby's a cop. He's pretty clean, but pays for things to get done instead of DIY. I think when you're a police officer, it just takes everything out of you. Every time we've had a police officer around here, they've always been kind of to themselves. I mean, you're dealing with the worst people, and I think the culture around it isn't good. Pork and ground beef makes a nice combination. Really good. But my friends think that my food is too bland. Oh, it's so bland. It doesn't taste like anything. Oh, really? I can taste the pork. I can taste the beef. I love it. So good. Problem is, anytime somebody would take me to a fancy restaurant and they're raving about the food, I'm like, what's the big deal? Anyway. Okay. Boy, I got the best, and I mean the best commenters. I don't see this many comments in channels that have 4 times as many people in it. Incredible. Back a few days from the pain. Yeah. We love Mitch. Again, I've never met anyone in my chat that criticized Mitch. We love the guy because he's being real. Mitch is not making things up. He's not telling everybody you got to eat a certain way. You got to buy my product. No. He goes on there, he talks about different things, and then he says, by the way, here's my buy me a coffee link. If you want to send one, go ahead. If not, don't send it. I have so much respect for that guy. It's amazing because that's the way I think. And he'll criticize if he sees that something isn't right. Good for you, Mitch. And if you want to watch his videos, it's interesting. He hasn't really changed much. Still the same old Mitch. But he's learning. He's learning really well, too. Nice. Okay. Not to mention a runaway hot air balloon caught in an updraft quackaroonie. I'd be too afraid to try mushrooms. Well, my understanding is if you do it responsibly, you use the right fungi, and you have somebody around you trust, it can work. I know people that have done it. I know someone, he was able to break an addiction to an illegal substance by using mushrooms, which are also so-called illegal substance, but they are freely available. But yeah, Rick gets too hungry, might want those bananas or mangoes. I'd have to be pretty hungry to eat a mango, I'll tell you that. Although my mangoes are the only ones that I can eat that don't bother me. I selected them specifically so that I could eat them if I had to. They're not really sweet. They're not fibrous. They're somewhere between an orange and a mango. And they're just really good mangoes. If you like mangoes. And my friend over there, that has the avocado and mango farm, I gave him a mango and he was like, wow, this is one of the best mangoes I've ever had. Wait till I bring him some of my avocados. Those things are legendary around here. Mm. Light loves, there you go. Feel that way again, I will listen, you'll be heard. Jonathan is always trying to help. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for being part of our carnivore community. Even though a lot of the big channels don't recognize you, you got my respect. And I think in many ways, even though I don't have a lot of subscribers, I still think of myself as a big man in the carnivore community. That's just the way I am. I usually just fade away, but I'm going to give a real goodbye today. Thank you, friends. Thank you, Kitchen Witch, 1885. You've been here for many, many hours, and good for you. And bye. Thank you, dear. Have a good heart. Okay. You have a good heart? Yes. Clean. Lexi is probably way, way cuter. Oh, I will agree. I will agree. I'm sure that you get a lot of compliments, and you'll get a lot from the carnivore community. That's for sure, because not only do we see the outward appearance of people, but we can tell by their attitude, that can-do attitude, the willingness to try different things. That's very attractive. Very attractive. All right. I love you all. We love you too. Cold Duck was my grandpa day, a cheap wine. Oh, I thought it was funny. I got tons of wine bottles. I got some old ones too, and I give them away. I don't drink alcohol, but I have my little stash, and if somebody I know likes wine, I had one bottle that was from like 1975. He was all excited about it, even though the cockroaches ate part of the label off. It's been at an angle, the perfect angle all this time. And he loves fancy wine. So instead of spending a couple $100 on one of those vintage wines, I gave him one for free. He liked it. So my rule is this. If somebody gives me something and I can't use it, I'll probably give it away. Sometimes I'll sell stuff, but most of the time I just give it away. If somebody else can use it, that's fantastic. If nobody wants it, then I'll scrap it. But that's the way I am. If Rick drank hard alcohol, it would probably be Wild Turkey. They still make that stuff? Unless they have Wild Duck. We love you too, yes. My skin was awful on heroin. I can imagine. I've seen some of the addicts around here. They just look like, what happened? Well, a lot of it is just that people don't eat like they should. I'll never understand the appeal of drugs because sometimes I feel like I'm naturally high. I got a couple of friends that smoke a lot of pot, and they're more nervous than me. They smoke pot to calm down, but they get more agitated than I do. I get nervous when I have to be, when I have to fight or flight. Other than that, nothing bothers me. So But yeah, it is a little frustrating, but oh well. Grey Goose, yep, they got vodka. Grey Goose vodka. Cold duck. I'm on medical cannabis 24 hours a day, nearly 24 hours a day. Use different potencies, administration routes. But it's truly a science to get it right. See, and Jonathan knows from experience, you know, the medical cannabis, I think a lot of people, a lot of people used to smoke cannabis, but smoking cannabis is hard on your lungs and give you problems. You have the cannabis vaping, which is very effective. Of course, you have the cannabis edibles, but my experience has always been you have to have plenty of fat. Otherwise, the edibles don't work. People use sugar things for the edibles, but I found the most potent edible of all is when you cook ground meat with cannabis. And I found out the hard way, it's pretty intense. Ground meat can absorb a lot of cannabis. It was an experiment I did with my friends, and I tried it. That was another one of those. I think, what was I doing? I was at the house. I was trying to do something in my shop, and I started getting really weird. It's like day and night. I felt like I was in a daydream. Then I fell asleep, and I was out for at least 2 hours. And then I woke up, and it was really weird because when I woke up, I felt like I was waking up, but I couldn't move. So I was looking around the room. It's like I was paralyzed. I couldn't move at all. And I kept struggling and struggling and struggling. And then I finally woke up. I'm like, what am I doing in the shop? Why am I sleeping on the floor? And that's what happened. So, cannabis is tricky. Straight facts, brother. Yep. Go to the chiropractor. I'm constantly in pain. Now ready for spinal surgery. You know, that spine is definitely a problem. I am so thankful that my spine has never given me any trouble. And, you know, I may laugh about how skinny I am and what I look like. But honestly, if I had a choice between being built like some of the guys I know that are really attractive and having the back trouble they do, I think I'd rather be skinny. I mean, honestly. The only time that I look bad is when I wear my work shirts and there's no sleeves and I got my skinny arms. But that's the one thing I will always do, no matter how much people laugh at me, especially if I'm doing my favorite job, which is in the Bobcat or skid steer. That's always my favorite job. That machine does get hot, and the sleeveless shirt is the best way to go when you're in the machine. And they can laugh at me all they want about how skinny I am, but I'm going to choose being comfortable than having sweat covering both sides and feel like I'm in a straitjacket. Most people in this town use a long sleeve shirt to protect themselves from the sun, but it's just way too hot. It's like my friend, it's like wearing a garbage bag. It's absolutely terrible. But again, I'm glad that, look at how I sit like this all the time when I'm working. Now, how many people can do that? How many people can sit like this and work? And I do it all the time. Constantly. Doesn't bother me. And I can stand up, no problem. But again, that's because the spine and basic structure that I have is in good shape. I don't have a lot of muscle. I'm not going to impress anybody. But the thing is, I'm functional. And that allows me to do any type of work that I want to. But again, I wish everybody could experience the pain-free existence that I have. I would, if I had the money to make it happen, I would do it. I would like to see everybody live without chronic pain. This is why I get so upset. Sometimes I think about my friend Jonathan, what he has to go through. I try not to bother him. You know, if I have a tech issue or whatever, I'll figure it out myself because I'm not going to aggravate him. You know what I mean? And I know the neurodivergence, the pain and all that is all coming together. And, you know, we don't want somebody like that to just give up, because giving up means ending. And I want him to be around a long time. I want to see him when he's 40, maybe 50. if I'm still around, I probably have 30 to 40 years left, and then I'll be dead, because I figure I may live to 94, 95, and that's it. No one in my family has ever lived longer than that. I am not going to live to 120. The only way I'm going to live to 120 is if God ends the world, and then I'm kept alive, you know. But in this form, I think when I reach my 90s, that's going to be it. I do hope that when I reach my 90s, I will not have to face a stroke or heart attack that previous time. When I do have my heart attack, it'll probably be at night when I'm asleep, or I might be out doing something, you know. It could be a problem because I might be running some kind of equipment or something and then have a heart attack. Hopefully you don't have a runaway bulldozer heading out to the street. But I don't know. I think it'll probably be asleep like my grandfather. He walked his dog, went to sleep that night and never woke up. That can happen. It's going to happen to us sooner or later. So we're going to be realistic about it. You know, the more you worry about living a long time, the less you're going to live. That's the paradox. Good morning. John Michael VP is back. Good morning, Rick. Just tuned in, watching from Philippines. I'm glad that I've got Filipino fans here. Gary No Slow is still here. Didn't know cold duck was my dad or uncle's wine, I think. I might look that up and see. Definitely. Okay, Lexus says, I would definitely be dead by now if I was still using. Forever grateful I'm still here and living out God's purpose for me. Amen to that. We're so happy that you didn't die, because now you can bring more hope to more people. That's why we're glad you're here. And it's really, you're going to have to get that balance going where you're not tempted to go into that lifestyle again. Some people will go and fall back into it, but I have a feeling that you're going to be able to get away from it. Now, some people may have relapses where they fall in and then go back out. Okay, but eventually they'll win. I think you're a winner from the start, and I have a feeling it's going to continue that way. And that's why I'm glad that we're here. You could come on our channels. We can discuss this. You can make friends. And, you know, bad associations spoil useful habits. If you're around the people that have these problems all the time, you're less likely to succeed. But when you're around people that are energetic and experienced, that's a good thing. This, I think, is where this whole positive and negative myth comes from. You want to be around positive people. But that's not the way I see it. There is no positive and negative. You have pessimists, optimists, and realists. The best way, don't be the pessimist, don't be the optimist, be the realist. Be the combination of the two. Be the realist. And give the finger to the rest of the world that is trying to keep you down. Because there's a lot of very sick people out there. They are happy when you're down. I don't know what that is, but I've always found that being surrounded by successful people, people that are mentally stable, is very beneficial because it acts like a protection. You can be protected from the bad temptations and from the things that really drag you down if all the people around you are successful. But the trick is to be successful by being productive and not successful by being a scammer or a grifter. Because if you do that, you'll drag everybody down with you. And the grifters, their success comes from the people they stand on. But the truly successful people, they come from the environment that they create, which then allows everybody else to be successful. That's the key. And that's what I try to go for in my channel and in my life. I try to keep the friends around me that are successful, that are open-minded, that don't try to dominate others. And that's a good thing. You hold your ground, but you work with others. That's the trick. If you try to be one of those celebrity personalities, you're not going to be my friend. You're going to be off in the distance, doing your thing with your entourage surrounding you. You're going to be the shepherd leading your sheep, and I'm going to be over here with the lions and the tigers and all the others, just waiting. Because one minute, things will go wrong, and I'd rather be around my fellow tigers than chasing after the sheep. Okay. I had my spine fused. I remember when that happened. I have what's called a failed spine fusion. I would avoid it unless you've tried everything else and you've had multiple radiographers analyze MRI scans. Yes. Learn from Jonathan's experience. You know, most of the people I know that have had fusion surgeries, it hasn't made anything better. The only thing that I've seen that worked is for people that had like a slip disc or something. They put an implant that can help for a while, but those fusions, it attacks your flexibility, and over time it gets worse. Mm. Oh. I can't smoke weed anymore. The strains and strengths are just too much for me to handle. I found some gummies that I really like. Some sugar in them, but I don't care. And Meathead, Kurt says, fentanyl has been around since the 40s. Yes, it has. But because of its volatile nature, it never really had a lot of uses. I mean, why would they use that when they could use good old morphine, which came from the poppy plant? But since the government cracks down, having a stronger drug that you can smuggle in easier, that's what works. That's why in the old days, they used to smuggle marijuana through Miami, and then they switched to cocaine. You can get a lot more money for a lot less space. Mm. Mm. That pork and ground beef mix is really good. I don't know why people don't like it. Okay, we got some hellos. I wish I had pain meds. No, I'm joking. Yeah. You don't want that. Saw it on Sanford and Son. My dad watched that cold duck. You know, that might be it. I thought it was Ripple. They're always talking about Ripple. That was what they drank. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Sanford and Son. I have to email you one day. There you go. Most holistic biohacking guy around. Let's just cover up patches and sure. Yeah. You always see Jonathan with his red glasses and different biohacks. I think he finally got an air conditioner so he can sleep better. That's the best biohack I've ever. Hey, look who's here. Ellen's here. Good afternoon, everyone. Belated happy Independence Day to my American friends. Although, why not make it the weekend? That's true. Or hop on a stream with DC and I. There you go. You should try it out. They won't bite much. Extra strength Tylenol for me. Okay. I've never needed any really painkillers. Jonathan, been to UK one time. I need to visit longer than before. If you do, look up Jonathan. I mean, if I ever go there, which I probably won't, I would look up Jonathan, but he might not want to meet up with me because I'm crazy. So, you know, he'll hide from me. Like, I don't want him mad. Although I think I could outrun Jonathan, but I wouldn't want to take a chance. You know, if he gets a hold of me before I can run away, I'm in deep trouble. Let's put it that way. Mm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I can't smoke pot as I don't like the feeling. Ready for some chewing action? Got that right. Right on steak. I'll have to do a how to eat raw meat video because I've eaten a lot of raw meat over my lifetime and it hasn't killed me yet. I actually like it. When I see Dr. Kiltz talking about it and people get kind of squeamish, it's pretty funny. I guess Dr. Kiltz and I could down a lot of raw meat and we'll both enjoy it very much. I live in a small town near Seaside called Christchurch in Dorset. There's also a Christchurch in New Zealand, isn't there? It's picturesque and quite quiet. We got raw sour cream, yeah. All right. When people eat raw meat, it reminds me of zombies. Don't knock it till you try it. Good afternoon, Rick. Charger Mopar. Raw ground beef? No, it's cooked. It's cooked. It's a mixture of ground beef and pork. Are we civilized over here or quack quack? I think we're quack. Love to visit there. I still don't like cluster F towns. Happy Independence Day. Independence weekend. And those are the medications he uses. Weekend? Yep. Caught in a machine. Pain meds for about 5 years. Okay, but after like 2 to 3 days, it does nothing, so I don't get it. Wonder what kind of machine that was. That's not good. I tell everybody, if it's man versus machine, machine always wins, unless you can break the machine first. I love to watch people eat, I guess because I was a food addict. Smoking cigarettes out in public is so not cool anymore, yet there's still a few out there. I see them like with labor. A lot of times, construction labor and landscape labor, you'll see them smoking a cigarette. That seems to be pretty common. I do tend to work around those people from time to time, so it is strange to me because I never understood why anybody would smoke, but oh well. Mm-hmm. Like coffee shops, old ruins, ducks, swaps, and fish and chips is great. Lots of demented old folk, though. Yeah. The ducks and the old ruins, that sounds like my house. I was down in Texas. I tried to smoke a cigarette after exclusively vaping for over a year, and literally felt like I was poisoning myself. It felt so awful. There you go. And this is why I don't criticize the people that vape, because vaping is not smoking. Smoking is inhaling burning plant material, which is basically tar. It's like when you want to make the old-fashioned roof tar, you just burn some plant material like wood and stumps and all that without oxygen. Do you want to coat your lungs in nasty tar? The vaping, yeah, it's got chemicals in it, but at least it's not tar. Most of those chemicals are absorbed in your bloodstream, and then whatever vapor you breathe out, you breathe it out. You see people that vape, they don't get yellow fingers like when they're smoking cigarettes. Now, when it comes to smoking, obviously, the most toxic and concentrated smoke comes from cigars. And we know our friend Mitch, he loves his cigar. But here's the catch. They don't breathe deep. I mean, some of the smoke goes in, but it's not like the cigarette goes sucking on the cigarette or sucking on the joint to suck it down. The cigar smoker, the smoke is so thick and it's so full of nicotine and tar and all that, they're swallowing the smoke around their mouth. So that's usually where most of the damage would occur. They may get stained teeth, the mouth may get irritated, but the amount of smoke they take in their lungs is not as much. And all the people that I knew that smoked cigars, they all lived into their 80s, even 90s. Didn't seem to make any difference. You got, what's his name? George Burns that smoked cigars. He lived to, 100? So, but cigarettes, for just some reason, they have that really irritating smoke, and people just suck those things down. I got one friend left that still smokes. He can't go more than 15 minutes without a cigarette. It's crazy. Most of the cigar smokers, they can go all day without a cigar. They wait for that moment when they want to relax. They sit down, put on some music or whatever, light up that cigar, and that's it. And they can spend a long time smoking that thing. But anyway, I could never imagine smoking it. Just not my thing. Okay. I imagine all police officers are not the same. I would hope so. Need Xen every now and then. I guess a Xanax. I used to cry every morning. With this community, I don't cry as much. So I'm getting better. Well, great, Lizzie. I'm glad that us in the carnivore community, there's no reason to cry, especially when you're with the carnivore quack. I got to get that sound effect that Mitch uses. That whack, 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 where it sounds like the ducks are laughing. That was too funny. I couldn't find one like that. Nerve blockers make me tired and sleep through the pain. Medical cannabis is helpful, but annoying if I misschedule the dose. Right now, I'm 25% baked, and I can absorb info. That's the problem. Too much cannabis, and you're out of it. Hops get the rap being lazy after years of service. Actually, job is mostly sedentary due to patrol and responding to homes. Also, high stress cortisol constantly causes weight. I can imagine if you got a job where you never know where somebody's going to shoot at you, you're probably very nervous. Around here, a lot of the police, they drive so-called unmarked cars, but not like you can't spot them. They're usually white or black, got a dark tint on it. They got a push bar, and then they usually have a county license plate. But police cars like a giant target. I can imagine somebody taking pot shots at them. So, not the greatest job in the world. That's it. Okay. Weight issues. People getting flooded from Liberty Hill to Kerrville. There have been losses. That must be that flooding that's going on in Texas. That is a pretty pick you have up. At 50% bake, Rick's nose sniffle pisses me off, but I still listen, not his fault. Yep, that's the one thing that I can never get rid of. Now, I have actually been working on an idea. I've had like a pedal that I've used before, so every time I have to sniff, it mutes out the sound. But there's actually software that a friend of mine was telling me about that will edit that out. So there are ways around it. When I've done narration for manuals, I've used the pedal. It works very well. But on the live stream, you know, it's just one of those things. It goes away, though, when I go outside. Once I get moving, I go outside, it goes away. And also, it hasn't been as bad lately because it hasn't rained, so the amount of mildew in the house has gone down. But now that it's raining again, it may come back. So who knows? All right, let's see. Okay. Wow. Okay. They're really coming on strong now. I'm in flash flood warning, but on high ground. I hope you can escape this. I do use constantly DoorDash and tons of soda if they're grocery shopping. When it moves out of the house, nose will get better. It will. Yeah, there's a lot of mildew here. A lot of mold. I feel sorry for anybody moves in. I'll get rid of the mold once I fix the roof. The community here are very pleasant to deal with. If you associate with Rick or people that I collaborate with, you can't go too far wrong. Stay away from groups. My unsolicited advice. Take Jonathan's advice. He knows what he's talking about. I smoke cannabis sometimes, right out when I put it in severe chronic pain. It only does so much, yes. Right? What up, gang? Oh, Ricky Lee's back. You know, the usual. Nothing outstanding. I saw that too. Commented on it as well. Yes, he is. Very extensive experience. I found edibles with a 2-to-1 THC to CBD ratio to yield the best body high pain relief. Smoking just knocks my head off. Exactly. I always prefer being in control. My illicit choice was up. I don't like lower levels. I agree. You can definitely tell Mitch is pretty healed due to his current rantings, which we all like. Yes. And again, Mitch may be breaking the record for stroke recovery. That's what I think. Yep. I remember seeing that. Pork rind crusted wild caught cod. That's heart attack approved. That's right. Heart attack approved. You're an OG here, on par with Harry Serpanos. Yes. Yes. He has a small subscriber count. Extremely loyal. His information and your experiences are top tier. I'm glad to be in that group. I'm lucky in a small town. Know the police. Chief, they're very nice. Always say hi. That's always an advantage. When you know people, they're less likely to screw you. Unless they know somebody else that doesn't like you. Hola, meathead. ¿Qué se pasa? Hi, Ricky Lee. Send me your full address. Yes. Okay. I will do that. Poquito. Poquito español. Try the edibles when my money gets right so I can get the card. Excellent. Mm-hmm. Poor Tony, how are you? Creativity is my drug of choice. There you go. Muy bien, muy bien. De nada. There you go. Enjoying the day. That's it. Ground beef and cannabis. Hey, it works. Using your name instead of channel name. Any reason? Huh. Dad likes the toke. Maybe he's like that. Sweet potato fries, the deep fryer. How do you recommend frying a deep tallow? Well, I wouldn't fry potatoes, but if you're going to do it, just put the beef tallow in a pot, turn it on like I do in my videos. Wait until, if it starts smoking, you've overheated it. So just give it a put on the pot on the stove for about 5 minutes or so. Take your fries and put them in a little bit. See when they start sizzling. When they sizzle vigorously, then go ahead and dump them in there and just leave the heat on and just keep stirring them so they don't stick together. And eventually, when they are the hardness that you want, some people like them more limp, some people like them crispier, then you simply take them out. Use a screen or one of those little scooper things to get them out. What I like to do at the moment when they're ready, turn off the heat, scoop them out, and that's it. Very simple. Vodka cocktail, if I have a lot, often I get sick. I gave up the devil's lettuce. Then I saw it was on the ballot to legalize. Get up with me. I can send someone over to help. Yeah, right. I jokes aside, yes. Beef infused with weed gave me great idea. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Trip coach is a real thing, believe me. Yes, it is. Sometimes they're not as good. Quality time doing nothing. That is important. It's a great reset. Not posting much on channel anymore. I want to focus on the music channel more. I feel I've told my story. That's it. You can only tell this story so many times. Helps your other channel, the music one. Never started doing the pot. Yep. Your knees too should age well with the lean frame. They probably will. I lost my best friend. She's still alive, but we're not friends anymore because she's still very hard on it. She'll pick her skin for no reason. That must be the heroin or whatever it was. That's all the Spanish I know is my father's Cuban. I don't know much Spanish either, and my father was Cuban too. I had a passenger in my taxi tell me, bro, I feel like weed ruined my life. I think it does to some people. I think it does limit the ambition and it scrambles their brain because people I know that smoke weed, they tend to just have a more messed up life. But it could be that people that have mental issues are more likely to smoke weed. So I can't blame it on the weed, but whatever. Rick has better mobility than my newborn niece. Well, Jonathan, you know me. Got to catch that Florida sea breeze. I don't think you're too skinny, Rick. I think you look good, healthy. Well, thank you, Ellen. Thank you very much. I just get self-conscious because my arms are so thin. I mean, seriously, that's what I call skinny. You ain't going to get more skinny than that. But the only good thing about me is that I'm not a weakling. I've never been a weakling. Even, when I first started the carnivore diet, I've always been strong. And I've surprised people. I mean, how many other people pick up engine blocks, buckets full of materials, cement bags, and all this stuff? I'm like the farmers. And the other thing, too, you see some of the farm channels. The older farmers tend to be fat, but the younger farmers, they all tend to be lean. And they have, like, the same kind of thing. They can fix things. They can pick up things. They can operate various pieces of equipment. It's basically the same thing, even though I'm in the suburbs, because I was surrounded by farms when I was growing up. I really got into that rural mindset. So I think there is some benefit to that. But anyway, thank you for the compliment. My other best friend took her life in jail because of the streets. Wow. But everything is a long story. I'm just glad I'm here. I'm beat up, but I'm going to be okay. I'm glad. I'm glad that you're here and not somewhere you don't come back from. Where is your Buy Me a Coffee link? I don't have one. I will set something up eventually. It was never really a concern when I started this. It was more like I just wanted to get the word out there, and that's it. My muscle went up a carnivore without even working out. That's really good. I like that. Yes. You're so thin, you're a stick figure. I am very thin. Rick looks good. I never went to a dentist. I went to a dentist until 1986. That's the last time I had a tooth cleaned. I had 2 cavities replaced here when I was younger, but I haven't had one since, which is kind of interesting. It makes me wonder if I would have started out in the carnivore diet, my teeth may have been straight. I mean, the top ones, they were crooked, but they straightened out. The lower ones, they're still crooked. So, I mean, if you look closely, you can see. Those straightened out, and the broken one actually, it grew in a little bit. They did fix it when I was in junior high, but when I turned 30 years old, the filling fell out, and I never got it fixed. So, that's it. Okay. Let's see. Good attitude, yes. I wish I was in your shape. Well, you could be. I mean, you may not be 6'6", but you can definitely be. I mean, see, I sit like this all the time. It's like, what is the other guy? The Casey Ruff, I think is his name. He sits like that all the time when he does his live streaming. It's pretty rare, but I do believe that maintaining flexibility is important. And I think it is an important part of being healthy. And a lot of the jobs that I do, they require me to get into some pretty tight places. So it's nice to be able to move around and not like some people I know when they sit down, you have to help them up. That's really kind of an issue right there. I saw a video, but I cannot feel pain. What a bizarre experience. I hope I live long enough to meet Rick. It's on my bucket list. I hope so too. I hope I live long enough. I could have that heart attack at any time. Flash flood warning. Okay, 3 p.m. Idiots in Noise Center Physics will be playing on flooded bridges. Yeah. Can you imagine if the water comes up and you're on the bridge? Worst case scenario, the bridge washes out. Best case scenario, you get pushed into the water and get killed that way. One thing about bridges, though, if a bridge is built properly, it probably won't go down if it's strong enough. But what usually happens on the sides of the bridge, the newer bridges use concrete pilings or steel pilings, and actually the approach to the bridge, which is mostly fill, can wash out. So if you're on a bridge and you try to get away, the water comes in, it washes the approach out. And both sides may wash out. Now you're stuck on the bridge. If that bridge goes, you're done. And of course, if the water level rises over the bridge, you're done. If there is a flood warning, don't go in a low-lying area. And if you're going to be in a low-lying area where you live, at the very least, think about, maybe get a life preserver and get a rope. I mean, in some places, if you have a large enough tree, you may be able to climb the tree, put on a life preserver, and have a rope. And hopefully nothing will come by and push the tree over or take you with it. But then again, if you have a boat, I guess that's an option. Hey, if you can get to high ground, that's the real option. We might catch the life extension tech wave. Possible. Big muscles are not needed for strength. That's true. But, when it comes to things like arm wrestling, I can't do that because I'm not strong enough. But when it comes to lifting objects, I can do it with the best of them. I'm not going to pick up a 400-pound barbell, but I will pick up a 300-pound engine block and put it on an engine stand. How I do it, I'll never know, but I do it. And I've never been injured, so that's pretty good. Grandpa lived to healthy 120 years. Wow. That's really rare. Life can be tough, but we are tougher. Yeah, there you go. Like Spanish, like Chinese, there's many flavors, dialects. I know basics. I managed a restaurant in the 80s in Ventura, California. Learned basic Spanish, or I found another job. We know Rick is a great chef. Can't judge a book. He's a paperback. Cannot feel pain. Very rare and dangerous thing. That is true. Well, that's kind of what happened to our friend Thomas at Target Prime Rib because of his neuropathy. He couldn't feel pain, stepped on something, and then ended up getting his foot infected. So that does happen. I am actually very sensitive to touch. I can walk around, even with my shoes on, and I can feel if there's a piece of gravel that's stepping on. You know, I run into this stuff all the time. And if I bump into something, it hurts like crazy. If I stub my toe, it hurts like mad. But the thing about me, after I've done the injury, within hour, 2 hours, it's like it never even happened. I have bruises on my, for example, on my leg. I was trying to figure out where it came from. Actually, it went away. But I had one on the back of my leg, and I couldn't figure out what it was caused by. And then I realized when I had a car almost cut off on the bicycle, and I hit the brakes and I put my foot down, the pedal hits the back of my leg. And that's what the bruise was from. And it didn't really hurt. You could see where it was. But I bump myself all the time. Over here, if you look closer, you can see where I got a splinter in my finger. Let me get this camera changed. And it hurt like mad. This finger right here. See this little dark spot? I had a splinter that went down into my hand. It was from a piece of wood that I was working on. And it hurt like mad. It swelled up. And the piece of wood is still kind of in there. It'll work its way out. But see, I think a lot of it is my immune system is so active. When something happens, it just goes in there. And then the pain, it's really intense. But then after a while, it goes away. I've had several serious cuts. I've had to stitch myself back together. And thankfully, I don't even have a scar, honestly. Amazing. I usually get hurt when I don't expect it. When I'm here at the house, I almost never get hurt. When I'm doing a job, I don't get hurt. I get hurt when I'm around other people, especially the office setting. That's where I've had the worst injuries. I've had more cuts, bruises, and big bumps working inside an office. Meanwhile, I'm doing demolition and I have no scratches whatsoever. If I do it by myself, now I get around other people, that is a problem. But you put me with the hammer and crowbar and maybe the bobcat or the mini excavator, I'll do the whole thing. It's done. Nobody gets hurt. Get around other people, can be a real problem. All right, let's see here. Love your story. Want more stories and music, Lori? Yes. I've been practicing squatting. That's good. Masochist here. Well, there you go. Yay. That's right. Brother from another mother. There we go. Got a lot in common. Differences too, but I don't have any more health stories. My future is full of health successes. Well, you know what? There's been several people in the carnivore space that have told their story and then just went away. Of course, we have other people that came in, did really well, and then fell back into the duck pond. You don't see them anymore. I didn't know you had a music channel. Yep. Recovering optimist here. There you go. Sorry about your friend. Yep. I never thought I'd make it over 25. So I'm blessed to be here with you guys. Here's my fingers touch my forehead. Every day is a struggle. Well, Lizzie, we're glad that you're here. If there's anything that we can do for you, let us know. Encouragement can be very important. They did cut heroin. Yeah, you're talking about the fentanyl. That is correct. Of yourself. Right. Sisters passed away. Yeah. I grew up with them. Her mother found Mother, let's see. Fed me her sister, let me borrow dresses for a prom. I've had a beautiful, hard life. It's a shame that we have so many people have a hard life. I mean, I was poor, but I was always treated well, so that's good. I think positive is good, but also real. Fake positive all the time can be annoying. Not just annoying, it makes me angry when I have to deal with that crap. That's one of the reasons I'm so much against it. Oh, don't be negative. Don't be negative. Ah, shut up. It's not ridiculous. I tell them, I get a 9-volt battery. I don't see if I have one here. If I do, I can show you the illustration I do. All right. Okay. Here's what I say. What I do. The power of positivity. And I show them this. What is this? It's a battery. A battery has two sides. How are the sides labeled? There is a positive side and a negative side. Now, what would happen if I covered up the negative side of the battery? We don't want anything negative here. And I put this battery into a device. What's going to happen? If I cover the negative side, it won't work. So I tell people, positive thinking is BS. There's no such thing as positive and negative thinking. You can be a pessimist or you can be an optimist. But the real benefits are in the middle. And just like with a battery, you get the most work done when you connect your load to the positive and negative side. Because in the setting of a battery, that allows you to make things happen. If you're only positive, you have no electrons, no work gets done. If you're only negative, you have no electrons to go anywhere. You have all the electrons there, but they have nothing to go into. So you got to have both. So as Ellen says, I worry about people who never get upset. Those are dangerous people. People who never get upset are the ones that usually go postal. False positive, fake positive. Yeah, exactly. Hey, MNJ. I know you mentioned that you were going into the carnivore diet. Well, I'm glad that you found my channel. If you don't know who this is, she is also a moderator on the finance channel, the Nobody Special Finance, and my friend Chris Taylor, who has a couple of channels. He has a finance and off-grid channel, and he also has another channel which is about welding. It's called Taylor Welding. So it's okay. So we are just over a week carnivore. Are the headaches normal? That's a good question. Are you getting the headaches all day, or are they intermittent? Some headaches are normal when you first start because of blood sugar issues. Some people have to take electrolytes, which means sodium chloride, potassium chloride, different types of salts. And if you check out some of the carnivore doctors, they'll mention to you that having extra salt can go a long way. So as your body adjusts, you may get headaches. It could also be dehydration. Maybe you don't drink enough water. But that's what I would start with, because you should get over it within a few days. But if it's becoming a problem, you might want to look into the electrolyte side of things and also how much water you drink. You gals and guys are saints. Thank you for understanding. Well, we want to help. That's the thing. We want people to succeed. We don't want people to self-destruct. The world is constantly trying to destroy us through all kinds of scams, through inflation, through just stupidity. Why participate in that if you can get out of it? Carnivore makes me calm. I rarely get upset, almost never. I know what you mean. Relationship channel, great idea. Lots of stories would come your way. Love the idea. Zombies eat raw meat, and so do ravens. So does any other animal. You're still breaking the addictions. It gets better. Okay? There we go. You need salt and take magnesium glycinate. Yes, the electrolytes are important. And I see that David was here. Very common. You should have electrolytes. Yes. Okay. You get a lot of good advice here. I'm doing daily electrolyte powder and take extra magnesium and vitamin D. All right. Morph the music channel to a lifestyle channel. Okay. That's a good idea. I joined a spinal fusion group and a lot of the surgeries didn't work. When I went to see a surgeon, everyone in the office was still in pain. So I said, oh no, there you go. You're strong, sweetie. You will make it. Glycinate has the opposite effect on me. Seems to keep me up at night. Well, that's good to know. I'd never heard of L-threonate. Interesting. I'm going to have to look into some of these things. I've been lucky. I never needed any of that. When I started the carnivore diet, it was like, it's just natural for me. I think the physical addiction of cigarette smoking is hard to quit the chemical. Well, that's why the vaping can definitely help. And you see the people out there vaping. You don't want to criticize them because they get that sort of hand-to-mouth feel, and then they can actually eliminate the nicotine, but they're still doing the vaping. And a friend of mine that quit smoking with vaping, he had to do that. He eliminated the nicotine and just kept doing the action. Because it's like coffee. You know, coffee is one of those things. It's a combination of the chemical addiction, the caffeine, and the habit-forming part of it. Because you get up in the morning, you have your coffee. It's like when I get up in the morning, I like to have my eggs and meat. And when I didn't have eggs, I didn't have any withdrawal, but I just ate a little extra meat. So, okay, let's see. I've made it, and so will we all. Same MNJ. It's the 5th here, DC. You got the date line backwards, and you're thinking, okay, thinking. How's your friend? I like music. All right. Bye, everyone. Brain is thinking. Have a great day. Thank you, Lisa. I'll catch you next time. And there's Dutch Carnivore. This is another person you might want to check out. You can find him, tomorrow around 1 o'clock Eastern Time, along with Anthony Stewart. And I forget the other guy's name now, but they're usually on a channel. I'm trying to remember what the other guy's name is. He wears those funny looking earphones, but they have their own little podcast they call the Meat of the Matter. So look for the Meat of the Matter podcast. And sadly, though, it kind of competes with my other friend, John, the carnivore teacher. He picked the same time, 1 o'clock on Sunday, but you know, you can find the podcast. A lot of good information there. Not that many people watch, but you can definitely watch. I can't stand people eating an apple next to me. Somehow you eating meat behind a microphone doesn't bother me. Well, that's good. You're used to my sinus issues, so it doesn't really matter. Okay. Not quitting, M&J. The weight is coming off already, and already overall feel better. Just more hot flashes and hard to fall asleep, plus the headaches, but makes sense. Well, I don't know how much weight you're trying to lose. I've never seen what you look like, but it sounds like you are making progress, and I would give it a little more time, because if you've been like that for a long period of time, your body's going to take time to adjust. And I think a few adjustments in the electrolyte level. The other thing you might want to consider is the time that you're eating. If you're eating only one meal a day, it might be better to divide it up into two. I eat 3 meals a day. It's just because I'm skinny and that's the way that I am. But I think if you're losing weight and you overall feel better, it's just a matter of fine tuning. Nothing ever goes completely right from the beginning. I think with a little fine tuning. And check out our groups, you know. There's my channel. There's a lot of other people here. You can look at some of the other channels I've mentioned. And again, you have the Carnivore Talk channel that Bob was in here. You also have, you have Jonathan, obviously. Jonathan's an expert in this. I got lightning? Interesting. Oh, well. Might be another storm coming. But no. Might have been a power surge. Who knows? if I lose my power, you know what happened. I didn't ban you. But yeah, I would definitely do that and keep communicating with some of us because there's a lot of us here that have experience. And I think in many ways, you might get a better experience from here than you would in some of the bigger channels. I know a lot of people, they'll rush to Dr. Barry or one of the other carnivore doctors, but there's just so many people there. And these support groups, I wouldn't recommend any of them in the beginning. You're spending $30 a month for steak and butter gang or whatever that is. I wouldn't recommend that. That would be for people that maybe need more advanced information. But I think for most of us, trial and error, and a few of us guys, we'll figure it out. Might be detox. That is true too. I don't know what your diet was like, if you had a lot of seed oils or you're eating a lot of sugar. That could be. That could be. But if you're feeling better and you're losing weight, you know, you might have to put up with a headache a little bit if it's not too bad. I get headaches when I'm catching a cold or something, but that usually only lasts for about a day. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's right. Yep, that's right. Oh, Peter, Dutch Carnivore. The other Peter, yes. Got the cat, that's cute. Hi, Ellen. Loves music, but he's not a carnivore. Okay. Well, you do what you can, right? I read that half of one cigarette is hormetic. Anything more is detrimental. Interesting. I hate cigarettes. Nasty things. Raw electro powder, unflavored. You can drink that down. That's pretty good. I know a lot of people, they need the flavors. Otherwise, they can't get it down. Hi, Bacon Baby. Yep. I can't stand longer than a few minutes. But until I can't walk, I am going to make do. Yep. Maybe upset was the wrong word. Who cares about people or things? There will be things that bother you sometimes, but you can remain positive. Well, yep. I did vape, but it made my teeth hurt. So I started reading. It said it's a synthetic tobacco with a type of salt that could be hurting my teeth. Wow. That's news to me. Everybody's okay. Stress and law enforcement doing everybody's 40-year problems and calling you to solve in 30 minutes, especially deputy sheriffs. We deal with all the court orders, city police don't. Ugh. Imagine. This stream is every Saturday. A little crazy sometimes, but there's smart people. Yeah, and there's even idiots like me in here. I'm glad too. Thank you, Rick. I'm glad. Yes. The flooding is just awful. I saw some of that on TV. It looked terrible. Protection orders, evictions, child pickups, mental evaluation go out on top of the regular dispatch calls like domestic violence. And those are usually the most dangerous. And here is David, DC Rebuilding. We're talking about you earlier. I hope you had a good 4th of July, mate. And all the U.S. Well, thank you very much. I showed everybody your channel. Maybe more people will subscribe. I don't know why we seem to get ignored by some of the bigger channels, but I guess they don't like the no BS realist channels. There isn't a salary high enough. My channel is very small. But if you can't do mornings, Old Guy Carnivore Mitch is on most mornings. Yes, Old Guy Carnivore is on every single day except Saturday, which he has left to me. He starts at 8:30, I start at 8, and I do a week's worth of lives in one day. So I start at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. That is 6 hours and 12 minutes. I've been up to 8 hours on this stream. So 8 hours, well, think about it. 6 hours of weekdays, that's like an hour and 15 minutes every day. Yeah, that's about right. But I can't do daily live streams because number one, I work, and number two, I don't want to get everyone's hopes up where every day they're going to see Rick. Plus, the main reason I won't do a morning live stream is because Mitch has claimed the space. Mitch was doing live streams before I started doing live streams, and he will continue to do live streams as long as he's getting better and feeling good. Why do I keep seeing a flickering light? I don't know what that is. I could have a bad ballast in my old fluorescent light. I mean, the thing is ancient. Everything around here is super old. I believe cortisol has a lot to do with it at mid-waist weight. It does. It does. My spine is messed up, so I can relate a little. Bone grafts and hardware. Ooh, the pen meds quit working. So I just quit taking anything. Gelatin, higher dose vitamin D and magnesium have helped some. I didn't realize you had spine issues. I guess it's pretty common. I know a lot of people that have spine issues. It's like my friends, they always wonder, well, Rick, why do you always get the Bobcat job? Well, it's very simple, because I'm the only one my age that can get in and out of that thing and ride around on bumpy surfaces and not be in pain. It doesn't bother me. In fact, the vibration from the engine and the machine is almost like a vibration plate. When I get in there, it's like a total relaxer. It makes me feel really good. So for me, that's a benefit. So I tell everybody, when you can't get any of the Mexicans or Guatemalans or whatever, just call me. If I'm available, I'll do the job. You pay me the same thing you pay them, and I'll do the job. Spanish is not very good, but I can definitely do the job. And sometimes I'll drill post holes, and I've planted trees, and I've cleaned up garbage, and whatever. You just set me over there by myself, and I'll take care of it. Because there's something, it works out really well. And I'm not sure what it is. It might be some good research there, because it drives some people crazy, but it's super relaxing to me. The work that I hate is software. Trying to write and edit code, I absolutely hate it. And I've had times where I got so frustrated, I threw the computer so hard that it went out the window. That's pretty bad. I hate dealing with software code and all that, because it comes down to memorizing commands and the syntax that you put them in. And I hate it. I think it's a waste of time. I'd rather sit there in a machine and move things around. That's why I said if I live near a farm, and they need somebody to move hay bales, they just put me in the Bobcat and let me do my thing, and I'll go all day and not a single complaint. Anyway. Okay, she has a beautiful speaking voice. There you go. Maybe slow is good. High cortisol. Meth is a beautiful thing. 3 to 5 days after that, throw it in the trash. There you go. Find breathing sections helpful. Rick sent you email. Okay. I haven't checked my email. I'll do it after this is over. Makes my psychotic symptoms worse. I enjoy having control of my body. I feel so much better and happier sober. Well, that's right. Massive anxiety, no matter which I tried. Thank you, Ellen. Promise each other remain friends. A love relationship doesn't work out. That's good. Keep your husband or, boyfriend or whatever. Sobriety is hard. Actually care about things. True. Yeah. Magnesium and prayer. There you go. A lot of people downplay that, but believing in God or something other than what you see on the earth is always helpful, because it gives you something to think about, like when you're by yourself. Because if you believe in God, you're never really by yourself. So that's something good. Now, I've said for a long time, religion can be a good thing, but it can also be a really bad thing, because it takes away individual responsibility. But when it's properly used, it's a great way to keep people from being extreme, because they realize even if they can do something and get away with it right here, somebody else may be watching them that will remember. So that's good. I feel sorry for you guys with that. Some people use law enforcement as babysitters to solve their squabbles instead of just talking to each other. Yep. They also use it as a way of getting rid of the people they don't like, so they can have, suicide by a cop kind of thing. Through the roof because of fight and flight. I didn't know how I'm still alive. There's a plan for all of us. I am here for it. Hope no one plays with me because I'm on a string, huh? How much did you take? All right. I think you have to experiment, see what your body likes. But would recommend either magnesium glycinate or threonate, L-threonate. I was taking the Now brand. My favorite saying is the Santa Claus with Tim Allen. Little boy says, "Don't tell me you're going to flash out erratically." Once in the morning and once at night. And M&J also says, must take with D and fat soluble. So take some sort of fat with it. That is a very good point. You know, vitamin D is fat soluble. Thankfully, that's one thing I never have to worry about. I eat so much fat and I spend so much time outdoors. My vitamin D must be okay. I would hope so. Carnivore makes your muscle more dense. I think you're right about that. I really do. The only thing is I do look pretty thin, but, you know, you're stronger. Now, that is a good point. I've never been injured. All my friends that have been into bodybuilding, they've had shoulder injuries and they've had, you know, tendons that are stretched. I've been in several accidents. I've had several bicycle accidents. If you ever look, there's one guy that was online. I think he called himself the skeleton diet. He crashed his bike. He ended up in the hospital. I crashed my bike into a coconut tree and got flipped onto the ground and got up. And I had scrape on my arm, scrape over here, and a cut. But I walked up, I was fine. The last time I broke a bone is when I fell through the roof back in 1983 before I started the carnivore diet, which, by the way, falling through the roof is what started the carnivore diet. And I actually have the arm sling, which I found when I was cleaning up. I had it here. I was going to make a video about it. But I just wish I had my old medical records and maybe a video. But back then, we had a camera. It wasn't until I was in my 20s that we got a camcorder. So the only video of me is a couple of movies that we made. And the movies were kind of expensive, so we only made a couple of movies, and that was it. But, yeah, falling through the roof, being stuck in the house. My mom was taking classes for her teaching certificate renewal, and my dad was working as a mechanic, aircraft mechanic. So I was stuck at the house by myself in this house, wanting to eat something, and that's where I fabricated the carnivore diet, which, thanks to Time Magazine, I later called the heart attack diet. Okay. Flash out erratically, electrolyte mix. Well, that's it. You have to experiment. And I think it may take a few days to feel the effects, so it's going to be a lot of fun, but you would definitely do that. Really has really strong bones. I probably do because, again, I've had several mishaps, fallen off ladders and, you know, car crashes, and I've never broken a bone. Forgot to say it's almost Christmas. A new month is here. Okay. Muscle strong the longest point. We squash you down to short body. You look like Franco Columbu. I still have his book here somewhere. I think his book was called Coming On Strong. Yes, you might be right. I mean, think about it. I weigh 195 pounds, and I'm as skinny as a toothpick. So I have to admit that that's actually a pretty good thing. And again, when I was young, I had a lot of friends that, you know, they lived on farms out here. Every one of them was thin. All my friends were all thin like me, and we go and we work over there at the farm, and we all look like we belong there, you know, and I enjoyed it back then too. It was nice. Now it's all houses and apartments, and I've done some videos to show where the farms used to be, but it's kind of a shame. There still is a little bit of horse country left, but not like that. Yep. Got that Florida water voodoo, like Louisiana say. How are you doing on your health journey? You got extra teeth, so if you lose one, you got a backup. I have skinny arms too, but yours look good. Well, thank you. If you like toothpicks, you'll like me. Quack Champa, that's stuckness for Papa too. And Jonathan says, hi, broke my front teeth. Yeah, I broke my tooth in a fight when I was in junior high, over at Riviera Junior High. I've had crowns there ever since. Guess they're big on teeth. They too on the sugar diet for experiment purposes until I run out of candy sweets. Okay. I could never put myself through the sugar diet. I'd be so sick. It'd be crazy. Horrible sore throat, diarrhea, headaches, gas. It'd be bad. Various kinds. See, my energy level has come back up. It's crazy. Okay. Okay. All bridges have problems often. They close the bridge. People walk or drive past barricade. They made a law. People ignored the law. They finally started pressing charges. Teeth is crazy expensive. I'm sure it is. Dentists are human behavior scientists. Remember running from boys at that age. Parents at a drive-in. Temps in the high 80s. Wow, all the way over there. Well, you get some of that Florida weather going. I just need to get some of that Alaska weather down here. Medicare for age group. 17,000. Wow. Teeth adventure. How many of you smash your baby toe out? I've done it many times. Many times. It hurts like crazy, but it always gets better. Injured, I go to colostrum. There you go. Barcase, stem, and hands too. Hopefully it works. That's fair enough. Productive journey, interesting things. It's the same thing with carnivore keto. If you go high carb, you have to go super low fat. That's true. A deep clean is $800. They force you to do it. And so I think it's like pressure cleaning the sidewalk. The more you pressure clean the sidewalk, the dirtier it gets. That's what I think. Every time I was walking at full speed, it's broken, I'm sure. Older folks can't afford the care. Yeah. Baby toes, worst pain ever. We hit them on something. I know. I love the climate. I've never broken a toe. I came running one time and I stubbed my toe on an air compressor. It hurt like crazy. It turned dark. But I kept feeling it and it wasn't broken. Like, how in the world did I not break my toe? It's crazy. I've had times when I was starting an engine, the thing, the crank kicked back and it hit my fingers and they didn't break. I think my bones are a lot stronger than average because I was with, one of my muscular friends. We were doing a demolition job. He was over there pounding the wall with his fist, and I was doing the same thing. Well, he hit the wall and then made like a terrible sound. He broke, I forget which one of his fingers, punching the wall. I put more holes than he did, and nothing broke. So I think in some ways, the carnivore diet actually makes your bones stronger, even though some of the vegans say that the carnivore diet will cause your bones to weaken. So, I don't know. Old people congregate at McDonald's. The food is easy to chew with only gums. I knew you would get it, right? There you go. That weather, I'll tell you. Stubbing your big toe is a pain I remember from childhood. Answer skip, polarization. Worst are the people who tell you to calm down. Kind of thing when you're passionate about something. Yep, you got that right. Anxiety, you should try it. Don't take any vitamins. Okay. Polarize the whole plating. Bring us about. That's electroplating, I would guess. The positive and negative. Realize negativity is hormesis. I'd rather just notice issues before they arise than work with them just to submit to the chance that they can be detrimental. The smart man sees the danger coming and acts on it. And Jonathan, we know that if we tested your IQ, it would have to be in the high range. Because, you're just that smart. I have an ADHD friend. When she's on a roll and I try to get her back on Earth, she always gets pissed off. Yes. Yes. Absolutely amazing. So, vitamin D must be taken with it, both taken with the fat. That is correct, MNJ. That is correct. Smallest toes, people think I'm broken both because they're twisted sideways. I think it's just cartilage. My toes are a little bit pushed inward. I like to spread them out, but the problem is the socks and shoes, they have a tendency. See, this is mine look like. They're just, they do tend to spread out a little bit. Some people, they're all twisted together. This is one of the things that I've complained a lot about most of the women I know. They wear these unnatural shoes and their feet are like pointed and all just bunched up, and it's absolutely terrible. So I said, yep. Yeah. And I've stubbed my toe more than once, but it's not, seems to be okay. It hasn't fallen down or anything. I even pick up stuff with my feet sometimes when I'm too lazy to bend over and pick something up. I highly recommend using magnesium threonate for anxiety. I use 1 gram of elemental magnesium per day. That's where I notice diminishing returns. Huh. That's good to know. Potassium in particular. Yeah, agree. Yep. Jonathan is a good source of information. Check out his channel. I get upset. I have a little 1-bedroom apartment with a punching bag, and I play golf. So it's the punch or chilling golf. There you go. Magnesium too. Heavy salt intake is a bit of a cure-all for many things. It goes a long way. Phil Ascott told me this. Yeah, I haven't seen him for a while. He used to be on your chats that you had. Increase your daily salt, daily waters. L-theronate is the magnesium that crosses the blood-brain barrier. Great stuff. Magnesium threonate, yeah. And it first port of call I use outside of dehydration for chronic migraines and anxiety. See, you ask your question, MNJ, and you get all this information. You don't have to listen to the quack that doesn't know anything. You got everybody else that's tried and true. You don't have to spend $30 a month for a group either. Now, if you do, if somebody does want to spend money and they want to get advice, you can hire somebody like Jonathan. There's other people there that you can do a consultation with that are not that expensive. Some people need that one-on-one time, but not everybody does it in the beginning. I think that for most people, you got to conquer this first. You got to get to the point where you realize that this lifestyle may work for you. And don't listen to naysayers because you've been doing it the other way for most of your life. It's time to try it. If it doesn't work for you, you can try something else. And the other thing, too, is you don't have to be carnivore forever. You can do it as a reset. There are several people that are in my chat, probably some of them now, that do the carnivore diet for a year, 2, 3 years, and then they add some plant material back to their diet. They may go back to gardening. They may do all these things. And they do fine. Sometimes they do even better. A person that's really been sick and overweight may hit the carnivore diet, lose a bunch of weight, reach a stall, and then eventually lose more weight, get healthy, and they get to the point where they feel really good. And they say, you know what? I'm going to try to add some fruits or vegetables. And they do that, and they feel the same or better. So that is a possibility. You don't have to do the strict diet all the time. It's just a good starting point. All right. It's okay to use some salt on your food if you want to. Yes, you don't have to worry. Salt is not going to hurt you, especially on the carnivore diet. It does not affect your blood pressure. I've done experiments where I salted my heart attack chicken and, duck and everything heavily, and my blood pressure stayed exactly the same. Yep. Still going strong. 52 watching. Yes. Yes. And the comments are still pouring in. I still think I get more comments than anybody else that has a small live stream. It goes to show my people are just engaged. I mean, seriously. We got 50 at this point. Let me refresh this. see how many I got now. Still have 50. So we got some 50 loyal subscribers here. That's great. Let me go back and there we are. Okay. All right. There we go. McDonald's. All right. I mostly eat 2 meals a day. And if I try to eat them within a 7-hour window, but sometimes 3 if I'm hungry. That sounds like a good plan. But already noticing I don't get hungry until later in the days than I used to. That's because the food is more satisfying. When your food doesn't have a lot of nutrition, from what I've seen, you eat, you fill yourself up, and then as your stomach empties, you're not getting the resources your body needs. So it makes you hungry again. So people are constantly grazing and snacking and all that. But when you eat the meat-based diet, you're getting more satisfied. And it's going to take a while. As you said, you may have toxic load, you may have deficiencies and all this other stuff. And I recommend to people I know, taking supplements may be a really good idea, at least in the beginning. It's like I was talking to Tom, the frugal prepper, earlier about gardening. Using chemical fertilizers can help your garden get up to a level where then you can maintain it. If you're like me and you've been carnivore since you're 15 years old, you don't need to worry about any of that stuff. The salt, the electrolytes, whatever is not necessary. But if you're a standard, person that doesn't eat very well, that stuff can make the difference. It can really make the difference. So it's good that you try. And if you have results, share it with the rest of us. It'll help other people. I didn't realize L-threonate might help headaches. I'm going to go back just to that one. It just works for me. Well, there you go. And obviously, your diet was not ideal. It was like excrement. Yes. Carbs, sugars, and alcohol. And I've seen you for so long on the chats. I would never have imagined that you would be addicted to things like carbs, the sugars, the alcohol. I don't know. Interesting. And Jonathan's got some wisdom here. SPG is for people that need less advanced information. People will gain more from one of my ebooks than through those I promise. And again, you know what I feel. I don't know anything about SPG. To me, it seems more like BSPG, but whatever. Now, our friend Thomas, he's in SPG. They gave him membership to the group, and he likes it. So I don't know. But the way it works, if I'm not in a group, I assume the group is probably overrated because I think that all the good groups want me in it. But if they don't ask me to be in it, then it's probably not a big deal. But I know Jonathan, you check out, he has the ebooks, he has videos. If you want to spend some money and you want to get a good deal, check out Jonathan. You won't be disappointed. All right, let's see. Glad we found the light. Well, there you go. Yep. Of course, if you're like me and you have neon lights, I don't know what to say about that. You can see over here. This is the kind of light. And I made these things when I was a teenager. It's been about 40 years, and they still work. So can't go wrong with that. I see the light. And for a 57-year-old, I can see just fine. That's the thing. Everybody else I know my age wears glasses. I don't wear any. I'm fine. Okay, so let's see. TTFD is looking at a very interesting vitamin. I'm not sure what that is, but I'm sure Jonathan will tell us. Looking to lose 40 more pounds. Okay. Well, you're in the right place. I don't think you could do better than being in the carnivore lifestyle. At the very least, I tell people there is a spectrum. The carnivore lifestyle is when 70% of more of your food is meat, but you can also be the low-carb, whole foods keto. You don't want to be the processed food keto. That's a no-no. But if you can be low-carb, whole foods keto, like some people, someone earlier was mentioning that there was a heartburn issue and salad fixed it. And, Tom Frugal Prepper uses sauerkraut. as a way to avoid digestive issues, there's nothing wrong with skillfully using plant material along with your carnivore diet, especially when you're starting. Now, when you've been a carnivore for a long time like me, plants are not necessary. You don't need them. Your body will make everything you need without the plants. But if you want to eat a plant product, just be careful. Just eat them properly prepared. Make sure if you eat any fruits that they are ripe or at least edible. And if you eat vegetables, they need to be soaked, cooked, or otherwise prepared to make them less toxic to your system. Eating raw plant material, in my opinion, is a terrible idea, except for medicinal uses occasionally. But don't know that one. I'll look it up. I'm going to have to look that up too. It's a bit pricey, but if you have truly crappy health issues, quite helpful. Again, Jonathan, for some reason, the big channels ignore Jonathan. They're missing out. This is someone that has a lot of experience. So, I don't know why. Now, I'm not the most experienced in the carnivore space other than the fact that I've been eating this way most of my life. I'm more experienced with things like alternative energy. I can figure out ways to make energy from waste, out of just junk that's laying around. When we have a hurricane and we have no power, I'm the only one in the neighborhood that has lights and air conditioning and is living normally. And that's just because I'm resourceful. So I may be the expert in that, but I'm not an expert in diet. For a carnivore, I was taking a lot more. So adding one more without paying for all the others is fine. Well, that's good. I guess you were trying to supplement your way out of a poor diet. I would surmise that taurine, vitamin D, TTFD, magnesium, threonate, and omega-3 are some of the most helpful ones I recommend. Okay. All right. 40 years of problems. Thank you for info. We'll try. And David says, carnivore muscle, would you like to keep the live stream going? Open up to everyone. That's a good question. Just keep going. You'll feel the difference soon. Yes. I don't think there's anything I'd rather be doing right now outside of listening to Rick ramble about things. This is well worth waiting for each week. Well, thank you, Jonathan. And remember, Jonathan, you're the reason why I do the bike and rides, or I call them the ride and talks. Bike and talk, whatever you want to call it. I know I've had several people tell me they love the bike because it's kind of like you feel like you're going to crash at any minute. And I agree, but I like riding a bike. I could drive there. I could walk there, basically. But it takes longer to walk, and it's not as fun. I like the bicycle because at least you're rolling along. See, when I ride, I like to ride really hard and then let off. And then ride really hard and let off. It's like if I'm going to run, I don't like to jog. I hate that. I think it's stupid. I'll walk, and then I'll make a sprint. And then I'll walk, I'll do another sprint. I like that. Go fast, and then take a break. I always like that kind of stuff. You know, it's like when I'm working. I'm trying to do a job. If it's a skilled job, I'll work slowly and steadily. But then certain jobs, you know, you want to do it, you want to get it faster. Especially like with the Bobcat work. If you're doing a cleanup, you know, you'll go slowly in some places. And then when you're out in the open, you can go faster. You can turn faster, move around. And then when you're loading, you slow down. It's like, that's the way my body works. It likes to do things fast, then slow down. So, Megadose B1 is good for energy. Well, I don't take any, and I still have a lot of energy. I guess there's vitamin B in meat or something. Your Saturday live stream is just way too perfect. Oh, wow. Keep it this way. We get to take a week's worth of crap and dump it all here. We look forward to it. Well, thank you very much. I'm happy about that. Sorry I've been eating while I do this, but got to keep that nutrition up. 2 pounds of delicious ground beef with a few pieces of pork. Absolutely delectable. Yum, yum. And there we go. I use these containers because they hold, you can see, 2 pounds of meat. I can hold 3 pounds of meat in here, which makes a good meal. Now, I see people all the time. In fact, one channel, I don't remember if it was a carnivore channel. Maybe it wasn't. Somebody was talking about, creatine, taking creatine. And they're saying you should take 5 grams of creatine. But they were saying that that's what you find in 2 pounds of meat. So I eat between 4 to 6 pounds of meat per day. I must be getting a lot of creatine and a lot of the other amino acids. So despite the fact that I'm as skinny as a toothpick, I don't look as bad as a vegan skinny. And the vegans that I know that are successful, that are muscular and good looking, they all take creatine and they take a ton of supplements. So I tell them, you say you're a vegan, but you're not actually a vegan, because without technology and without processing, you couldn't live like that. You can't have a great physique eating only vegetables. That's nonsense. People say they do. I think it's a lie. You have to take supplementation. And I know creatine is one of them. Okay, let's see. Taking taurine, the one the Aussie guy recommends, is no longer available. Magnesium regulates, has a relationship with a huge number of things in your body. That is correct. I know Epsom salts was an old remedy that people use because of the magnesium sulfate. It's not the most effective, but it does something. Thank you. We are really excited, honestly. Well, we're all happy for you. I'm happy that somebody that I've communicated with for quite a while online, before I even started making carnivore videos, has moved to the carnivore lifestyle. So I'm no longer the outlier. And I think eventually this is going to catch on. It will never be fully mainstream, but I do think that over time, more and more people will try the carnivore diet. And I think it's going to benefit us greatly, because the more people that are exposed to the carnivore diet, I think the more likely it is to succeed. Yeah, no rain. Interesting. Celebrity Streamers University says you got to go 6 hours or more is what I got from the youngsters on YouTube. I do that all the time. That's nothing. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. So at 3 o'clock, it'll be 6 hours for me. It's fine. Use about 2 teaspoons a day, most of the time AM, PM. Any taurine powder works. To be honest, I've never seen it amino spiked or misrepresented as another product. It is combined with caffeine energy drinks. Yeah, like Red Bull. Yes. I used to take D, magnesium, gelatin, black seed oil, and NAC every morning. Then at night, D, magnesium, and Melissa to sleep. Backed off to see what my body needed with diet change. I can feel that I quit gelatin in my back and joints. Well, collagen found in fats also contains gelatin, and meat itself does as well. If you've ever boiled it up, you can see it. Breath work will help more than anything. That is true. And if you check out his channel, you'll see that the different types of light breathing techniques and going outside and grounding is all used. So that's really good. Not recommended to combine the two. Drink coffee away from taurine supplements. Amazing for heart health, blood pressure, for calm, for muscles, for metabolism, for many things. And Rick, amen. Well, there you go. We don't consider a relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ as a religion. Religion is basically the relationship with other people. That's the religion. And that can be a help for some people. It can be a hindrance to others. That's quite a cost-efficient stack. I'm an elite bodybuilder, so I have more gaps to plug figuratively. What is your YouTube channel name? Religion should not be confused with following Christ. If you understand that, then you know personal responsibility is everything. That's exactly what I said, Because at any time, they can change your religion. They can change what they believe. But if you believe in Jesus as your Savior, then your faith will not be shaken. And that's it. But then again, some people don't believe in God, and I respect that. Fine. You can do whatever you want. True, you need more fuel. Yes. Deep breathing, positivity, and God. There you go. I agree with DC. If you're not doing breath work, then taking a supplement, you're leaving too much on the table. That is correct. Prayers work. And he says, that's how Rick, that's how I quit smoking cigs in 2007. So now your name is Rick. Okay. It changed. Magnesium citrate will clean you out. Not all of us process enough from sun. Yes, you can always have it checked. They tested mine for spine surgery and it didn't even register. I'm in my 50s. Well, I'm 57, so I don't know. Maybe I have it, maybe I don't, but I've never been tested. But I feel really good is low, yes. People start having trouble in their 40s or 50s. This is a good time to change course and feel better. Okay, I crashed my bike full speed down a hill into a garage door. The garage door looked worse after. Well, when you got that much muscle coming downhill and you hit a garage door, you probably knocked the garage door off the rollers. Okay. That's funny. I'm going to grab myself a bit of water. I haven't had any water for hours. And I may have a couple of pieces of meat floating around in there. So let me get myself some water. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll play the duck stuff and I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. Got myself some water here. Black Menace is over there sleeping in the living room upside down. It's so cute. He's a good pet. My dad hit a guardrail on the highway and flipped over that into a ravine. Wow, that's not good. I'll bet it did. Ooh, not good. Magnesium malate powder on dinner if I had cheese earlier in the day. It works as stool softener. I know people say they get stuck up with cheese, but I eat cheese all the time. I never had a problem going to the bathroom. Feel like my thigh muscles are firmer since I'm on a meat-heavy eating style. Yeah, not exercise-induced. It's not strange because if you think about it, if you're taking in all that protein and fat, your body sees that as like extra materials. Just like if somebody gave me some roofing materials, I'd start fixing my roof. This thing wouldn't leak anymore if I had some wood and materials given to me. So give it to your body. It's going to do something good with it. Yes, Lizzie, 100%. And it's a great sign. Speculate that it's due to better hydration. Yes. Therapists have always said, my body and muscle flash are very pliable to work with. There's something to it. That's carnivore for you. Great to know. If it wasn't for that traumatic injury that Jonathan had, I don't think he'd have anywhere near the problems he has. He'd be like Dr. Sean Baker, you know, working out all the time and never feel any pain. And actually, even Dr. Baker, he had a neck injury from that jiu-jitsu that he was doing. I guess he finally decided not to spend his time on that anymore and just concentrate on the exercise. A lot of people say, well, if you work out at the gym, you're going to hurt yourself. But I tell them, if you work out at the gym, you're less likely to hurt yourself because you're moving the weights in a controlled fashion. If you move weights in a controlled fashion, you are much less likely to injure yourself. But if, on the other hand, you're sedentary, and then you go outside, you pick up a garbage can, you'll probably throw your back out. Okay. My Tai Chi class before my stroke commented to someone that something was off and I probably need to make a doctor appointment. And that's the thing. A lot of times you can tell, even people basically, they notice. It's like before Mitch had his stroke, he was acting a little erratic. That's fairly common. So it's too bad the medical system is too backwards to be able to figure this stuff out. That's how you injured your spine. Nope. That's not how he injured his spine. He'll tell you. LMNT and salt brand electrolytes are great, but neither offers sufficient amount of your daily amount needed. Maybe if you do 2 packs a day, I consider LMNT a treat. I've never even used this stuff. I don't even know what it's like. Yes, I think there is. We got thumbs up from the other Rick here. Right. Yeah, but even if you go to the ER, a lot of times they just look at you and, oh, what kind of insurance you got? Ah, no money. Ah, you're fine. Throw you on the street. Yeah. Injured my spine 17 years ago and I was forced to play rugby against adults illegally, a sports tour in Italy. What happened to me is actually criminal. I'll leave it there. And, you know, his story has been told, but yeah, it had nothing to do with a bicycle accident. I've hit things on the bicycle many times and I never had that accident. Yep. Failed spinal surgery, which included a laminectomy, discectomy, and fusion. I remember when you had the surgery. And it was supposed to improve, but it didn't. And again, it's hit or miss with these things. Some people benefit, some people don't. You either take the chance or you don't. If you're lucky, you get relief. If not, well, not so much. Okay. Rugby is a rough sport. Yep. The only thing that my surgery did was fix the disc that slid loose. The nerve pain will never be better unless somehow this diet will heal some of that decades later. It's possible. The diet's not going to fix anything structural. It's like, I've got a hernia from a car accident. It never got any better, but it doesn't hurt. There's something about this diet that moderates pain, and I don't know what it is. But unless you have a really serious issue, it seems like it just gets better. 1 hour. Unless you're looking to drop the Browns off of the Super Bowl. Magnesium malate powder. I didn't get an x-ray even offer until I was around 27. Yeah, Jonathan. By that point, I was bedridden. I'm now fortunate to get up for about 4 hours a day on strong meds. Yes, they are. I can be up, but I can't stand or walk long. I do okay sitting, though. Well, that's good. Feeling off. Yeah. My brain, my voice. It works. Yes, it does. Chiropractors needed rookie. Okay. Needed an MRI, which didn't happen until my 30s. No fun. You can stream binaural beats at night, and man, is that wonderful for me too. Lots of medical research of frequencies for many things. I'm lucky. I have no trouble sleeping. As soon as that air conditioner gets down below 70, I'm out. See? I told you. 142 to 144. It doesn't do much of living autism. My bottlenecks in life from my living situation, my spine condition for autism. Exactly. I've taken those tests as well. I think I was in the 140 range. My other friend who's into carnivore, I think his was like 150 something. I tend to have a lot of really smart friends. Maybe that's why I get bored with silly things. All it takes is, yeah. But see, in my case, I feel like I'm really lucky because my body won't let me lift something I can't. It's like a piece of equipment. It's like if I try to lift something too heavy with a bobcat, if it's too heavy, the machine will simply tip forward. And if for some reason I am able to lift something without it tipping forward, the hydraulics stop working because of the built-in relief valve. I think my body's the same way. When I get to the point where I can't lift something, I just let it go. I don't even try. So that's it. Hard to pin down unbalanced feeling, but no chest discomfort. I use YouTube because I pay for premium, so no commercials. They have loads of them, and a lot of them are extra long to last all night. Yeah, that's the problem if you try to play it automatically otherwise. Or you could do what I do if you want to play music. You just, pop in an 8-track and let it run. That's all. I've done that before when I want to listen to music at night. I just stick an 8-track in there. Actually, where is my 8-track? Oh, that silly 8-track. Where did it go? It's here somewhere. Oh my goodness, where is my Tijuana Brass 8-track? Well, I lost my 8-track. Oh, here's one. There we go. That's a pretty good one right there. Tiny bubbles in the wine. Yep. My dad used to love Don Ho. So, if you want to fall asleep, instead of having to go online, you just pop one of these in there. And there you go. Anyway, do I hear the mail truck again? Interesting. They drove by earlier. Well, I guess that is a mail truck. I never get anything good in the mail. It's usually just a bill. I'm just a bill. I'm only a bill, and I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill. All right. Me at 22. Nail once. Backed up to a fence. Took off running my heel. Caught the bottom of a fence. Ripped my foot open. Huh. Once I was swimming in the canal. Split my foot open on a toilet. Wow. That's not good. Oh. The mail came. Let's see. I see the mail truck. Yep. I got some mail. Oh, well. Hopefully it's some good news. Usually it's just another bill. Premium 2. Investment for the amount of research I have to do. That's true. That is what I'm talking about. No palpitations, the blood pressure good, but lightheaded, sometimes feel off. I love YouTube for so many different things. Need to keep my mind busy. Yes. Injured their backs, and I have a theory. Remember those sit-ups they made us, the hard floors in the gym? I blame that. I did those too, but I never really saw the reasoning behind it. Mine was absolutely trauma. Okay. I'll watch Rick, a few other carnivore channels I'm friends with, Japanese cooking videos, travel videos, and epic music to get me out of bed in the morning. My problem is I'm so eager to get out of bed, sometimes I'll wake up 5:36 in the morning, and I just kind of have my eye half open looking at the sun. As soon as the sun starts coming up, somewhere between 6 and 7, I'm up and outside. That's just kind of my thing. It's hard for me to stay in bed. Once I wake up, I'm up. Even if I only got 2 hours of sleep, I'm still up with the sun. I say my water. A few days, I still get body cramps, even stiff thumbs. Sit in a recline position is the best for the least amount of pressure on the lower back. Yeah, don't sit like the way I do. I mean, if you watch the way that I do my videos, let's see if I can get this down here. I don't think too many people are going to sit like this. That's just crazy. I'm a wacko in the carnivore space. All right, let's see what else we got. We got lots and lots and lots of comments. Do you have Amazon Prime? Nope. 3-hand surgeries. Wow. Sausage machine. Ooh, that is not good. I can see why you have so many issues. Wow. I get most of the benefit. Yeah, people get their diets around 70% meat, 25% other animal foods, and the rest seasonings. Sauce or maybe coffee too, they'll get most of the benefit. Some people need a slight change. I watch too many food reviews, food challenge, and food recipes. Okay, finance recipes, health, aquarium fish, vermiculture, and whatever else I get curious about. That's what I do. Can you sit outside with your bare feet on grass and dirt? That's a good point. Just make sure you don't step any duck poop. Yep. Don't eat much of the food they cook. Fat Andy is quite good. Gaza. Okay. Huh. We all like talking with you, Rick. Wendy has proper shoes, which I was not wearing. Do you mean millimeters? Centimeters impossible unless you're 20 feet tall. That's probably what it is. I'm doing chores while listening. It's another great live stream. Rico, good job. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed it. I like this format. It's like having a conversation with all of you. That is the whole idea. This is not one of those channels where I'm going to preach to you. We're going to bring celebrities on. We talk back and forth. This is a two-way conversation, although it's written. I'm saying I beat up nothing to brag about. It was just a thug life. I'm sweet and pretty as candy. Now, if you're pretty as a steak, you got to watch out for me. Or a big fat duck. A Scovy duck. When I ride to the Winn-Dixie, I'm going to probably see some more big fat iguanas. I'm really tempted. I'm going to take my burlap bag this time, and I have a throw net. So I might be able to catch an iguana. Sometimes I catch a roadkill iguana. Those are usually, they're just dead on the side of the road, but I might be able to get one. And the next time I get one, I'm going to do a more detailed iguana gutting and cooking video. I enjoy this format too. Socializing for me has to be an opt-in, opt-out functionality. In person, I find people don't respect that necessity with me. So I get overwhelmed. That is me being open. Well, again, that is a characteristic of the neurodivergent. It's something that people need to be aware of. Packing and listening, great talk. Some other carnivore channels say that fat is healing and the magic. Is there any truth to that? I don't know. I never track any macros, but I've never really had to heal anything other than a few cuts, scrapes, and bumps. I eat fatty meat. I don't really eat anything lean. I'm not a big fan. I tell everybody I'm lean myself. I wouldn't want to eat myself. I want to eat something that's fattier and easier to catch. The way I figured in the wild, the lean meats are hard to get, but the fattier, lazier ones, they're the easier ones to get. Makes sense. Okay. That is understandable, not uncommon with autists. Yep. Wow, look at this. I think this is our all-time record. I keep getting new people, and I got some really, really good viewers. I don't think even the high-end, high participation channels get this many good comments. I'm glad that I record these comments because this is something you can refer to later. I think it's pretty neat. We know you're on a sugar high. We got to know how it goes. Okay, let's see how he does with sugar diet. I wasn't grounding so much before. I might have starved sooner. I might not be recovering. But if I didn't do meditation with my prayers, I might not be here to recover. Well, there you go. Having that faith and reinforcing it can be really valuable. And a lot of people don't understand it, but people today tend to be alone. And if you believe in God, you believe in the salvation of Jesus Christ, then you're going to feel like there's always somebody with you. And that's the thing. I will make a video or community post. I'm around 6 pounds heavier since starting it. That must be the sugar diet. If I was on the sugar diet, I'd lose weight because I'd be diarrhea and vomiting all the time. It's very serious. Special kind of MRI was more accurate. Big deal find a court case and why I became disabled. I like to have my coffee outside in the morning, my feet on the gravel. Days I don't do it, I can tell the difference. I sleep better if I do it in the morning. Haven't looked up the sugar diet. For now, we're sticking with carnivore. I would recommend avoiding the sugar diet because it's crazy. A diet devoid of nutrition, but loaded with carbohydrates. Sounds like a total nightmare to me. Yep. Never heard of the grounding strips. It's out there. I agree. Great channel, Rick and Mitch. Yes. The good thing about Mitch, you can get in and get out and get it over with. My channel, it just goes on and on and on and on. But I can shut it down whenever I want. Generally by 4 o'clock, this stream is over because 8 to 4 is 8 hours, isn't it? 9 to 5, 8 hours. Yeah, so right now, 8 to 3, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. We have gone. I'm chewing ice, which I shouldn't do. Yeah, who cares? I've gone 7 hours. Seven hours is a long time. I was registered somewhat recently too. Diagnosis. Okay, so we're having a conversation. Ground as a woman is needed for pelvis floor help. I love grass meditation. Be careful with the snake in the grass. Cholesterol number. Motivation. Please call me Jonathan. Let me get that number. Okay. Right. Yep. Rick has all the answers. If he doesn't know it, he will find it. I would trust him with a diet plan if I wasn't a nutritionist. I'm just a heart attack guy. I'm trying my best to enjoy my life until I have my heart attack. I know it's coming. I want to be ready for it. Come here. Don't snack. How long you been going carnivore? The bike chats are awesome. Keeps me on the edge of my seat. Yeah, right? You'll be getting another one today. Once I get out of here, we'll do another bike chat. I'm big on my clients with back injuries seeking multiple diagnostics. Second opinions, crazy important when diagnostic accurate. And you know, it's interesting because my friend that went carnivore in 1998, he had a lot of back issues also. He was into bodybuilding, you know, extremely good looking blonde haired guy that, you know, you never know that he was sick. Of course, I found later, you know, he's a gay guy, but what can you do? But he would always like to be stretched out. So he would go to the chiropractor and they would stretch out his back and they did all these different things. And he had to stop because he didn't have any money, which is ironic because now he's worth millions. But anyway, back then he had no money. But he got relief from it, which was interesting because they were saying he might need back surgery. And since we were friends, he was showing me the ways to adjust him to, you know, basically grab his leg and hold his neck and all that. So I got kind of a training in amateur chiropractic. And it really seemed to work. So, but the interesting thing was, as he got older, he actually got better. And he switched to the carnivore diet in 1998 because what happened was he started to get like weight swings. The weight would go on and go off and whatever. With the back trouble, every time he had a back issue, the workouts would slow down. So he started with this sort of combination of massage and stretching and all that. And I found it fascinating because it seemed ridiculous to me. I mean, I wouldn't want somebody, rubbing me with their hands and stretching me out. I don't even like being touched, really. But for him, it worked. And then, of course, after switching to the carnivore diet, since there wasn't anything really structurally wrong, he actually got better and better and better. And the last time I talked to him, which was a couple of months ago, I asked him, have you had any more pain? No, haven't had anything. He's been living over there since 2001. Never had a problem. Still works out. No problem. So, unless it's a traumatic injury, I think for many people, when you start getting the problems when you're younger, you can work your way out of it. Traumatic injury, that's a totally different story. But in terms of, second opinion is always good. Because once they make a change, you can't reverse it. I imagine that Rick is CJ from Grand Theft Auto. I sometimes pretend he's trying to run over pedestrians, hit them with machetes. The good old days. That is too funny. Okay. Rounding pads such as is a gimmick. I don't know. Some people swear by it. No way would this be denied. There you go. Huh. You could also, I have an old-fashioned mattress. It's got a metal frame, and it's stuffed with some kind of wool. A bed that's metal. There's a metal bracket that holds it. Floor is concrete, so my bed actually may be grounded. That is one video I've been meaning to make, and I never did. It was a video about grounding. I'll take my oscilloscope, the power supply, and just show what grounding really is. I have a lot of video ideas. I just got through fixing my laptop, which I might be in the other room. I thought it was here. Oh, wait a minute. I think I put it over here. Oh, where is that thing? Here it is. My old laptop. I finally fixed this thing. Over here. Yeah, it's old, but it was a good laptop. You can see. It had a motherboard issue. I was able to resolder the motherboard controller, and I got it to work. So, hopefully, I'll be able to put that into service. I'll be using that in my living room studio. All right, let's see. Okay. It's another experiment I want to do. I was never into video games. You may have seen what I was doing at my friend's place yesterday. Let me see here. Pretty loud, but just move slowly forward while my friend takes the hedge trimmer, and you can't really see it because I had the thing in my pocket, but just buzzing away with so you can kind of see the back of it. I don't know why the thing came up sideways like that. I guess that's about the closest you'll get to a video game around here. Anyway, let's see. Okay. Got all kinds of videos that I watch. Looks like Old Guy Carnivore made a refrigerator video. So that's something you can check out when you get off my live stream. If I ever catch up with the comments, which I'm beginning to wonder if I ever can. Okay, let me get back to. All right. Worried about my health. I'm not worried. Wait, yeah, that's good. Electricity. All he uses under him when working on computer. Skin voltage says there's a difference. Okay. I'm going to have to do some of this testing as well. Spine revision surgery. I hope they can figure something out for you, Jonathan. You'd be nice. Can you imagine if you could get that pain resolved? You're going to be probably the happiest guy around, and you'll be a pleasure to be around. I ate 2 pounds now. Well, there you go. First 6 months, I would say 4 pounds. I was so hungry. Well, hey, you got to charge up with good food to make it happen. You can see how that happen. Gut biome, right? Supplementarians. Yep. Jack Cruz's frustration. Okay. Still sick, in fact. Evacuation efforts starting. We're safe as staying on this high. I hope that flooding, resolves itself. I know over there in wherever's New Zealand, Barkay was getting flooded last week. There's people getting flooded everywhere. And here, we barely get any rain. SIBO effects. There they are. Following Uncle Jack, carnivore muscle. Love the hold music. There you go. I'll go tinkle and get a water. I binge watch his latest podcast interviews. Okay. Like the old posters and photos. That's what it used to be around here. I got more of them. I got a whole series of those things. Carnivore diet, good for getting rid of cellulite. It worked on me. Yep. That's it. Yeah. I'm coming off the chat for a bit to cook. That's good. Hey, it's fine. You come and go here as you like. Fed disability application, disability, based solely on the last 2 years of medical history. Yeah, disability. Okay. Huh. Park. Okay. Blue badge. I guess that's similar to the, what do you call it? Handicap. I don't drive. It only takes useful. My care assistant takes me on a trip. There you go. I drive occasionally, but seems like I do a lot of bike riding to save on money. Different. That's interesting to know. Let's use headphones. I don't like headphones. They do something without. I got a stereo. My stereo sounds better than any headphones. Stuff is beyond me. Okay. A lot of back and forth. I have speakers in my room. Who is we? Are you both on carnivore? Huh. Hey, bloody husband. Yeah, right? Huh. Okay. Binaural beats on YouTube. Don Ho, Tiny Bubbles. Lawrence Welk. Yep. Yep. Good old Don Ho. Tiny bubbles in the wine. I think also Tiny Tim did that, didn't he? No, Tiptoe Through the Tulips. That was Tiny Tim. Lawrence Welk. Bubbles in the wine. Divinity is internal. There you go. 8-track. My little Alexa's always playing jazz, but I have other devices. My own type of jazz, low 24/7 with a candle, and thanks. I mean, I have digital files as well, but I never saw the need for any kind of streaming. And even if I did have streaming, I would just open up Audacity, record all the music I like, and then cancel it. Once I have all the music I like, what else do I need? Nothing good has come out in decades. It's all old stuff anyway. bad backs and sit-ups. My theory about most health problems, our food system is so deficient, it also affects bone health and joints too. I think you're correct because I do no exercise at all. Zero. I just work. And I admit I should be working out, but I don't. And like I said, when I go to work, people can laugh at my skinny arms all they want. I don't care. It's just, I just like feeling good. Now, if I wanted to, I'm sure that with the right amount of training and with a massive amount of food, maybe a little extra help, if you know what I mean, I could probably put on some muscle, but what advantage would it be? You know, I mean, if you're trying to attract a girlfriend, maybe, but if you live by yourself and you don't care, if you're strong enough to get things done, I think you're pretty good. But anyway, bone health and joints. My mother had arthritis really bad, and even my dad used to get stiff. Our family always tended to have, aches and pains. My dad always would get what he called Charlie horse, and he'd get numb if he sat a certain way. And meanwhile, I sit any way I want, and I never get numb. Rick, you are a human pretzel. Lucky. Not bad for a 57-year-old, huh? I've not got into the Bitcoin yet, which I would horrify Jack. Yep, I should. I don't like dealing with financial things. I figured I'd just put small on. I would avoid it for now. I think it's all kind of overrated. But gold and silver, they have advantages. I own very little. Channel dislike Bitcoin and crypto, so you aren't alone. That is very true. I used to use it until 2012. Then I stopped using Bitcoin. Okay. I'm learning because evil came and won. Spiritual, yeah. Didn't come until his sentence. That's good to know. Okay, question. What do you think about Bitcoin? My go-to source says all the other altcoins, cryptos aren't good, but Bitcoin is. Bitcoin, I think, has become very valuable because it took the place of art. It's used for money laundering. These wealthy people, they buy Bitcoin, they transfer it all around the world. As long as they have safe havens where they can cash in their Bitcoin, it's going to continue to be valuable. But at any time, they could shut it down. And of course, a worldwide EMP could knock the blockchain apart, because how can you have a blockchain when you can't fill the blocks because the internet doesn't work anymore? So it could go down. But as long as the current system goes, I think Bitcoin will always have its ups and downs. You have the Bitcoin boom and then the Bitcoin winter. I'd say for short term, for transferring money, Bitcoin is a great way to go. But if you're going to try to build wealth out of it, I think it's very risky. I would rather just have gold. Problem with gold is it's tricky to buy and tricky to sell, but there are several places out there you can buy gold, and there's ways to buy it without a sales tax. Selling it could be a little tricky, but I'm sure if things got really bad, you could find a way. I like to keep my investments in stuff I can use, tools and equipment, supplies. That's what I like. Nuts and bolts, washers, belts, hoses. That's what I like to invest in. Because if the economy takes a crap, I can still keep my stuff going. But you know what? The market is a casino. The Federal Reserve is determined to keep it up. If you wish to hit the stock market, wait until the next time that there's a panic, then buy, and then wait for the next bubble to the moon. When you see people surrounding the Federal Reserve with pitchforks and torches, get out, because everything's going to fall and never come back. So that's it. I got around to some small investments I wanted to make, and they're doing well. If you have money to lose and you can take a chance, investments can be good. You can make profit, but be careful. You might have to pull out before it all goes down. Jesus wanted a desert for 40 days and almost turned aside with Satan. We all have our moments and trials. We can overcome a lot when we recognize our own God-given power. Well, if even God's Son is tempted by Satan, what chance does the average person have? You really got to fight it. Rick has been on for 7 hours. Well, I've been on for 8 hours before. It's going to be 7.5 hours very soon. It might be 8 hours. 8 hours is my limit. When 4 o'clock comes around, we're dumping this stream no matter what. And you have a quack quack. Well, 7 hours. Yes. Must be the American vibes. Got us talking today. Well, I think what it is, we have more people than we normally do. And I think from last week, we had a spike in viewers. Maybe it was from the controversy. It's going to be interesting to see next week if our friend from Homestead Hal decides to come on and discuss what he wants to discuss. This may turn into another record live stream. and I may end up getting more subscribers. Before you know it, I may end up with the same amount that old guy Carnivore Mitch has. And for somebody that has about 3,500 subscribers versus somebody that has over 40,000, that's quite an accomplishment. It's hard to believe if you're going to have 100 or more people coming into my stream, that's going to be pretty amazing. And that could mean the subscriber count will go up. I'm not trying to compete with anybody. I'm just trying to give a different perspective of this lifestyle. I mean, the work that I do is basically for survival. I'm not going to impact anyone from the physical labor that I do. But I think that going online, having these live streams, talking to you, I think that does a lot more than anything else ever would. And I think some people are going to benefit, but we'll see. Okay, going for a new record. Nope, the record was 8 hours. We're not going for a new record. But do you own some? Hard to know who to trust. That's good. It's good to be skeptical and questioning. My goodness. It's like a Montessori school. Everyone gets attention at their level. That is correct. Good analogy. Yeah. Grid goes down, worst things to worry about. But now that it's getting adopted, I think we're going to buy some more. I spit my seltzer water, how he would lose weight on the sugar diet due to vomiting. And yes, I would. Be detrimental to me. I'd probably end up with sore throats and headaches again. I can beat that. How about 90 over 60? That's my normal blood pressure. I'm doing okay. I was in a horrible narcissist relationship. Worse than a narcissist would have been a blessing. And the Reaper came. After that, I refuse. There's a lot of people with difficult... I use up a whole hour to tell my story. I'm sure you'll have an interview at one time on one of the channels or even my channel. I will start doing interviews as soon as I get my studio set up. And I think they're going to be quite good. So we'll see. These bones would crumble. Say no to sugar, right? Yep. Okay. I got to get going. I need to get this wallet thing right. Then I can just vie. Should have done years ago when I looked into... Well, hardware wallet's been around for a long time. But, well, glad that you were here, Ellen. And I hope we'll see you again next time. Excellent. I'm making what they call a cold wallet. Stores it outside the web. Yep. You can use any hardware device. I used to store them on hard drives. But thanks to FPL, 20 Bitcoin or $200 went up in smoke back in 2012. Of course, what's 20 Bitcoins worth now? Don't even want to think about it. Have a great day. Yes, just a Cancer. Quite a few egg white. Eggs have such small yolks. I have white left over. Any ideas? Egg whites blended with chicken and some cheese makes a heart attack pizza crust. Kind of good. Egg whites can be used to turn anything into a simulated dough, any kind of meat product. You want to go with a white meat like fish or chicken. Red meat, mix up, it's too fatty, it'll mix up messy and turn into a blob. I got a tutorial 5 years ago for my bro, but I forgot it all. Just keep pushing. I will never catch up. Mitch, I know what you're going through every day. Okay. Everybody's out to make money. Brush up and take your time. It's a bit high right now. Yes, it is. I have more white than yolk. I chop up the white, mix it with the yolks to increase the volume. That's an idea. Bitcoin, you need to be okay with some volatility. Yes. Remember, there's ups and downs. Crypto winter is coming. I need to go, but hey, everyone, there's a game of Scrabble waiting for me. Wish me luck. Great. Glad you were here. Crying from pain drop score 1-3x within the last year. It's incredible when it happens. Well, there you go. I really hope you can find relief. Yeah, amateur chiro, phys therapist. My friend always enjoyed it, and, you know, I was glad to help him out. He's a good looking and a great guy. So if I could make him feel better, that was a good thing. Now, again, the carnivore diet eventually turned it around. So after he started in 98, for the next couple of years, I think his pain had gone away. I think he just liked the massage for the personal contact. But other than that, the pain went away. He even admitted to me that the pain had gone away 6 months after starting the carnivore diet, but he still liked the stretching and the massage action because, he likes tall, skinny guys. Let's put it that way. Very interesting. It will be small because I don't have a lot of extra. And yes, long-term investment. Must be talking about Bitcoin. I mean, nobody can predict. Join us live. The mornings are nobody special. And there are people who could better help you. Or we have a Discord chat group. And as I mentioned earlier, that would be 9 a.m. on weekdays, on market days, called Nobody Special Finance. And if you don't know the channel, I'll show it to you. It's in my subscriptions. Might be at the top of the list. There it is. We have the Mitch Fits, we have the Quack Pack, and these are the melon heads. I'm not sure where the melon came from, but in his background he has a neon banana. So I stumbled on his channel actually because I had found the Chris Taylor channel, which, let's see if I have it listed here. I haven't seen a video in a while. Should be Financial Prepper. It used to be called Financial Fitness. Where is it? It's not here. Oh, well. Okay. I don't see it. But anyway, that's the channel I was talking about earlier. Whatever. It'll come up. Just a matter of time. All right. Where'd it go? There we go. Okay. Let's see. Love Scrabble. Yes. Immunization. No one gets unless they might do flood rescues. I don't sink and live near a river. Right. Yes, it is. Yep. Good. That's right. Rick joins us most mornings. I may not comment much because a lot of times I'm working. Plus, Jack, he doesn't really respond to comments unless you pay him, so I don't bother. But I say hi to the people I know, and then I'll work, and then every so often I'll make a comment, and that's it. Very straight. All levels are welcome. Remove them. That's right. Bitcoin is a scam. Run away. Well, I'm very careful. It's good while it lasts, but when they pull the plug, it'll be pretty bad. If I had no body pain, I'd literally fly. Yeah, there. Again, I have to be grateful that I've never experienced any chronic pain, and that's good. Could be. Jesus almost sided with Satan. I would like to know that too. I never saw that. Bitcoin is now an asset you can borrow against. It isn't necessarily a good thing, but it makes it more of a buy. It's like stocks. People borrow money to buy stocks to drive up the price. They call that the infinite money glitch. If you can borrow money against something, you can take that money and buy more of it, and then it causes the value to go up. So it's really just a big scheme. It's like a Ponzi scheme. The key to breaking the scheme is to get rid of the Federal Reserve. And until people do that, the game will always continue. The Fed has its little trick called ZERP and BUR, which means you create a bunch of funny money out of nothing, throw it in the bond market, and then you raise the price of the bond, lowering the interest rate. And then when the interest rate goes down, you can borrow more money. It's just a big scam. The limiting factor is going to be energy and materials. When the rest of the world doesn't want the dollar, that's when things finally start to blow up. Yep. See, I mentioned moderator. Silver is always good if you can get it. All investments are risky, especially when you're young. Well, that's why we have all these different YouTube channels. And on my YouTube channel, you're free to discuss this. This is not just a carnivore channel. This is an everything channel. Because remember, one of the biggest parts about being healthy is not just what you eat, but it's also what you think, what you do, and what you eat depends on where you live and what resources you have. If you want to eat the carnivore diet and you're too broke to eat meat, it doesn't do you any good, does it? You'll have to hang out by the canal all the time. Okay, gold has electrical monetary value, and sideways. Silver is usually safer as electrical. Yeah, silver is the best conductor of all metals, and gold is a metal that does not oxidize. Those are the two main things. Silver is better. Silver is a more, I don't know how to say it, it's a more common metal because, see, the problem with gold is that because of its scarcity and its high value, it's often going to be adulterated. You may have it mixed with other metals. It may be plated over metals like tungsten, and you don't know. Then you end up with what's worth less than you thought it was. And silver is still a common metal. It's very easy to identify. If you had a silver coin around and you dropped it on concrete, it makes a very unique sound. No other metal sounds like silver. And if you alloy it like silver and copper or whatever, you can hear the difference. So once you've gotten familiar with silver, it's very difficult to counterfeit it. Gold, on the other hand, you can take tungsten and you can plate it or coat it with gold, and you'll never know the difference. So it's a little bit tricky. Okay, let's see. Yep. I would buy silver. Absolutely. I agree. Anyone want a copper bracelet? Some people do. Let's see. Gold, both are good and are store value more than investment to make money. They do best when the dollar isn't doing well. Gold is more valuable. Yes, it is. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. She is female. Gold is good always, if it is right. Yep. Great to be here. Great to have you here. Very nice. I know, but when I lost them, there were $200. And the hard drive, well, it was unrecoverable. The problem was when my friend that I did work for, I did some electrical work. It was materials plus labor. At the time, the labor was $200. So instead of giving me cash, I was accepting Bitcoin. I'd collect the Bitcoin and then use it to buy shipments. Now, I made sure the shipments were less than $800 or whatever it was to fall within the de minimis rules. And I would buy a load of hydraulic fittings. And those hydraulic fittings would allow me to make hydraulic hoses for equipment, for skid steers and excavators and dozers and tractors and all these things. So it was a good setup. But when that hard drive crashed and I lost my 20 Bitcoins, I was like, well, I already have a bunch of materials. I wasn't going to bother with that anymore. So that's what I did. I just didn't bother with it. Got some 3M, though, adhesives and medical supplies. That's good. I guess you can't tell either. Yeah. Well, we know you're female. I've seen you. You've been on Mitch's channel. Used to be in the little box over there watching everybody. Had a feeling you were. Obviously, I hope nobody thinks that I'm female. That's why I put my picture there. There's no way that something like me could be female. It's just not possible. Okay. Let's see. Where it goes, it must be good. That is correct. 46 on my end. Time zone, yes. Right. When can you make your carnivore pizza? Well, I have all the ingredients. I believe I have eggs. I have some white meat chicken. I really need to do that when I get a chance. My pacemaker pizza is the best pizza you'll ever have. It is the only one that I can eat without getting diarrhea. And everybody I know that likes pizza loves it because you can put whatever toppings you want. Once you make the white meat chicken crust deep fried in pure lard, it's going to be somewhat crispy, but it's also very firm. And then my pizza, pacemaker pizza, is ground beef, cheese, and that's pretty much it. But sometimes you can put sausage and sometimes you can put sardines on there. But if you want a more traditional pizza, then I'll add some of my fermented tomato sauce on there, as well as, the little olive pieces that people like, whatever you want. And no one has ever complained about my pizza. You deep fry the crust, fill it with toppings, and then what you do, you stick it in an oven, or what I normally do, I have one of those like heater ovens that heats from the top down. You plug it in, you turn it on, and after about 5 to 10 minutes, it all melts down, and you have a perfect pizza. So that's something I need to do. Jack called himself that. He has Graves' disease. I was kind of joking about the typical enlargement around the jaw area. You got to go way back on the channel where that all started. Well, that's good. I noticed that his head definitely was a little bit different, but that's okay. Your subscription list is like mine. I have to scroll forever, but mine are in alphabetical order, which sort of helps. I wonder how you do that. Big fat melon head thing that is. Then we coined melon heads. Okay. Well, I've been called the Quack Pack, sort of like the Rat Pack with Frank Sinatra and Dean Martin and all that, Sammy Davis Jr., except without the Quack Pack. I use cash when possible. Yeah, that's it. I use cash too. It's all a big Ponzi. You have to understand that. Precious metals are the best hedge. Yeah, absolutely. Got a bunch of ash collected. Yep, that is true too. Poor man's gold. Mine is just automatic. Okay, assets went down. Well, that's thanks to inflation. Thanks to the Federal Reserve. I own platinum. I also have some platinum that I use for things like converting chemicals. I have a platinum mesh that I was using to make nitric acid, which is very useful for refining gold. It's also good for making firecrackers, if you know what I mean. Okay. Going up, right? That is true. All right. Swap it for money. Yep. The good thing about gold is if somebody knows what you have, you will be able to swap it for real items. I don't even care about the money so much. I wish that I lived somewhere where I was near to like a farm or something like that, and then I could just swap the metals for the meat. Lewis, oh yeah, the lady in the little box. Hi, Ellen. That is correct. You remember that from Mitch's channel. Pacemaker pizza. That's what I call it. It's like my heart attack burger, heart attack chicken. If you want to see some of the terms you'll see on my channel, we have heart attack chicken, we have heart attack burger, pacemaker pizza, and we have what's known as parking lot chicken. Parking lot chicken is when you catch a wild chicken and you cook it, and they're usually hanging out in the parking lot. I always avoided finance channels. Seem hopeless. You start young. You can learn a lot. I have several finance channels on my subscription list. Was born in 1972. Best time. Yeah, that's true. There you go. If you can get rid of debt, I've never been in debt, but that's actually a pretty handy thing. Don't have any debt, just not a lot of savings. Well, you're doing better than most people. Is this still today's live stream, or do YouTube start auto playing in 01? No, this is still today's live stream. We're still streaming, talking about different things, even including other YouTube channels. And that's actually a good thing. Let me see here. What did I do? Okay. All right. There we go. All right. Let me see what we got going on here. All right. The comments are still coming in. Let's see. I get depressed when I look at those schedules. Wow. All-time high is 50. I know the economy is going to get worse. But when the Federal Reserve launches 20 trillion of QE later this year, it may cause the price of metals to go up. It's usually what happens, but we'll see. We took years with no debt. That's it. Stay out of debt if you can. It never makes sense to go into debt. Unless you're having a business and you can go bankrupt, in which case that's fine. You got a lot of stamina. Let me tell you something. I'm one of the top live streamers around here. Okay. You know you aren't shocked. All right. Small mortgage balance. There we go. Yes. I still have the hard drive. I had someone try to recover it. It was impossible. It's just the disk is totally shot. But I did still keep it. I do have the drive. I tried everything. Yep. Have a fantastic day. And yes, and I will be seeing you, obviously, on Monday. And now with it. Yes, prices will go up. Sad truth. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit in terms of the economy. There are certain things that I want to mention. Now, everybody's been talking about the alligator Alcatraz that just opened here. People have been talking a lot about labor, how AI is going to replace all labor, and so on. And I've said for many years that AI and automation is much more likely to replace jobs that involve the white-collar work, jobs that involve paperwork, software, and stuff like that. The actual labor jobs, not so much. And you can see that to do some of these labor jobs is really quite difficult. Now, I would like to see automation replace people that pick fruit and vegetables. But then again, what would happen if we had more, oh, Danny's here. If we had more carnivores, do you think that it would be necessary to do that? Now, everybody has jobs they like. Now, if you have a small vegetable garden and you like to eat vegetables, it's not a lot of work to go out there, pick your vegetables. Not a big deal. But if you have a large field with hundreds of acres of vegetables and you have to pick those things by hand, then it becomes a real problem. What about raising meat? What do you need to do to raise meat? Well, you need some land and you need food for your cattle. Now, you could feed your cattle almost anything. You could even feed them tropical fruit if it's rotting on the ground. But what is the most common, food that they eat? It's going to be some type of hay, whether alfalfa, grass, or whatever. And that's it. And again, I mean, you can see a lot of the channels that I belong to. See if I can find one here. Oh, here we go. Here's a channel. And, you know, what do they normally do? Well, if you're going to be moving a hay bale, most of the time, you'll be doing this stuff with some type of equipment. Pick that thing up. You got 2 bales at once. And then you load it on the trailer. You can see right here, you know, this kind of job is something that is very enjoyable rather than picking vegetables. Now, to load these 2 bales with a machine, this would be me, and I'd be very happy because I'm doing work that I like. Somebody else is in the truck, and they're moving this thing around, and you can see that he's over there loading up the bales. There's really nothing to it, you know. This is a really enjoyable job. And then the other guy drives the bales. So it's not hard to do. But on the other hand, if you have to pick vegetables, you know, that's a real problem. So how do you pick vegetables? Let's see. How about strawberries? How does that look? Does that look like the kind of job that you want to do? Not me. How big is that field? It looks like hundreds of acres. There's just no way, absolutely no way that I would want to do that job. Anyway, so with that being said, let me pop this over here. And strawberries really ain't vegetables. You know, it's definitely, everyone's got their favorite job that you can do. And of course, you got the ad that goes there. They love to get an ad. So, where'd my list go? Here it is. Now, again, we know that the agricultural revolution has led to a lot of the problems that we have. It's led to labor that nobody wants to do. Now, again, if you like strawberries, plant yourself a garden. You can walk outside. You can pick the strawberries. You can eat the strawberries, and that's it. When you don't have any more strawberries, you don't eat any more strawberries. But what kind of nonsense is it to go there and pick all these vegetables and fruits and whatever, and then you're going to try to get these things year-round? You have to have a bunch of people bent over on the side picking up these vegetables, and they don't get paid a lot of money. So what job would you rather have? Moving them hay bales around with a machine, or getting on your hands and knees and picking strawberries or pineapples or whatever else people want to eat? And that's what I'm trying to say. And DC says when the Fed crashes and the metals manipulation stops, they will skyrocket. That is true. The paper market for gold and silver has been manipulated for decades. When people attack the Fed, you might have $10,000 an ounce gold, and you may have $200 an ounce silver or more. Okay? It's going to be 8 hours in a matter of minutes. What stamina? Milton probably resting. Meow. Oh, he's asleep. Should be in chores now, but talking meat and money keeps me hanging on. Yes. Yes, God is great. That's not bad. Okay. Back again. You keep coming back. You know where to go. What is the best organic matter to replace some plant products? Hemp, bamboo, other plant. Well, let me show you a 1950s version. Right over here. Okay. All right. We're going back to the 50s. Here we go in the 1950s. There it is. Take a look at this right here from the 1950s. It's actually dated 1952, I think it is. This one's got a little water stain on it from the nasty roof. But you know what this is made out of? Besides the mold, this is made out of sugar cane fiber. Got another one here. This has also got that lousy roof that leaked, made a mess out of it. But this is actually from 1959, I think it is. And it's made from sugarcane fiber. You can also use hemp. You can mix hemp with limestone. And I'm going to be using this stuff after I've given it the peroxide treatment as my background for my studio. I've collected enough of it, so it's going to go like on the background. So imagine you got the microphone, you got the ceiling tiles, you got the real 50s effect going on here. Okay. Might be a better one here. We got a bunch of these things. Oh yeah. Okay. That out of there. All right. And of course, when it comes to containers, stainless steel, you can use copper. Metals are 100% waterproof, although some may be reactive. You can also have some of these other containers that I have that are enamel coated. It's a glass coating that's bonded to the metal. I don't really use any plastic containers other than as trash cans and for collecting water that leaks from the roof. But when it comes to the other containers, you know, bamboo, yeah, there's a lot of things you can do. You can actually weave your own containers out of bamboo. Bamboo grows almost anywhere. It's not that hard to do. I make containers for my shop out of sheet metal. I get old appliances and whatever steel I can find, I cut it in pieces, and I'll spot weld it together. And then that way I can make bins that I use. I have bad success with plastic. Plastic always seems to crack and fail. All right, let me switch back here. All right, let's see. Me too. Had to go and come back. And the comments are still coming in. Silver and gold is God's money. It's been around forever. It will be around forever. That is correct. Especially gold because it is non-reactive. I do have old tea, coffee, silverware. Should I keep that? Well, most of that stuff is going to be alloys. You may have to do an acid test to see the percentage of the silver, but I would definitely keep it. And if you ever need to melt down silver, it's actually a very easy metal to melt. So that is kind of nice. Gold is also easy to melt. Oh, wow, look at this. I got some old bonus savers stamps. I haven't seen these in ages. You find all kinds of stuff in this old house. Crazy. Wow, this is super old. Hey, nice. They used to give you these stamps in the store when you bought stuff. Oh, wow. I found the old placemat from when I was a kid. We used to put this on the table. Meep, meep. And yes, got to get one of these. I still have that camera. I love having all this old stuff. It is so cool. Oh, look at all this stuff. I didn't even know I still had this. Incredible. Wow. Wiring diagrams. This is a picture I drew of my first cat when I was a kid. I was in elementary school. It's funny. Love my cat. All right. Anyway, let's see. Let me go back to this. All right. Someone has to pick the berries. If you had to, you would. Well, from your own garden, it's fine. But if you have to do it on a large scale, it's not so fine. Done at home free. There you go. It's real silver. Yeah. Keep it. It can be traded, melted into coin. Exactly. Yep. Crops are rotting in the fields. Yeah. Saying our crops are rotting in the fields now due to laborers being scared to work or getting deported. Well, they say that. But the thing is, I don't really think that's true. I think there's plenty of people out there. There's a lot of people here that are just taking from the system. So I think that's it. We love you coming in the chats. Yes, we do. We do. I think a lot of the old stuff is real. You can, or you can do it yourself. There are ways to test it. There's different chemicals you can use. Also, once you get familiar with it, you can simply drop that cutlery on the table on a hard surface. You can scrape the side of it, listen to it. But there's nitrate solutions you can use to test the silver. You can actually probably buy them online quite easily. The media is saying, yep. You can have it tested for purity. Yep. I had a lot of quacks today. Yes, we did. Okay, let's see. I didn't know I would be getting such good financial advice. Well, you come to the right place. He's holding mold. My whole house is full of mold. You're a collector, Rick. Yes, I am. What exactly is it for? It's a ceiling tile. You've never seen it before? Do you live next to a Goodwill? I am a Goodwill. Yes, they are. All my pipes are copper. Rick is so handy. Yes, Rick is. Check the date. Let's see. Yeah. And my home, everything is copper, including the work that I did is also copper. Pink Panther, I got that too. I have that camera. I do too. I have a lot of cameras. It's good to find a carnivore channel that's actually entertaining. FX Trader. So you trade foreign exchange? That is one risky market, let me tell you. I avoid FX as much as possible. But if you can do it, it's fantastic. I've never done the stock market. Well, the stock market is rigged, and it's a great way to lose money. But I tell people, if I have a choice between going to the casino and going on the stock market, I'm going to go to the stock market. That's it. Rick saves everything. Great drawing. Must have been, I think I was like 10 years old or 11 years old when I got my first black cat, and I drew this. I have pictures of my first black cat. We named him Harry after a cat in a commercial called Harry. And we had an orange cat. We called it Morris, but that cat died, had some kind of infection. But we ended up with the black cat from the veterinary office. And guess what? That same veterinary office is still there on the corner. In fact, I think I did make a bike ride over there, and I mentioned the office. But that veterinary office has been there forever. Now, I don't take my cats to the vet because it's too expensive. The last time I took a pet to the vet was, I think, in the mid-'80s, and it cost too much. They wanted like $100 or something, which is more money than I had, and that is it. But that is not Milton. That is my first cat. Stainless steel Tiffin sets are available. If you need non-plastic lunchbox options. There you go. We used to have steel lunchboxes when I was in school. Is that Milton? Nope. That's actually my first cat. Yeah, my parents lost. I know a lot of people that lost a lot of money, but I lost nothing. I left the stock market in 2006. I haven't been in it since. So probably not a good thing, but you know, I spent 10 years taking care of my parents. So I just didn't have the kind of money to risk. I didn't know I could do that. Solutions damage it though. It's a good one today. Not happy chaos. Well, there you go. It's always a good one. Just buy the S&P index when it pulls back. You can't lose. As long as the Fed keeps pumping, you'll be fine. When you see people outside the Fed with the pitchforks and torches, it's all over. If somebody cuts their fiber optic cables, cuts their power line, and burns them to the ground, then you know the people have had enough and the game is over. There's no one like Rick. I guarantee it, there is no one like Rick. Yep. Keep it. He's right. Acid testing scares some people, but it should be done by rubbing the item on a receiving block. The acid happens to mark in leaves, not to your item. Yeah. The part that you scrape off is the part you test with acid. And you got to dig down a little bit because it could be plated, so you got to get down to the base metal. That's the trick. And if it's not plated, then it'll be solid. You won't even notice it. You just do the end of it. You'll be fine. I like to do it like in the spoon part or in the end of the fork. If you do the end of the fork, nobody will know the difference. I'm trying to live simply with less. I think moving to a warmer climate will make it easier. Well, don't move to Florida because taxes here are outrageously expensive. The property here is so overpriced. But, you know, maybe one of the other southern states, Tennessee, Kentucky, Georgia, North Florida maybe. Have you got up to pee or no? I haven't. I have not taken a leak yet. I can go all day without taking a leak. That's one of the reasons why I'm such an effective worker. You know, a lot of times I'll be doing electrical plumbing. I don't have to take a leak. I can work all day without a problem. I think the last time that we did a fence, I think I spent the entire day in the Bobcat, and I did eat my lunch while I was working. I don't know how many, it must have been like 200 holes or more. And I just kept working until we finished. We started at around 8, and I think we finished around 4. I don't think I left the machine other than to, you know, move a few materials and just kept doing it and got it done. The Guatemalan that normally did the job got drunk and he couldn't work, so my friend called me and he was amazed. He comes over there. How much did you do? I said, I did all of it. What? You did the whole field? I did the whole field. I just kept doing it. Just had my lunch. I ate one of these container loads of meat and I got it done. So us white guys can get a lot of stuff done. Wendy is so intelligent. Yes. And let's see. Just more years behind me, Jemmett. Are you dehydrated? Have you ever had cramps? Nope. I never get cramps. And I'm not dehydrated because I did eat. I had a glass of water and I haven't sweat. I've been sitting in the air conditioning. I'm not sweating. Now, if I'm outside and sweating, then I will drink more water. And a lot of it depends on what you're doing. If you're dressed up, you have long sleeve shirt or whatever, and you go outside, you're going to sweat a lot. If you've got, you have either no shirt or sleeveless shirt, you're not going to sweat as much. It really does work. Are you moving to, if you have no Fed taxes, Florida? Yeah, but the property taxes in Florida are higher than you'd pay for your income tax. Because the income tax, you can work around that. You just adjust your income like I do. You don't work as much. You keep your income under a certain level, and you don't have to worry about income tax. No income, no tax. But property tax, they charge you on unrealized gains. So unless you want to live in the dumpiest house in the world and the county tries to condemn it, then you're going to have to pay at least, to move to Florida with the high prices now, you're going to spend at least $9,000 per year in property tax. Before the idiots came here, you could get by with $1,500 a year. But I think people are being pushed to the point where they may just drop the whole tax altogether. And if they do drop the property tax, this place is going to have one heck of a boom. This will be like the real estate capital of the world. So one way or the other. Of course, if a hurricane hits Miami, it's all over. It'll be 1926 all over again. May I get you another water? Yeah, but you're not here. Okay. Have no place in mind, no plans. Think about it's hard to leave the familiar and where I know people and family. Same problem I have. Okay. Wow, that's high. And Sandy Blythe says, someone needs to do studies on Rick. No one else like him. Well, how many people do you know that have been living the way that I do? Pretty simply. How many people you know have been on the carnivore diet since 1983? How many people do you know that have never been addicted to anything? How many people you know that have never been drunk? Yep. There's a lot of us. I am totally different than the average person. There's nobody else in the world that's even close. So, anyway. I have some silver, usually junk silver, old coins, and I do have some scrap silver. Probably have a few pounds of it. That's it. Property tax one. Yeah, see, it's that real estate bubble. But I think people are going to start fighting back and dumping it. You have a good question. With your trailer land, are you still there? Very true. Change is hard for me. But I think about it. I'm moving in with Milton. Quack. And the kitty. If Rick were like the others, I wouldn't like him. That is true. But again, it's like I tell people. Most people either like me or hate me. And what I've noticed, people that don't know me tend to avoid me. If you don't take the time to understand me, then you're going to run away. Just like a lot of people do. They see me, they go, this guy's nuts, and they run away. But other people, they go, wait a minute. He's done this and that. He doesn't do this. It's kind of interesting. He's how old? And that's the way it is. All right, let's see. Yep, it's 20 acres. Okay, that's a good thing. True. Would you use an LB conduit elbow for running wires from outside disconnect into the house to the panel? I would use it if I couldn't pull the wires. You know, LB is always good because you can take the screws out and you can shove the wires in directly instead of having a bend. But it really depends on where it is. Normally, you'll see it like if you're coming down from a disconnect and you go straight into the wall, they'll do that. Sometimes, like when you go under the floor, they'll put that there. But on the other hand, if the other end is accessible, you could put a regular 90 bend and be fine. But electricians do like to use them because it's a lot easier. So, yeah, you could do that. They can experiment on Rick. Clockwork Orange. There you go. I think at the Heart Attack Grill, they have a poster that says Clockwork Lard. That would be more like me. 10 acres. Hey, still more than we have here. You get to see cats and deers. There you go. Just finished filling all my hummingbird feeders. That's who uses the most sugar in my house. Well, there you go. Birds love sugar, and they can go through it pretty quickly. All right. Now, it is now 4:16, 4:15. Wow. 4:19. So we have gone 8 hours and 20 minutes. 8 hours and 20 minutes. I managed to spend my whole day indoors. I need to go outside. The sun is out. I can show you over here. This crazy thing. All right. Show you the outdoors. See, the sun is out. The window is still dirty. I got to get that window cleaner and clean the window again, but there it is. So I don't think it's going to rain at all. A little bit that we got was nothing. It's been like that every day. So I think what I'm going to do, I'll change my clothes And I will go for a bike ride, grab myself another pork shoulder, get a little exercise, see what's out and about in the trash pile, and that's it. So let me see. Ah, and the comments keep coming. Rick should meet up with Helen, all for Jesus Carnivore. She's tall, pretty carnivore, and loves cats. I think I've seen her, but I think anybody that would be pretty would stay away from me. It's like you don't want to be around the original carnivore quack. Okay, Sandy Blythe. Yeah, take the afternoon off. That's it. Land home was willed to me and 2 others. No one gets along, plan is to sell. That's usually what happens. That's one of the great things. When you only have 1 child, they're more likely to stay. Ooh, are you matchmaking? That's funny. Helps me do my chores. And every now and then I have to come and comment on something you said. That's the way I treat a lot of the live streams. Hummingbirds are so cute. Yes, they are. I see them around here too. I have to make a video. 8 hours, you're amazing, Rick. Thank you. She is sweet, just found her on a carnivore channel. Okay. Bike ride is coming. Don't worry. You know me with the bike. Can't resist. Okay. Have a great afternoon. See you Thursday on the live, I think. Thursday. Oh, well, I don't know. You talking about the Carrie live? I think that's more persona non grata. But you will see me on Tuesday and Monday. Monday, when I get back from working, usually around 9 o'clock, I will join in the Carnivore Talk live stream, where our friend Kurt, otherwise known as Meathead, is there along with Bob, which is Carnivore Talk. You'll see him there. And then Tuesday night, well, we have Russ Mitchell. So, and then, oh, don't forget, if you are a member of Dr. Kiltz's free Mighty Tribe, yes, it's free. There's a Zoom call that he usually has on Monday afternoon at 5:30. And I try to take Monday off so I can catch that. And you'll see me in there. I'll be there, usually in the living room, sometimes in here. And Dr. Kiltz is one of the few people that actually says Rick, hi Rick, or whatever. All the other popular people, they never really say hi Rick because, well, Rick is a wacko. But anyway, let's see. Scooby the Dog says, Ellen says, what nonsense? Charge him up, Rick. You are a hot commodity. I don't know about that. I'm hot something. It's just because my air conditioner is not on. Let's see. Helen is wonderful. You're my rock. And Mitch, hope you rest soon, my friend. Don't worry. I get a good night's sleep every night. I never make the keto cookout. It's usually, it's usually early a.m. I know that. Sick and tired of dealing with digital equipment. Your friend is in Florida. It's gone completely downhill since the late 90s. I'll be switching to mostly analog everything. Well, I'll tell you what. Get yourself an 8-track. They're always handy. Looking forward to the K live stream. Should be interesting. Yeah, you mean next week, which will be my 18-year anniversary on YouTube. Yes. Rick is hot commodity and hot. Well, like I said, I'm hot because the air conditioner's not on. Most of the time, if you see me, I look like somebody that's, well, probably living under a bridge. If you see me work, I try to dress halfway decent for my live streams, but normally when I'm working, I look like something totally different. We'll have to clone Rick. He's not interested in the useless females near him. Miami women are just not, they're not great. Let's put it that way. So we'll see. Russ Mitchell, great personality and a very courageous man. He went out of his way to take me to the restaurant down the street. Not only did he eat with me, but he also talked with me. And he had to go and visit, someone that his relative was dying, and he explained the story. So he couldn't stay here long. He couldn't come here to see a duck slaughter, which at the time I had ducks. Now I don't have any. But, he wanted to see the duck guillotine and the executive suite where I keep my ducks and I fatten them up. Really delicious. But anyway, yes, good old Russ Mitchell. Having really bad carb sugar cravings. So I just stuffed myself with beef tallow and a little bit of deli ham. There you go. That works. Alexis, I hope that you're able to keep the sugar cravings down. And a lot of it is up here. You know, I think people get used to eating those things when they need it. And, you know, what can you do? But I think you stay with it. I mean, if you slip up, it's not the end of the world. But if you can avoid slipping up, I think you're way ahead of the game. Terry Sue says, Rick, you'll probably change when your channel blows up with viralness. I hope you don't, though. My channel's never going to blow up. I've been on YouTube almost 18 years. I don't have that many people, but that's okay. And again, if I get more subscribers, that's great. If I could meet more people and get to actually connect with other people, that'd be even better. But at the very least, I move out of here and I have my little house and retreat. I'll have a get together once a year. And, you know, the select subscribers will be able to come down and be able to enjoy some steak and wild chicken. We can even have like a chicken catching contest. I'll get some wild chickens out there, give everybody a bag, you know, pick your chicken, and we'll go ahead and catch the chicken and we'll cut it open. You know, we'll pluck it, cut it open, and have heart attack chicken, maybe some tasty duck, and of course we'll have an iguana shoot. I'll have to get a bunch of iguanas. Maybe I'll start catching them and letting them breed out there, and then just let people, you know, shoot the iguanas. Unless I move out of Florida, in which case I'll still be able to have the chickens and ducks. I think everywhere around the U.S. you can raise chickens and ducks. Iguanas, that's more of a South Florida thing. But I might even have like a little iguana terrarium just for old time's sake. Keep some iguanas in there and grow a few as pets and the rest as food. So, whatever. All right. Boy, the comments are strong today. Leaving for Costco run. Glad to see you're still alive. I was just talking about you, Kurt. So, that's a good thing. Feral Grandma, clone Rick. Well, I hate to say it, but if they cloned Rick, that could be scary. Can you imagine? It's like a friend of mine said. If you had 200 Ricks and you sent them to a small town, it would be like super scary because it'd be like going back in time. They were joking. You know, you send 200 Ricks to a county, they take over the county, redo everything. Next thing you know, you drive into the county. There's cow pastures everywhere. There's a bunch of old-looking houses and old-looking businesses, and everything looks like 1960. It's like you drove to a town in 1960, and everything is like it was in the old days. But it would work because I get along with myself. There's a lot of people that can't get along with themselves, and if I had people like me around me, I'd get along really well. But everybody knows people that are just so arrogant and so difficult to deal with, and they think of themselves as being like the best in the world, and they end up battling with each other. It's like these dictators. As soon as they get in power, they kill everybody off so that they don't have to worry about being challenged. But if everybody was like me, you had a bunch of clones, it'd be totally different. You come over, you know, it's like, what happened to the landfill? Landfill's empty. Nobody throws anything away anymore. Why is food so cheap? Well, they're giving away fruits and vegetables for free. And we have so many fruits and vegetables, we don't know what to do with them. We're giving them to the cattle, and they're getting so big and fat that the meat is so delicious. You know, pretty soon everything is just growing like crazy. Once you get rid of that short-driven profit motive, and you stop all this needless development, this constant demolition, and throwing things out, and buying new crap, and you start making things that last, I mean, think about it. People replace their pots and pans every year or two because they wear out. I've had the same pots and pans for decades. I've never bought a pot or pan. I've never bought any silverware. Everything I have is just used stuff that I've kept going. So, I don't know. That's an interesting concept. Is it going to cost anything if you stay on longer? Nah. I love Russ. He's a very good guy, you can tell. And again, if he likes hanging out with me, he must be good because people that are a little bit deviant, they don't want to be around me. People that are trying to scam others, they run away from me. I have a way of driving away people that are looking for an easy target because they get frustrated with me. 48 here. Yes, that's pretty good. By now it'd be like 20 something. Get a good whole meathead. I agree. A little bit of salt in the palm of your hand will kill the cravings too. Try that. It's a good idea. Rick, it's different now. You're going to blow up. Well, I hope not. I don't want to blow up. I mean, you talking about my heart attack? Yeah, my heart's going to blow up. I know that. Okay, Terry, I'll try that. That's it. And keep, trying different things. You can do it. A lot of other people have done it. So can you. Thanks, TFG, for going for wife stuff. Salt. There we go. All right. I can't picture Rick changing. He's down to earth. And even when I had money, my life was basically the same. I like what I like. You're not gonna see me with a private jet, okay? You might see me with the restored 69 Charger, but it'll probably be from the junk that I already have. And I would like to have a new home, but when I build a new home, it's going to be exactly like if it was 1959. Actually, the other option is to find an old school or medical office that's been sitting around for a while, a small one, and turn that into a house. That way I got room for the home and for all the stuff I work on. So that's the other option. But down here, that's not going to happen. Anything that's old is going to be wiped out and replaced with either a mech box house or a gigantic apartment building. That's all they ever do. Fame is a weird thing to have, though. It's never going to happen to me. There's no way that a person like me would ever become famous. It's impossible. I've been my whole life, and that's it. Eat the salt, just in case you're sitting there. And Kurt says, I forget this is Rick's channel, not someone else's. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I know exactly who you're talking about. But that's okay. You'll see. Thing is, I don't take advantage of people, so you're never going to see me super rich. It just doesn't happen. I was thinking that. Yes, I did eat it. Okay. Exactly what she wants, and you still win. Helped a little bit. Maybe burger bites. Make an advance. There you go. Keep those cravings down. If there was one thing you could change about yourself, what would it be? I guess living in... Yeah, I wish I would have grown up in a rural area. But then again, there is an advantage to having been here and watching this place go downhill. I think that it really affected me in a way that I became very street smart. I became very suspicious of people, and I become very much aware of how scammers work. So in a way, I do. But one thing I could change about myself, I'm actually pretty satisfied. When I was a kid, I hated my life, being skinny and short. I hated that. But now that I'm tall and skinny, I actually like it. And I like the fact that I'm 57 years old and I feel as good as I did in my 20s. I like the fact that I discovered the carnivore community and I get to communicate with all of you that I've never actually met in person yet. And that's good. And I have a hope that I'll start meeting some of the people that I've known on YouTube. So far, I've only met two of them. One is Russ Mitchell, and the other one is the other Tom that has the avocado farm, who's, 30 miles away. I met him. And what I've noticed is that when I meet people, they really do seem to like me. So that's a good thing. I'm a pretty decent guy. I'm not a bad person as far as I know. I'm a little crazy, a little bit eccentric, but nothing. But I want to change, living a different location, and I can do that. I think that's the main thing. I just wish that I would have understood that the carnivore diet was actually a good diet. I wish I would have known that, but, my parents may have lived longer, and I may have been able to make more money because I wouldn't have to take care of them, but what can you do? Okay. I think the beef towel is starting to help too, but not as much as butter has in the past. Butter is another good option. Like the beach, good. Hard-boiled eggs. I salt one up and pop it on a gizzard. Okay. Eggs will work. I'm out of food. Eggs, tuna, and some deli ham and cheese. Throw away my burgers I made yesterday. Yeah, because they were bad. In the box Sears home kit. Yep. Well, I've already built my own home once, and I'll give you the story on that. I have a different way of building everything, and here in this house, I built a bathroom my way. Everything is basically concrete and steel. I don't use wood for anything that I build. It's just one of my little things. You could make a tuna melt. Yeah. Tuna omelet, good, but everything can help curb cravings. Yeah, that's true. Wagyu beef tallow arrives Monday. Everyone stay safe and remember where we came from. That is correct. Very important. Tiny houses, acre and a bungalow. Yes, right? I'm out. I'll catch you next time. At least I'll see you on Monday night. All right. Bye, Kurt. Yep. All right. There's some good suggestions there. And speaking of going out, how many people do we still have? We still have 40. Well, that's good. We're down to 40. I think it's funny how they put these old pictures of me. What people don't realize, this picture was taken in 1998. So this is me in 1998. And then you can see me now. Interesting. Look at Milton. He's a cutie. And that's from 6 months ago? 5 months ago? Okay, look at how small Milton was back then. He's gotten bigger since then. Yep, those are some older ones. But you can see this, that picture I think was around the same time. That may have been a little earlier. It's hard to say. That's me with the old Bobcat. So how many people do you know that in the last 20 to 30 years haven't really changed that much? People say, well, your eyes are all dark underneath. Well, that's just the way that my face is. And I've always had sinus issues. But I think that's pretty good. So, yeah, I think out of all the carnivore people that are out there, I think that I'm an example of someone who doesn't do any exercise and yet somehow has been able to maintain a leanness. And like you said, if you ever see me like out working from a distance, people often think that I'm a lot younger than I am, especially like if you see me out in the Bobcat and you look at it from the side and you go, oh, is that your son or something? No, that's Rick. I'm like, what? How can that be? I am. Keep in mind, if you're carb craving, you're also healing. Keep a mental note, as eventually you won't crave sweets at all, or at least it will be super rare. That's a good point. 78 degrees Fahrenheit, so much rain, it isn't heating up. Okay. I only crave carbs now if I let myself get hungry. Question: who is your favorite carnivore channel besides Mitch and Thomas? I hope you like your channel and Quack's best. Okay. Favorite carnivore channel? Besides Mitch and Thomas. Jonathan Carnivore Muscle? I would have to say Jonathan Carnivore Muscle. That's a pretty easy one. I hope so. Meds make them worse. I'll be praying a couple months. I'll be able to taper with psychiatrists. Well, use the professional help while you can. And then eventually you may not need it. Carnivore diet can try to trick you. You get tired of meat and eggs, at least I did, but it's temporary also. When you feel like you can't eat eggs and meat, just compensate with some dairy. That's a good point. I never get tired of meat and eggs because to me that's the only food. But I do eat dairy. I know a lot of people just don't believe in dairy. But again, I know Jonathan likes dairy. Some people just do really well with dairy. I think a lot of it depends on your heritage and how you were raised. If you're intolerant to dairy, you may have to stick to something like maybe a raw fermented dairy, cheese or yogurt or something like that. Some people have histamine issues. It's just an experiment. But in my case, dairy's fine. I do dairy all the time. Carnivore heals the mind too. That's right. I'm feeling a lot better now, guys. Thank the Lord. That's great. See? Sometimes those feelings will pass with just a little bit of attention. You'll be fine. Pray for. Yeah, I hope you get some rain. That sounds terrible. 114 degrees. Glad you're feeling better. Lady June is out. You've been here since the beginning, I think. 114 is fire. You got that right. Lexi, if you have butter or drippings, you can make a non-oil mayonnaise and have tuna salad. There you go. It's nice here in the 80s. All right. So we have been 8 hours and 40 minutes. 8 hours and 40 minutes. Are we trying to have a record? Now, we had 2 phone calls today. I've been talking most of the day. Okay, let's see. We got another comment here. Who do you think best doctor on carnivore for advice? Chafee, Barry, Kiltz, etc. Okay. This is a bit tricky because you have to look at the bias of the doctors. For example, with Anthony Chafee, you're going to get the saying, plants are trying to kill you. So if you're trying to avoid plants altogether, Dr. Chafee. If you're looking maybe for somewhere in the middle, you have Dr. Baker, who himself is basically on the lion diet, but he recommends a range of carnivore diets. Kiltz, if you like raw meat and you like fasting, then you can hit Dr. Kiltz. I think you can get a lot of information from all of them, but it really depends on what your goal is. Are you trying to lose weight? Are you trying to build muscle? Are you trying to relieve pain? All these things. But out of all of them, yeah, probably for most men, it'd probably be Dr. Baker. And then for women, hard to say, I mean, Dr. Kiltz is into the whole fertility thing, so he's probably pretty familiar with women's problems. But I know most women aren't going to eat raw meat. So what I would recommend is just check them all out. And again, if you want to watch the Dr. Barry channel, that's great. But don't expect to get any response from him because he's just probably way too busy. I would just check them all out. I myself, somewhere between Dr. Baker and Dr. Chafee, probably the two that I've watched the most. And that's it. Mustard or vinegar for your emulsifier. Yes, that works. And you like Dr. Baker. All right. Yes, a record. Rick, you're the best. We love you. And Milton. Well, thank you. We have 2 ducks and 2 kitty cats. That is true. And Milton, I don't know why it feels warm in here. Let me see if my air conditioner has gone haywire. Okay. Let's see. Temperature. Oh, okay. Oh, well. I set the air conditioner for 72, try to save some power because the windows were all fogged up. When I set the air conditioner for the usual 65, the windows get so fogged up I can't even see out the window. So that's one of the reasons they get so dirty, because every morning they're fogged up and the dirt sticks to the water. But 72 is a little bit too warm. I think I've been sweating, but then again, this kind of shirt is better than nothing, but still, it gets pretty hot. Okay, yeah, I will not be eating raw meat or cold animal fat. Yucky. Exactly. This is a bit on the extreme side. This is only for like us long-term carnivores that can do that. New people, you need to have cooked meat. And I believe new people should not be on the lion diet because that's a great way to fail. If you're having cravings for different foods, what I would recommend if you have access to cooking equipment, you might want to try the Chris Cooking Nashville channel. Now, this is a bit of a slippery slope because some people, they will criticize them, and there's been a couple of people out there that made fun of them because they're overweight, and they make duck food-like things. But I think for people that are really struggling, this can help. And, if you're not familiar, now Dustin, Keto Simple, was here earlier. He's a friend of the Chris Cooking Nashville. Let me go ahead and bring this up here. See, Dustin's channel, Keto Simple. This is somebody you might want to check for some of these recipes. He was here earlier. I don't know. See, like banana bread and chaffles and muffins, all this stuff. If you're having cravings and you're just trying to feel better, you can try some of this stuff. And he's got about 6,300 subscribers. And then his friend, Chris Cooking Nashville, they make all kinds of very complicated meat-based concoctions. Okay? So there's a lot of different things in here. Carnivore bagels, a lot of stuff. So if you're having trouble staying on the carnivore diet, you may want to try some of these recipes if you like that kind of food. Carnivore pizza. Now again, if you're a hardcore carnivore, then you might want to check out my cooking videos. But see, these videos are appealing. People look at this and they go, wow, this is kind of nice, you know, and they do nice video. They dress nice. So you look at that. But then on the other hand, if you want to get really scared, you go over here to this channel and it looks like some kind of crazy. I mean, what is this? This guy is nutty. And then you go over here and you type in something like iguana. And there you go. Now, obviously, you're not going to find too many channels that have this on it. Oh, let's see. Big, fat, well, got his head blown off. This one's ready for cooking. That's a good way to scare people. So, I get a question. So, yeah, that's not the kind of channel that most people would want to look at. They say, this guy he's strange. He's out there killing and cooking iguanas. Okay. Thanks for answering. That's what I'm here for. Let's do this. Let's wrap this up before we have 9 hours. It's already 4:50. Yep. It's almost 9 hours. Now, I've had people tell me, how in the world can you talk for that long? Well, I used to teach classes. I'd teach for 3.5 hours for a class and then go off to another class. I used to work all day teaching at the college. So I'm used to talking, and I don't have a problem with it. But, you know, let's see. Raw meat grosses me out too. I don't think any new carnivores would embrace that idea. I guess it comes later, yes, after being carnivore for a long while. That is correct. Certainly entertain us on Saturdays. If someone is lonely or bored, therapy for all. I can't believe I eat raw hamburger. I just wonder if they see it red in the store. Hopefully nothing. Rick is one of a kind. He goes through every comment question. Unlike some carnivore content creators who pick and skip. Also, they use clickbait thumbnails. That annoys me. And I think I know the ones you're talking about because I criticize them too. And Ricky, yes, I blame clickbait thumbnails. I loathe clickbait thumbnails. And let's see. He is like family and Milton. Yes, and I love my little Milton. He's a cutie. Fugo, Vadia Cruz. Yep, those are other carnivores you might want to look into. This message is gone. And Ricky's got some faces there. I just eat it from the package. Not sure why. I barely cook it. It's almost raw. It's some people like it that way. Still waiting on iguana hunt. Well, have you ever seen an iguana grabbing video? Let's see. Now, where did that go? There we go. Here we go. This is an iguana hunt from my yard. Gotcha. Look at that. Fresh meat. Yum, yum, yum. Delicious iguana. Yummy, yummy. So, no wonder my channel's not popular. people go, wow, I like this Rick guy. Then they look as like, what the heck is that? This crazy guy is nuts. This guy's crazy. 2023. Checking nest. I got all kinds of videos. 2 years ago, there's me in the living room, ducks and ducklings. You know, there's a lot of Hurricane Milton. That's just before I got the beast. Canal buffet. And then, of course, the live at 8s. You know, there's nothing really flashy. There's nothing really, I don't know, clickbait about it. Anyway, that's it. Okay. All the channels I love and those I won't watch. Clickbait. He never mentioned the channels he won't watch. He won't mention it because either number one, he doesn't want to be targeted, or number two, you know, what is the advantage? Some people just want attention, and I can understand that. You know, once you've got hundreds of thousands of subscribers, it's different. Now, if you don't know who we're talking about, we'll find that. I still haven't watched the iguana as pets. I feel like eating a cat. Well, I've had ducks as pets, and I still eat duck. Yes, that ticked me off. Well, I hope a lot of people start to realize that this clickbait stuff is nonsense. That'd be awesome. That was wild. Big channels are master. That's right. Clickbait. Weird stuff starts popping up, and I have to clear the history. Well, they're not slow moving. I mean, some of them, if they think they're in danger, they'll run like crazy. But when they're up against the wall, like that one was, I was able to grab him. I sneaked up on him. I had already conked him with a rock. He was up in the tree, and I hit him with a rock, and he fell on the ground and then ran over to where the wall was. That's how I was able to grab him so easily. And sometimes they get stuck in the fence when they try to run away from me. And I grab them by the tail, and I shove them in the burlap bag, and they end up being delicious. Let's see. Engagement farming. There you go. But yeah, the clickbait thing. So let's talk about clickbait people. Let's see. Let's check my subscriptions. Here we go. The master of clickbait. We will click that. And let's see. All right. This video, right?
Kerry here from Healing Humanity, and today I'm going.
I have to turn that voice down. It annoys me. It's kind of interesting to watch the mannerisms, facial expression. Interesting. Let me flip this up a little bit. Just
Negative. They're constantly the have-nots, and it's all negativity, and there's 100 times more subscribers. These are channels that I watch daily and that I think are underappreciated. And I'm also going to tell you what channels I refuse to watch, and I'm going to do that right now. What I will refuse to watch are carnivore channels that are constantly negative. They're constantly the have-nots, and it's all negativity, and there's no positivity. This list I'm about to give you is everyone's positive, but they're telling the truth. That is also very important to me. You are the result of the 5 people you spend the most time with. And a lot of us are spending a lot of time on YouTube, and if you're watching channels where it's constant have-not, constant failure, constant negativity, then your life is going to be negative. I believe that with every fiber of my body. So these are the positive carnivores. I'm not going to include the doctors on here. I'll do another video for that. Dr. Tony Hampton is absolutely incredible YouTube channel. We know about Dr. Barry, Chafee, Baker, Dr. Kiltz, Dr. Ovadia. These guys are all great. We'll do another video on that. These are individuals because I get really inspired by the individual story. And without further ado, I'm going to try to do this in under 10 minutes. Let's go super fast. Number one, and this is in no order. This isn't like my favorite. But number one on the list, old guy, carnivore Mitch. I absolutely love Mitch. His channel is incredible. Why? Because he tells the truth. He tells it like it is, and he tells the truth. And it's common sense stuff. The other reason I like Mitch is because his stroke recovery is so inspiring to me. When I was 12...
Okay. I got one question. Does it look like Carrie's using a filter on his face? His skin looks a little weird to me. I don't know. It's very strange. But anyway, well, I give him credit for being truthful about Old Guy Carnivore, but I'm curious as to who these negative channels are. That's really interesting. Okay, I might have to eat iguana. I make shoes out of them instead. That works too. You sound like a caveman. I am a caveman. That's what carnivores are. Ooh, 10 minutes. Yeah. No negativity here. Well, that's it. If anybody has found any negativity, please let me know. Yep. I saw that on Kerry. Well, his opinion, it's his channel. Yep. What about those really big lizards they call Gila monster? I believe those are carnivores, but I guess we could eat them because we eat alligator, and alligators are carnivores. Why are we listening to Kay? I just wanted to show because somebody mentioned the video. And the thing is, he did mention Mitch. Now, is there some kind of a, I don't know, popularity contest going on here? Why would he all of a sudden mention Mitch? I was thinking about that. What has Mitch been doing lately that's a little different than he did before? Something to think about. Something, it's very interesting. So what he's trying to do, he's trying to make, maybe there's some kind of, I don't know, something going on, and he wants to make sure that Mitch is on board. So there's something going on. So, but we're going to be here to watch this. We're going to see what happens, and it's going to be very interesting. I'm looking forward to it. You know, I don't watch movies and I don't watch dramatic TV shows. I'm just living the lifestyle. And Lexus Jones has a very good comment. I believe in having a positive attitude too, just not in a toxic or fake way. Everyone has bad days. Yes, everybody has a bad day, and everybody has to face bad situations. Pretending like everything is good all the time is the worst thing that you can do because you will be disappointed every time. And monitor lizards. Yes. Mitch liked that he mentioned it. Of course he did. But see, that's part of the plan, I think. The plan is to try to gather together some of the carnivores that know other carnivores and maybe get favor. I don't know. But I've never seen him really mention Mitch before. I don't think the two of them were that close. So I think what he's trying to do is bring together different people. I think that's what it is. But it's going to be very interesting, I have to admit. I think the whole thing is fascinating to me. He depends on his sheep people to rally around. We aren't stupid. You got that right, Jiffy. We are not stupid. We know how the world works. And we know that if people let themselves be fooled, they're always going to be disappointed. But if people take matters into their own hands, they will be able to get much better results. Never had Gila monster. We need to know how safe it is. But I eat snake, gator, shark. Okay, well, snake and gator are carnivores too, and so is a shark. I think the Gila monster is fine. Reptiles do often carry parasites, but you know, generally they're like microparasites. They can be cooked out, and they also carry various bacteria. But again, if you're going to eat the legs and tail, the bacteria are not an issue. They do have an immune system like all animals do, and I've never seen contaminated meat. Generally, any parasites that they have are going to be in the digestive system. So basically, you just cut off the legs and tail. If it's a larger animal and you want to cut it open, you can try to remove the ribs and get the meat off of there, which is usually pretty good. But again, it all depends on where they are and what they eat. The canals over here are polluted, but they're not full of chemicals. I try to avoid the canals where they spray herbicide, and I try to concentrate on the ones where they mow mechanically. Those iguanas should be safer because iguanas eat plant material, and they normally eat the trees. They do eat some grasses and low-growing plants, and they may be contaminated with glyphosate, 2,4-D, paraquat, or some other herbicide, and I really don't want to eat herbicides. So, Golden Globe Carnivore Awards. That would be kind of funny. Skipped over the initial babbling. Rick, could you wrestle an alligator and then kill it and eat it? I don't know. That's a good question. That would make an interesting video. But, I mean, you have to hunt. I mean, I could wrestle an iguana. I've done them before. There's some pretty big ones. I grab them by the tail and basically put a knife through their head. It's not that hard to do. Thing is that they move around and they have sharp teeth and they have sharp claws. So you have to kind of lift them by the tail, and when you get the head down, bam, that's it. That's the best way to get them, because otherwise they can bite you real badly. We had a neighbor's cat that got bitten by an iguana. They had to go to the vet and get the thing stitched up. It was terrible. Poor cat was suffering like crazy. I don't even know how the iguana was fast enough to get the cat, but that was kind of a lazy fat cat. Milton saw a lizard. When the lizard turned around, he jumped in the air at least 3 feet high. That cat is so quick, you know. Why did he only start acknowledging Mitch Race recently? I would like to know that too. I would like to know that. Maybe it's because of the stroke. Let's see. I think there's a difference between positivity and virtue signaling and self-promoting. Yes. But I don't believe in positivity and negativity. I believe that, like a battery, there is a positive and negative side to everything. I believe in realism, and that's the way I believe. I'm not going to go for that. I would like to know who in the world is supposed to be the negative channels. So anyway, I assume it's because Mitch has been thrown into the limelight since the stroke. Mitch's recovery will be a big thing in the carnivore groups going forward. And remember what I said when Mitch had the stroke? And I even mentioned in my own video, within a month he'll be back online, and within a few months he'll be on every day. Now I was wrong, because he's not on every day, but the reason he's not on every day is because he has taken his own advice and taken Saturday off, and he's making videos anyway, so he's still working, but he gave it to me. He figured that, you know, people will watch me, they take a day off, and I agree. I'm glad that he's taken a day off, because Mitch is a great guy, and stroke or not, he's a success. I like him. I mean, I am really impressed with Mitch, and I am a very difficult person to impress, so that's okay. This documentary needs $1,000 per minute of editing, so who is funding that great editing on all his videos? Well, it must be all the money that was donated. I'd like to know how much money he spent traveling around to film these people, and then they have to edit it. I thought, I mean, is he paying his people, or are they working for free? That's a good question. I know he's got his entourage, and I know that he has to pay to get them to travel, but do they get a salary, or are they volunteering their time? No one's ever really said anything about that. I don't know. I haven't even taken the time to see, maybe he started a nonprofit. If he did file a nonprofit, he'd be able to figure out how much money he's taken in, or maybe he didn't. I don't know. And honestly, it doesn't really matter to me. I didn't even think about it until people started complaining about, why is the movie taking so long? Where's the money going? You know, that people that wanted to talk to him, you know, and then he just brushes them off. I don't know. Rick, you sound more paranoid than me, but I believe what you're saying. I am. I'm paranoid. I have dealt with a lot of people over the years. I have a lot of experience between life and business, and I've seen these things happen over and over again, and usually whatever I think is the worst, it usually happens. Only one time was I proven wrong by somebody that I thought was taking advantage of others, but he actually came through, did everything according to plan. That was great. I'm anxious to see how many viewings Saturday when Curry comes on, if he comes on. Hopefully he will. If he does, I would like to see too. I would say it might be 150. We might get more than Mitch's live stream does. But who knows? Maybe something will come up and something will come up and he won't be able to come on. I don't know. That's Carrie's problem, not ours. Totally kidding. Well, you know, there might be some truth to it. You think he'll show up? I have some doubts. We'll see. I'm going to leave it to him. I will be here. You know I will be here. And if he does show up, let's see how long it lasts. Now, from what I know about Kerry, I don't think he's going to argue. I don't think it's going to break down into a Bart K versus vegan discussion. I think it's going to be more like, well, one politician debating another, that kind of thing. Probably a lot more civil. Because really, when it comes down to it, I don't disagree with him. I have nothing to fight. I just want to talk this out and see what happened. Kerry has Emma on the list of favorite channels, especially the superb editing on it. Okay. That fat cat is likely not fed a proper feline diet. Oh! We have a call.
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yes?
Oh, sorry, wrong number.
Oh.
That was interesting. I got wrong number. Oh. It goes to show, if somebody wanted to contact me, they could simply call me. If somebody was concerned about something I was doing, just give me a call. I pick up the phone. The phone's right here. Anyway, so it says, it's going to look like a coward if he doesn't. Yeah, well, I mean, he could say, well, I had something more important to do. Maybe I had a friend's birthday to go to or whatever. That's fine. Look, he doesn't have to come on if he doesn't want to. I'm not going to bother him. I'm not even going to watch his videos anymore. I just dislike them when they come up to me, and eventually I won't get them anymore. I'm not going to unsubscribe from his channel unless he really acts weird, and then I'll unsubscribe. And if he tries to trash me, I'll start trashing him. But I don't think he's going to do that. He has nothing to gain from that. It would just divide the community, and it would probably impact his movie and his group and everything like that. I mean, how would it look if the longest carnivore in the U.S. got into a battle with Kerry Man? That would be a pretty bad thing. That would be something the vegans would go for. Why is it that the longest carnivore that everybody's ignored for like 3 years is in a battle with Kerry? I mean, there's already videos that trash Kerry. I just saw one recently. I'm trying to think of who made it. I watch so many videos, I can't keep track of these things. Oh. Hello? I don't know. It sounds okay to me. That's weird. Let me go ahead and open up the YouTube. Let me see if this... Why is this not working? YouTube. Okay. right. If this, why is this not working? YouTube. Okay. All right. Seems okay. Might be a bad connection. Let me move this thing. If this, why is this not working? YouTube. Okay. All right. Seems okay. Might be a bad connection. Let me move this thing. If this. All right. I guess either my system is overheating or something's going wrong, but seems to be okay. Yes, you knew it, Rick. Mm-hmm. I know. Would you wrestle an anaconda? I don't know. Hopefully that is now gone. Who has been naughty and who's been nice? Well, anybody could say whatever. I could criticize any channel I want, but it doesn't really matter. Does it matter a person's opinion? Or does the actual truth matter? That's the thing. I believe in the truth. The truth will set you free. There's some horrible buzzing noise currently in your video. But again, it goes to show at any time you can call whenever you want. Okay. Did Milton bite your microphone cable? No, there's no teeth marks in it. One of your vacuum tubes. Your 9-hour alarm. That's it. Rick, your mic, please fix it. Okay. Feedback sound. Well, somebody blame Milton. Look at all these comments. My goodness. This has got to be the record. It's crazy. See, buzzing it isn't me. Good one, time's up. Had to take my earbud out. Rick is oblivious to it. Hey, Rick, you're buzzed. Buzzing like an alarm, wrong number. No, I turned off that. I'm going to have to finish my new setup. Oh my goodness, you're still going. I'm about to get off work. Yes, I am still going. The buzzing stops when you're on the phone. It started again after the wrong number call. That's weird. Funny, still going. Over 9 hours. The buzzing is back now after last call. Rick's still buzzing. Hey, Rick, I'm going to have a seizure. You muted the feed. The buzzing stopped. Okay. Okay. I fixed it. Yes, I did. Stay on the phone. Okay. Good. Everybody's watching my stream. That's a good thing. Breaking records today. Yes, Bob, it looks like we're breaking records today, and it wasn't even intentional. We had 2 call-ins. We've exceeded 9 hours. I think a lot of us are getting excited for next week. I may have to take this 1979 cough medicine. Let's see. I guess it makes you cough. Oh, that stuff's nasty. Ooh, talk about vintage. It's good. Buzzing stopped. Yep. Now with the headphones, audio clear. And we never blame Milton anymore because he's out of the room. You're going to have a seizure so funny. Rick needs alert soundboard. Wouldn't be much. You rang this way. It's almost your dinner time. Yes, it is. Actually, my dinner time will be between 7 and 8 o'clock. And I still need to go to Winn-Dixie. I'm going to buy another one of those pork shoulders. I still have the one from yesterday that I can use to make dinner. Plus, I still have some delicious meats that were sent to me the last week. I've gone through about half of it. I eat a lot of food, let's put it that way. But I don't want to spoil myself with all the tasty meats. So I put the rest of it in the freezer. And I'll buy the cheap stuff I'll mix it with the good stuff. I like to mix the high quality meats with the cheap meats. I like to mix the store-bought meat with the canal meat. That's how I do it. Okay. I love to laugh. That cough syrup is probably fermented cough moonshine by now. You drink this, next thing you know, you're kind of like, ooh, I'm out of it. But yeah, so I could sit there, I could pop in my Don Ho 8-track, I can have some cough medicine. That is too funny. You rang. Adam's family. That's right. I used to have a foghorn doorbell. You push the button, it goes. Ah, the salt under my tongue and beef tallow helps so much. I'm not even hungry anymore. That's fantastic. Alexis, that is awesome. See, it's not that hard. It doesn't take a lot of fancy technology. It doesn't take a lot of money. You can use what you got and you can control that appetite. It's so great. And I think that if you keep thinking like that and you keep doing those things, your success is going to be second nature. You're not going to be tempted anymore by the duck food, and you're going to continue to enjoy the benefits of this lifestyle. And again, we're happy to have you here. We have several carnivore groups. You have my channel. There's other channels. Thomas, I know you like Thomas and his channel. Seem to get along well. And check out Carnivore Talk. You have the Dr. Kiltz channel. Don't forget, if you haven't joined Kiltz's tribe, go ahead and join it because it's free. Remember, even I'm in that group. I'm not in any of the other groups. The other groups, they wouldn't let me in there unless I paid them money, and probably even if I paid them money, they wouldn't want me in there because a dose of raw truth is enough to blow up almost any group, and that's not good. And the problem is the things that I say, people could say, oh, that's ridiculous. But then when it's like, wait a minute, this Rick guy has been carnivore for how long? He's 57 years old, and he can still ride a bike like that and sit upright like that, and he's got no aches and pains, and, you know, that's one of those things. So, but again, we can thank YouTube for that, even though YouTube is a bit of a pain with the censorship and all the other nonsense. At least we have a place we can find each other. We don't have to be by ourselves, and that's it. So let's be thankful for that. I'm very happy. And every day, every morning, without fail, you can start your day with Mitch, the old guy carnivore, and not even a stroke could stop Mitch from doing his thing. So tomorrow morning, I won't be doing it live. I only do it one day out of the week. Tomorrow morning, it'll be Mitch. Mitch is going to have somebody on with him. He has a guest, and it's going to be very interesting. I may have to work, so I may not be able to see all of it. I'll have to watch the replay, but I'll be there. I get up, before 7. I'll be on Dustin's Keto Simple watching that, and then at 8:30, Mitch, old guy carnivore, watching that. Probably around 10 o'clock, if he's still on, I'll be leaving, and I'll be working. But, we do the best we can. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, see? Good for you. Look at how many people are happy that you're able to do that. Thomas, yes, he is. But again, like all of us, Thomas has come from a position of problems, and you have to respect his limitations. People get excited. His blood sugar's still not fully under control, but it will be. And his personality has to change. Basically, he was probably someone that stayed to himself, didn't really do anything, and now he's outgoing. You see a lot of these people in the carnivore space that are pretty much to themselves, and now they're outgoing. I've always been outgoing, but I'm only outgoing with people that I want to be outgoing to. To most people, I don't say anything. Okay? I haven't joined the tribe. All the info you have to put out. Well, that's up to you. You don't have to. Very true. Still plan to eat dinner. I need to take shrimp out of the freezer. Good. I ate up all mine. I need to go shrimping. Carnivore Disruptor. Bring it on. That's right. Yes, he does. Carnivore Truth Channel. I like it. Well, that's what you get here. You're not getting any BS. There's no BS here. You may get the B, but you're not going to get the BS. He does. Yes. All right. So it is now 5 ooh, 5:20. That is 9 hours and 20 minutes. Now, I could go all day. I could do a 24-hour live stream myself, but we're not going to do that. Now, you could see my energy level was starting to decrease. Remember, around noon, 1 o'clock, starting to decrease. And now what's happening? It's coming back up again because I had something to eat. But again, around 7, between 7 and 8, I'll have my dinner. I want to go to Winn-Dixie. I will go ahead and take a camera with me, and we will do a bike ride so you can see I've been that way. I hate going the same way all the time, but maybe I'll do a ride back from the store. That'd be kind of nice. But anyway, as I've said before, I'm glad that you're here. And the great thing is we've talked about a lot of different subjects. Let's hope next week. Now, I'm hoping that I'll be able to have my living room studio set up. I'll have a little bit better background. It won't look like Jim Rockford's trailer. And I'll have, better the microphone set up. Milton will be roaming around as he always does. Hopefully he won't interrupt. I'll have the other audio mixer bolted to the table with the permanent ground, so there shouldn't be any more of these things. And I'm going to try to hook up the audio monitor output along with the headphones. I'll keep them handy, so that way if there's a problem, I can see it. But I really do appreciate that so many people have taken their time. Let's see how many people we have here. Let me double check. And let's see. View your channel. We still have 43 people watching. That's pretty amazing. 43 watching. There was a time when that would be the peak, and we're towards the end and we still have 43 people watching. Well, we'll see what happens. If next week our friend, or I hope he's a friend, from the most popular carnivore channel comes in, then we'll have a nice little discussion, and I'll try to read some of the comments. Maybe we can talk about a few different subjects. But the last time I got to talk to him was in 2023 when we had the 24-hour live stream. I don't remember the exact date of it, but it's probably been a couple of years. So we'll see. If it happens, it happens. If not, we'll do another one of the Rick live streams. I'll have people call in. And if he doesn't show up, I think it's going to be even more interesting. I have to admit, I think it's going to be a lot more interesting. that ought to be good. All right. So anyway, let me go ahead and wrap this up. And let me see if I can get something done today. Let's see. I have so much to do, been on cell for hours on this channel. Never stayed this long. You must like it. I have my earbud in, doing stuff, and I come back and type for a bit. That's it. Bike ride next. I like those. Yep. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, Sandy, for watching. I appreciate you being here. I love the bike and talk vids. I know, but it's so hot and humid. Makes me feel guilty Rick is doing it. I'm used to it. I'm a carnivore. I can do a lot of things that other people my age can't do. Let's see. I should do that. I put down cell only to hear and jump on typing. Yeah, that's what I do. It's on my phone, on my computer at the same time. 43 watching at this hour. Yeah, I'm on my TV and my cell. Be nice to see Aaron and Beth Kilby doing live stream. They used to, and I used to go on the live stream. They do occasionally. I don't know what happened to them. They do videos. I've commented on it, and I never get a response. I guess maybe they gave up on the whole thing. I know Aaron was struggling. He either wasn't losing weight, or I think his blood pressure or sugar was off, or whatever. I don't know. It'd be nice if he came back. I would always jump in there. I'm always a comedy relief for somebody's video because I say ridiculous things that people think are made up but are actually true. That's the scary thing. See you next time, Bob. Like on Monday night, most likely. I'll probably also see you in the Dr. Kilt's Zoom call. You always see me there sitting around. Breakfast to dinner stream. Yeah, right? Have a great Arvo, Rick. Yep, that's it. Going to the store. Thanks, Rick, for a quacking good time. And all for Jesus Carnivore. Hello from Oregon. They were just talking about you earlier. So I guess you just popped in. I'm a carnivore. I can do anything. Glad I was here for the beginning and close. Well, I am glad too. Yes. Hi, Helen. YouTube started shadow banning his channel. I think he got fed up. Ah, is that what happened with the Kilby channel? Okay, that makes sense. Well, YouTube can shadow ban my channel, but we have too many people that already know that I'm here. So, Rick and Milton, thank you very much. It was interesting and fun. We're quacks. Yes. And Ricky says, thanks, Rick. Well, that's fantastic. So anyway, it is 9 hours, 24 minutes. It's going to be like 9.5 hours. This is a new live stream record, and you would think that I would be sore from sitting here, but I feel just fine. I'll be on the bicycle seat in a matter of 5 or 10 minutes. I'll be on my way. I think I got my money. Hold on. Cash register. Okay. There we go. All right. Pop open the cash register, and I got my money. So I'll change my clothes because I'm not going to wear these clothes and sweat it out. I'll wear something a little bit different. Usually, I'll just wear one of my outside shirts. That's pretty simple. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Okay. There we are. Okay. This thing is always screwed up somehow. Oh my goodness. Anyway. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Gotta get my outgoing music set up. So we'll get this, and I'll probably use the phone, put it in there, and I'll go to the store, and then on the way back, I'll do the bike and talk. Hopefully there'll be less traffic today than there was yesterday. So got my money, put this in here, get on the old bicycle, and go down to Winn-Dixie, grab a pork shoulder. There's a limit of one. I'll get another one tomorrow when I'm out working. I usually get about 4 or 5 by the time this whole thing is over, and then that'll last me for a few days. 69 cents a pound is super, super cheap. Can't pass that up. Anyway, I'm not one of those fancy pants people that goes every day to the steakhouse or has ribeye steaks. And I don't see any of the big meat producers sending me any kind of, samples or anything like that. So that's fine. All right. Helen is here. She's so sweet. Yes, you mentioned that before. It's going to be weird to shut this down today, like a bunch of friends leaving a good party. Well, when the food runs out, the party ends. And let's see. Hi, Sue. Yep. Rick trapped quite a few of us today. We were hostages. There you go again, laughing so hard. Thank Rick for another great day. Ride safely and see you next week. Aside from an unforeseen disaster, I'll be here for sure. I could have a heart attack at any time, but see y'all at Mitch's house in the morning. Be safe, everybody, as long as you don't pee yourself. And Godspeed from Cranky Carnivore Cutler. I see you're still here. See you all. I'm glad you saved your picnic shirts for us. Well, that thing is really old. That shirt is probably 30 years old. And the neat thing is, any of my old clothes I can still wear. In fact, let's see. I got some old stuff in here. Okay. Oh boy. still got old undershirts that I found. Got all stuff. All right. Man, I got some old stuff in here. Wow. Oh boy. Bunch of these. Okay. There we go. I mean, I got stuff from when I was in college. I mean, look at this. These undershirts are so old. Where's that camera? Some of this stuff is really old. It all fits. All the stuff that I wore when I was younger, it all still fits. So that's pretty good. So anyway, let's see if we can finish this off. And from the longest live stream in the carnivore space and the one in the oldest house with the most unique props and the craziest cat and all the other stuff that you can imagine. Everything here is super vintage, but it still works. Other than a few technical issues, that's fine. Okay, let me go back here and let's wrap this up before it goes forever. All right. Have a blessed week, Rick and friends. Yes. Love your carnivore and Jesus. Yeah. Thank you. Bet that shirt is this and so comfy. Well, it's hot, but it's fine. Then, yeah, probably is. Rick and Milton was interesting and fun. Thank you, and I hate to go. Well, next week. Wow, this is a record. And don't forget, I'll pop in Carnivore Talk Monday night around 9 o'clock. I usually get around there. I'll pop in on Russ, 8:30. Tuesday night, it'll be Homesick Buckeye, Russ's channel. And then you'll see me on Saturday. And next Saturday is going to be my 18-year anniversary on YouTube. And on top of that, we may have our first celebrity guest. So, and we all know who that should be. And if our celebrity guest comes in, it's going to be very interesting. It may be one of my highest viewed lives ever. But if my celebrity guest doesn't show, it may still be my highest view live ever. It's just that maybe that celebrity may turn out to be a celebrity in a different way. Heard about Helen a few days ago. I think I remember to subscribe. Good. Happy trails to you until we meet again. And Tom popped in. I'm sure he'll be doing some more lives and videos. And that's good. He had a pretty long one the last time. Yesterday, was it 2 or 3 hours? I don't remember. I need to go, but we can't show you stuff. We love you, Rick and Milton. Thank you very much. Wherever I can see that. It's already 9.5 hours. We ain't going to no 10 hours. See you guys in the AM with Mitch. Just got the message that we should wait until tomorrow to return home. Okay. 9.5 hours and counting. Who is Mitch's guest tomorrow? Who remembers? He said, does anybody remember who Mitch's guest was tomorrow? Is it? Is it Aaron? Well, I guess unless he posted it, which I don't think he did. Let me just take a quick look here. And Tina. Yeah, that's what it is. It's Tina. Tune in at 8:30 in the morning, and you'll get to see. After Mitch does his introduction for about 10 or 15 minutes, then the guest will come on, and that's it. All right. So let's finish this off. It's going to finish eventually. Well, we'll figure it out tomorrow. That's going to be pretty easy. And that's it. So let's do a final count over here. We have how many people on my channel? There was 48. It's probably below 40 now. Let me double check. There's 35. Okay. Well, I'm surprised it didn't go under 20. Anyway, so let's shut this down, and I will see you again next week. And let me double check here. Last call will be good. Always is. That is the last comment. I don't have any outgoing music. What I'm going to do, I am going to say goodbye and hope that everybody. So why is it so hard to leave this place? Don't worry. I will be back and you'll be able to see a bike and talk video. And yeah, if you miss me and you want to get the same kind of feeling, but without all the quacks and the 1970s and the 50s and all the other stuff that you get here, you can go to Mitch's channel and watch him. We've set a record today, 9.5 hours. Let's see what happens next week. Let's see if we can set a record set of viewers. If we can go to over 100. Let's break that record over 100. So everybody you know that you want to see a long carnivore channel, have them log on. I should be in the living room studio then, which is going to be a little bit different, but I do have my show and tell at all times. You know, I don't have a historic building, but I do have a lot of stuff. And best of all, here's my rubber ducky from when I was a kid. You can see that I chewed it up. It's still around. The little ducky tail, the little ducky face, and a little squeaker. All right. Okay. Oh my goodness. It doesn't stop. It does not stop. Why is it so hard to leave this place? Because you like it. Come join Old Guy Carnivore. Yes. You hung up. You know you hung up. Bye, everyone. LOL, you're dopamine Rick. No, you hung up. All right. Too shabby to be a good hostage. Wow, your show is still going strong. You got bugged. Your duck isn't even yellow anymore. Nope. This duck is from the late 60s. It's old. I don't even know. It faded out. I don't even know if it was yellow. I know the beak was yellow, but it ain't yellow anymore. Look at this thing. Rubber ducky, you're the one. Yep. I got a bunch of newer ones, but this is my original. When I was a kid, I go in the bathroom, I have my rubber ducky. So I've always been a ducky kid. Love ducky. And this is from the 60s. This plastic must be some pretty good stuff. Look at this. Ducky, 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 ducky. Ducky, ducky, ducky. It doesn't work, though, with the full-size ducks. If you try to do this with the ducks, they do have claws, so you don't want to squeeze a ducky with the big duck. All right, let's see. Watch it give us. I like your rubber ducky. Yes. I'm surprised the squeaker still works anymore. Yes, it does. It's like everything else around here. You never know what you'll find that works. All right. It's crazy squeaker. Anyway, let's hit that button and let's cut you off. So we're going to end the broadcast 38. We have 9 hours and 38 minutes. And I will see you next week. Bye. Milton's meowing too. You want Milton? Hold on a second. Milton. Milton. Come here. Milton. Milton. Ow, Milton. Come here, Milton. Come on, Milton. Milton. Come here. What? Come on. Milton. Come on. Milton. Go on. Milton. Milton, come here. Yes. Meow, meow, meow. Pussy, 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 pussy. Oh, I love my little Milton. He's so cute. Here we go. We're going to say goodbye to all of our people with cute little Milton. Look at that little sweetie. Look at those cute little paws. Hello, Milton. Are you a good little kitten? Look at that face. Oh, my goodness. What a sweet cat. Look at that beautiful animal. It's a dangerous cat. Look at those teeth. You're a sweetie. You like it? Sweet little kitten. I love my baby kitten. You are such a nice little kitten. You're so soft. Little kitten. He's a little monster. He's a little monster. Yes, he is. Come here, little Milton. There goes my little buddy. He's a biter. Look at those teeth. Oh. What? You silly puss? You're purring. Oh. See if I can hear the purring. Oh my goodness. You're a sweetie. I like you. Anyway, I figured you might want to say goodbye to Milton. There we go. Yes, you're a sweet cat. Here, want a ducky? Let me see if I can get this down here where you can see Milton. You're a good cat. Why are you scratching? You don't have any fleas. I gave you a lard treatment. Anyway, you silly pet. What are you doing? Oh my goodness. Okay, Milton. What? Oh my goodness. You are so friendly. How did you get to be so friendly? No, watch the paws. There we are. You are so friendly. Oh my goodness, are you cute? Oh, you silly cat. You love attention. So cute. Oh, you're such a good kitty. Yes, you are. Oh, sweetie. Oh, my goodness. You're a good cat. You like the meat I gave you for lunch. You look happy. You were content. You fell asleep. Okay. Yes. I don't think I've ever seen a cat so friendly in my life. All right. Let's see what we got here. Oh, that's a good question. Okay, let me hit the rest of the comments. This never ends. It says, betcha if you look close, it will say made in USA. No, it doesn't say anything, but I'm sure it was made in USA because it's from 1968. Hang up, Rick. Can't walk away on her own. Yes, Rick looks good in blue. Okay, that's a ratty shirt, but buy all. Oh, wait a minute. Come on, you want to leave? Yeah, well, I'm out. I just wanted to show Milton. And here we cry, Milton. He's the Fiesta the long day. Exactly. Yep. Hit the like button. You got to be getting hungry. I am not hungry yet, but I'm going to go to the store. When I see the meat, I will be. Bye, Rick, and all of Rick's rascals. Milton, loving on you, sweet. Oh, you're a good kitty, aren't you? Yes, you are. Okay. Anyway, that's all she wrote, and I will see you later. How do I end this thing?